This boy, even though he is young and poor, has an unparalleled power. While he was walking through the forest, a tiger found him. Hungry, the beast jumped in his direction, thinking it was about to have a Big Mac. But to the tiger's misfortune, the boy does not follow the food pyramid. In fact, the tiger turned into barbecue. The boy, being poor, ate whatever he saw in front of him, even if it was a tiger. He also gathered herbs, and this time it seems he got lucky. He found a very rare ginseng. In his head, he thought that if he sold this, he would be rich and could even buy Google. But calm down there, my friend. Since you are the protagonist, you have to suffer for at least 50 chapters. However, this poor boy who wandered through the forest looking for food would not only eat fresh meat, but also a beautiful female doctor would prepare his meals. He would even sleep at her house and make her fall in love with him. Not even her beautiful sister would escape the charm of this boy. But of course, at the beginning of the story, everything would not be so easy. So I will tell you how we got to this point. Not very far from where the boy killed the tiger and found the ginseng. Soldiers were conducting a search. They were looking for a very dangerous assassin in the region. However, the one who found them was the poor boy. Thinking he had only found bandits and not assassins, the assassin quickly noticed his presence. Then he warned him that he was unlucky, and the others said that, unfortunately, he would die today. But with a single kick, the furious bandit went flying. Is this boy a Saitama with hair? Joe Gang could not believe that. How could that skinny little boy have so much strength? The assassin could not let this go. So drawing his katana, he charged at the boy. But in the next panel, he was already screaming in pain. He took such a strong kick that he flew out of the manhwa panel. A few seconds later, the entire group was knocked out. The boy checked everyone's pockets for money but found nothing. How is it possible that bandits had no money? Moments later, another person arrived at the scene and was shocked. The most dangerous assassins were all knocked out. The elder of the Muram League could not believe this information. That assassin had stolen a very important letter for the Muram League. So the elder ordered his subordinate to investigate the situation more thoroughly. The only thing he will find is the sandal mark on the assassins' faces. Meanwhile, the boy was heading to the city, looking for a clinic. Soon he found one. Looking over the wall, he saw a woman lying down. This was the Shin Yuma's clinic, and the doctor seemed quite welcoming. The boy had come there to sell the tiger claw, saying that it was very beneficial for medicine. But the girl had no way of knowing that it was really a tiger claw, and soon the boy called her a charlatan for practicing medicine and not recognizing it. Of course, that made her furious. Even so, the boy had something else to sell, and that was the ginseng. She quickly recognized it, stating that it was worth on average 2 to 3 copper coins, but due to the condition of the product, she would only pay 1. That was very little for him. At that moment, he could only think that she was stingy. Suddenly, new clients arrived. She began to give them attention. Then, frustrated, the boy said that he wanted money to eat and that he would accept 1 copper coin and then they would settle the value issue later. Quickly, the girl began to treat the new client. I thought she was going to kill him, but surprisingly, it really got better. Soon after that, another client arrived, this time saying that she had internal injuries. The solution to the problem would be the ginseng that the protagonist brought. However, the price of the product was extremely expensive, but after taking a bite of the root, she was impressed. Her body no longer hurt and she felt lighter, as if her energy had returned. Only then did she realize that it was not an ordinary ginseng. She even thought about raising the price. That was when the girl ran out and escaped without paying, saying that when she became rich, she would pay everything. Yes, she just fell for the scam. Back in the forest, the man responsible for the investigation was impressed. How was a tiger shoved inside a rock like that? Not only was a tiger dead, but Joe Gang had also been knocked out. Someone very powerful was behind all of this. Returning to the protagonist, he had just received the news that the doctor gave his ginseng to a girl and was robbed. Thinking she would be spared from the situation, the girl is happy, but it is obvious that he will charge her. He wants his precious little money that she owes him, and since she has no way to pay, he decides that he will spend the night at her house until she can. He even starts asking for meat since he is her guest now. The problem is that they will actually sleep at the clinic since her house was destroyed. That is, the screenwriter wastes no time. The romance here advances based on the girl's financial loss. The curious protagonist asks about the people who destroyed the doctor's residence. Even though she reported the case to the authorities, nothing has been done so far. While they talk, a woman rushes into the clinic with a child in her arms. Screaming with all her might, she desperately asks them to save her daughter. Upon examining the girl's body, the doctor realizes there is excess energy in her muscles. Besides having trained to exhaustion, the child ingested a strange gram from the mountains. Unfortunately, even with treatment, the doctor believes it won't be enough to save her life. Some time passes, and after some procedures, the girl manages to gain just a few more moments of endurance. In a critical moment, the doctor asks a favor of the MC to go to the nearest clinic to request reinforcements. In the middle of the village, the man realizes he doesn't know exactly where to go in search of the necessary place. That same night, he returns to the doctor's destroyed house, trying to find clues about the culprit. Suddenly, he notices a shadow on the ceiling of a neighboring residence and decides to climb up to investigate. Following the traces, he continues advancing, hoping to finally discover who the true culprit is. Unfortunately, the trail of clues ends near a dark forest. Hearing noises, the protagonist believes this might be his chance to find the information he needs. The ninjas, amidst the fight, show fear, thinking they might end up going to heaven in that battle. Suddenly, the MC appears, claiming to be the one destined to defeat the villains. Still, he doesn't know who the righteous are in that confrontation and decides not to take any side. when, all of a sudden, a strange voice echoes, frightening all the men who believe they are in serious trouble. The figure before them is, in fact, a powerful subordinate of the Bloody Horse. In a sadistic manner, the man announces that he will tear out his opponent's eyes. Even trembling, a swordsman retaliates against the threats, clinging to the hope of victory, but his enemy is a great master, making the battle practically impossible. At that moment, the MC finally realizes who the true villains are and gets irritated by the insults he receives. The leader's fame is so great that everyone knows his violent stories spread across the world. Moreover, he is not an ordinary person. He is the right-hand man of the feared Bloody Horse. Ironically, the protagonist asks how many helping hands this gang needs. Convinced of his victory, the man gets excited to face the MC in direct combat. As he approaches, he declares that it is a crime to insult his commander and that everyone will pay with their lives. This is the ninja's chance to escape, taking advantage of the distracted enemy. As they flee, the protagonist realizes he has been left alone in the fight. This further enrages the man, who advances determined to defeat all the ninjas. Being swift, he manages to position himself in front of them and prepares an attack with his blade. What he didn't expect was that the protagonist would be equally fast, preventing the strike from happening. To avoid being caught off guard by a punch, the villain retreats and throws weapons from a distance. Seizing the opportunity, he pulls out his sword, determined to end the fight against his formidable opponent. Even so, the boy shows no fear, not even making an effort to move. At the last second, the swordsman receives a punch to the face that sends him flying. The boy comments in surprise, saying he didn't expect them to run towards him so suddenly. The ninjas are incredulous to realize that the one who is down is in fact their own boss. Very afraid of defeat, they think about fleeing the fight. However, the MC is not willing to allow that and approaches the rest of the villain team. Irritated, he calls them all disloyal for trying to escape and leave the boss alone. Even so, these men do not seem to be responsible for the destruction of the house, as they prefer to act discreetly. While the MC reflects, one of the swordsmen sees an opportunity and decides to attack. With all the strength he has, he tries to take revenge for his boss's defeat, launching a precise strike. Still, the protagonist is faster, and with a simple push of his hand, throws the enemy far away. The masked man explains that he only did that because he was caught off guard. At that moment, the remaining men say they have no relation to the boss, and that they were only there because they were threatened. But the MC does not believe it, and concludes that they are all accomplices of the murders. Sometime later, the long-haired man arrives at the scene accompanied by his team and finds the bodies scattered on the ground. Even in front of the scene, the man insists on discovering who was truly responsible for such thoughtless acts. To do this, the ninja suggests waking the fallen enemies and interrogating them calmly. Brutally, he begins to jump on the bodies in an attempt to wake at least one of them. When they finally manage to wake up, they are surprised to realize they have suffered memory loss after the fight. The long-haired man checks the information personally and confirms that the enemies really lost their memory. Finally, he begins to speak about his hypothesis regarding the motives behind all of this. He believes that the person responsible is one of the 10 great masters of the world. According to him, the 3 recent events form a straight line drawn on the map, and it seems the destination of this line ends precisely at the location where they are. The problem is that it all might just be a misunderstanding, and this could result in a great war for nothing. With a big problem at hand, the long-haired man says he will resign from this investigation. Upon realizing that his employee is thinking of resigning, the old man pleads for him to continue working. Back at the clinic, the girl is surprised to see the piece of light steak brought by her friend. He explains that he got the money the night before by defeating 5 villains. Even so, the doctor does not fully believe him and asks if he might not have some bad intentions. Now that she knows the protagonist has money, she starts to kick him out of the clinic once and for all. Unfortunately, after buying the piece of meat, he becomes poor again and has nowhere to sleep. Once again, the two start arguing about debts and payments. Meanwhile, the child seen on the last day has already been taken to a large hospital and is probably healthy now. This makes the doctor reflect that perhaps her tenant isn't such a bad person after all. The young woman is a skilled doctor and managed to find out what was bothering the little girl. Sometime later, the banquet is finally complete, exciting the protagonist. But suddenly he wonders if he is really eating pork, as the taste seems strange to him. At another point on the map, a man is surprised to hear about the master's theory. But there is no certainty about this theory, as no one understands why a master would descend from the heavens for no reason. The problem is that he disappeared in his territory right after defeating the Blood Horse's henchmen. To make matters worse, it is known that one of the villain's groups came to the city with some secret objective. The old man begins to worry but states that he will need to find out the reason on his own. The only certainty he has is that this unknown person represents a great danger. Inside the Murim League, the doctor asks if they have managed to find out who destroyed her house. The problem is that the man is still trying to find the culprit for all of that and hasn't completed the requests. To make matters worse, he demands more money to continue the investigation, acting like a mercenary. This makes the young woman sad, and she decides to leave, as she has no more resources to spend on a case that seems unsolvable. In the distance, the long-haired man watches the doctor leave, frustrated with all the events in her life. As he approaches, the boy asks if something is wrong with his friend. When his colleague asks if he should cancel the training, the boss replies that there is no need. The investigator is startled to notice the sudden presence of the instructor, Mr. Kwan, right in front of him. He had come just to ask about the girl who had just left. After her departure, the two employees start talking about going out for drinks at the end of the shift. The long-haired man is very famous in that region for having found the murderer, being known as the Shadow Blade. After a long journey, the doctor arrives at a clinic crowded with people. Suddenly, a girl dressed in red perks up upon seeing the doctor enter. The doctor had gone there there just to visit a hospitalized child. She discovers that the girl has already recovered and had left the hospital for a while due to her treatment. The girl says that if she succeeds with that clinic, she will make sure her friend works alongside her. Very excited, she also comments that she is looking forward to preparing a big party at her house. At another point in the city, a trio of friends notices that there is no one at the doctor's clinic. In the other medical area of the city, they feel lucky to spot the girl in blue at the location. The strongest of the trio says he will make this a way to earn a living in a rather suspicious manner. The girls continue to chat carefree as they pass by the men. Out of nowhere, the man is thrown against the wall and has his arm broken. For this reason, the leader says that all of this is the fault of the girl who broke his brother's shoulder. Even saying that she is a doctor and could take a look at the injury, the trio of thieves does not accept the deal. He is demanding that the girl pay for all the treatment her injured brother will have to undergo at a professional clinic. Getting involved in the discussion, the doctor's friend says that this doesn't make sense, further irritating the fat man. Fortunately, before he can hit the girl, the protagonist appears holding his arm. With a simple slap, he sends the man flying far away, easily. As he approaches the injured man, he asks why his arm is broken, as if it were a toy. But this irritates his doctor friend, as she thinks it's wrong to break the arms of strangers. When the girl asks if it hurts, the man is very scared and lies, saying that everything is fine. The rest get up, saying they have already healed from their injuries and don't need any greater worries. In seconds, everyone starts to run in fear of the protagonist, even though they have genuinely been hurt. He asks why his friend is worried about people like that who only want to cause trouble. The girl in red asks if the protagonist is his friend's new boyfriend. However, the doctor says that her friend is nothing but a crazy person. Even so, she thanks the man for helping them in this discussion that was about to get ugly. Meanwhile, the protagonist says he prefers actions to words and thanks for the gratitude. In fact, what he wants is to eat at the expense of his doctor friend without worrying about money. The shameless guy says he didn't spend the whole day lying on the clinic floor, as he is not lazy. And excitedly, he says he is dying to eat fish at least once. In the forest, the trio of bandits is arguing about who will buy some alcohol. Unfortunately, the thief managed to steal something at the last second and didn't come empty-handed for this moment. Extending his hand, he shows that he has 10 coins in the bag that were stolen. The person in the shadows says that this is enough, and they can have fun working. The hungry one complains that the food was not enough for the 3 people to have dinner. He says that his friend ate the most and is still asking for a little more. Surprising everyone, the girl shows some gold coins to buy more food. Seeing their friend run at full speed, the girls grumble that he looks ridiculous. While running, the hero passes by the long-haired guy who is walking towards the clinic. From afar, the long-haired guy comments that the doctor still has the same great personality as before. In some random temple, the lord of the place finally arrives with his waiting men. Impatient, he orders everyone to start working immediately. With the city crowded, the vendor argues with the protagonist to stop messing with the food. She gets even more irritated when he asks to sample a steak for free. This is one of the worst customers she has ever served and wonders how to get rid of him. A gang of bandits approaches the vendor to ask how business is going. In an act of defiance, the girl shouts that she will not sell anything to those men. One of the bandits blackmails her, saying that her father is sick and she needs to sell to pay for the treatment. Approaching, he comments that he heard about a masked man who has been robbing people. The girl, indignant, accuses the gang of being a bunch of cruel murderers. Even so, they all laugh and claim that they may be that, but they are also great warriors. The leader threatens the vendor, saying that she could get hurt for not having powers and that it is their job to protect the store. Acting strangely, the man says he doesn't care if someone reports his actions to the league. He also states that the vendor is too young to understand the situation she is involved in. To make matters worse, the men start messing with the store's items, as if they were going to teach a lesson, but they didn't count on the presence of the protagonist in the same environment. Irritated, he thinks he just came to buy meat and now those men are causing trouble. To provoke him, the bandit throws all the meats into the air, making them fall to the ground. The protagonist gets so furious that he delivers a powerful kick, sending the man flying away. The impact is so strong that the leader of the bandits is surprised by the scene. Even being powerful, the protagonist dresses like a beggar and appears clumsy. He praises the boy and says he admires his courage for attacking one of the strongest members of the gang. The hero, getting up, jokes that the bloody horse has so many groups that it should change its name to Horse with Many Arms. This makes the man want to teach a lesson to the protagonist, even though he is just a young child. To start the battle, the bandit's plan is to take the girl hostage while she tries to defend herself. Fortunately, at the last second, the hero pulls the swordsman away, still irritated by the meat incident. With a powerful blow, he completely destroys his opponent, giving no chance for a reaction. That impact was so strong that the fallen opponent's body kicked up dust in the arena. The leader of the bandits is left speechless, believing that his enemy is highly skilled. Taking advantage of the gap left, he tries to launch a surprise attack from behind to win unfairly. However, the hero manages to defend himself and counterattack, sending the man flying far away. He complains once again about the meat that was thrown away, the true reason for his revenge. The blow was so strong that it took away the bandit's movements, who now begs to be saved. The vendor remembers that her savior took a long time to choose which meat to buy. She also recalls the moment when she begged for help on the streets of the city. She is surprised by a man who says that things like that will keep happening if she resists. Finally, the girl feels happy with the presence of the protagonist, who aggressively saved her day. Before even letting her fallen foe finish speaking, the hero breaks part of the bones in his body. Unable to move, the bandit can barely get irritated when he notices that his men are just watching him. Without patience to fight, the hero orders the remaining enemies to clean up the mess and flee. In seconds, the survivors pick up the fallen bodies of their companions and try to escape. One problem is that, before letting them go, the hero demands they fix the shop. With the stolen money, the thieves manage to pay the compensation right away. The bag only contains 10 coins, enough just to repair the damages of the shop. When the seller thanks for the help, the protagonist replies that he only did it because they were bothering him. A funny scene occurs when the hero says he has always been against bandits. But, as always, he tries to ask for a discount, claiming to be a poor wretch with no money at all. at all. Running back to the clinic, he comments to himself that he didn't need to have gotten such a big discount. Back at the shop, the sick girl's father hears the news that they already have the money for the repairs. The good news is that inside the bag, there were 10 gold coins, enough also to pay for the man's treatment. In the temple, the bandit leader complains about the events and orders his henchmen to recover. He states that these conditions only apply in life or death situations and commands them not to disturb anymore. The bandit realizes that people might try to take advantage and attack him at any moment. He also notes that even the doctor from the clinic seems to be a cruel person, interested in restoring the city's military strength. The blonde considers his client an idiot and wonders why there are still generous people with him. When insulted, the hero shouts for the man to shut up before he breaks all his bones again. The hairy one goes to the front of the clinic, where a girl named Yumi is learning medicine. He is there to check on the progress of the apprentice's work. At night, the trio of friends happily celebrates finally having a hearty meal. The only one who is not satisfied is the protagonist, who complains that the food ran out quickly. During the conversations, the doctor explains that she left her old clinic because she wanted independence. However, everything is interrupted when a duo of adventurers appears, begging for help. Immediately, the doctor asks for the injured person to be brought inside. The medical procedures are not going well, which makes the girl wonder what happened. She discovers that the two had been attacked during a secret mission by the Murim League. Fortunately, the situation begins to improve, bringing relief to the woman. The warrior only asks to cover the wound, as they need to take him to a better clinic. Unfortunately, the injured man cannot hold on for much longer, and first aid needs to be completed. The plan is to take him to a larger clinic to seek help, as the current place does not inspire confidence. The night goes on, and the trio remains focused on trying to stop the bleeding with herbs and water. Impatient, the hero crushes all the herbs at once to speed up the mixture. After complaining, the doctor ends up thanking her friend's help, who finally decided to contribute. The procedures continue with the use of various cloths and medical strategies. The doctor finally realizes that the injuries did not hit the intestines, which relieves her. But the problem is that she cannot do much if the man in front of her is an elite warrior. Once again, the mixture of herbs and water is applied to the wounds to try to heal him for good. The girl in red remembers that her friend Yumi was the one who invented this type of medicine. After some time, the doctor manages to perform a good suture and puts the man to rest. Meanwhile, running at full speed through the city, the warrior tries to reach the larger clinic. Suddenly, he feels the strange presence of some men following him through the streets. A malevolent blonde appears, claiming he knew his opponent would be there. He gets irritated upon realizing that his last target still managed to survive after his brutal attacks. Back at the clinic, the girl comments that she doesn't know how many herbs they used in the treatment and fears they won't have money to replenish. The problem is that, since they are not very well known yet, the herbs are expensive in the market. This drives the hero into despair, thinking he will end up in debt and have to eat grass for the rest of his life. He reflects that it will be a problem for both, as no one wants to spend their life eating something other than meat. On the rooftops of the clinic, a strange guy watches the women talking from afar. He recalls the insults he received from the warrior upon realizing that his attacks were not sufficient. Unfortunately, the mustached man had been foolish and revealed the location where he took the injured friend. In light of this, the blonde proposes the idea of eliminating one of the doctors from the clinic, but another man retorts, saying that this would raise unwanted suspicions. The truth is that the bandit is a liar and does not intend to pay any of his subordinates. After a few moments of talking to himself like a lunatic, he claims that his next plan is to eliminate everyone at the location. Suddenly, the protagonist appears beside him, asking what is so funny. At the last second, a claw attack is fiercely launched toward his face. Upon arriving at the clinic, the man sees a thug complaining about how he was treated by the doctor on site. The thug, surrounded by other criminals, says that all of this is just an exaggeration and that it wasn't really like that. Now the mustached man's plan is to buy time, taking advantage of the doctor in front of him. When he speaks about where the injured patient is, another thief interrupts, complaining and asking what is happening. A discussion begins between the two for a completely nonsensical reason. The group of the long-haired man recognizes the man in front of him, who should be working elsewhere. With great anger, he approaches the mustached man and asks what he is doing there. This becomes a problem because if something happens, his plan will go down the drain and be discovered. Before his lie is revealed, he manages to improvise, saying that his colleague was injured and is being treated. The revelation makes the long-haired man run off, leaving the doctor and the team members behind. Back at Yumi's clinic, the protagonist is brutally attacked. Fortunately, at the last second, he manages to dodge the blow and appears on the other side. Impatient, the tiger claw charges at the hero, wanting to end the battle quickly. The boy manages to stop the attack with a powerful punch that breaks the enemy's armor. Then, he ironically asks if the guards of the Murim League are only paid to not work in the city. The blonde becomes desperate, now without his claws, and realizes he needs to escape. As he runs, he admits that it won't be easy to defeat his opponent using only one armed hand, but the hero easily catches up to him and, in a sarcastic tone, asks for a little money as if he were a beggar. Fallen on the ground, the enemy is surprised by a league of men dressed in white. They claim they managed to find their partner thanks to a body lying in the city. While they talk, the protagonist, out of patience, interrupts and asks why his questions have not yet been answered. That same night, the Shadow Sword runs through the city in search of his injured colleague. His greatest fear is that little Yumi is in danger amidst that chaos. Quickly, he realizes there are about 50 people around him, all screaming. As a true leader, he orders his subordinates to head to an alternate location and advance. Meanwhile, the protagonist continues to crush his opponents with powerful punches. The blonde watches, terrified, unable to believe that this is really happening. After all, the hero has already defeated 3 enemies in a matter of seconds and doesn't even seem tired. In light of this, the masked one's plan is to attack all together, not giving him a chance to dodge. Surrounded by warriors dressed in white, the protagonist finds himself in a complicated situation. Even so, when he is attacked, he notices something strange. His rival's blade has no blood. This happens because he managed to jump at the right moment and counterattack with all the strength of his leg. In a matter of seconds, he defeats all the masked ones with precise and devastating punches. enemies. Finally, he approaches the Tiger Claw, who now has no escape. The thugs clearly show fear of the protagonist approaching and defeating them all. He asks if those people are also helpers of the bloody horse in the city. His assumption was correct, as the blonde is also one of the right-hand men of that evil man. The man claims he will show the true power of those who follow the horse gang. White-masked individuals known as blood beings are revealed as a task force. The remaining 25 members advance together against the protagonist. Surrounded by skilled swordsmen, the hero waits for the movement to counterattack. The orders from the right-hand man are clear: attack mercilessly and destroy the MC with lethal blows. However, in a matter of seconds, the boy disappears from the battlefield, leaving everyone confused. Suddenly, he reappears, stomping so hard on the ground that bursts of stones are launched at the enemies. The impacts are so powerful that most are defeated with little effort. The hero jokes that, as he imagined, his opponents were not as strong as they claimed. Some members still resist, but the protagonist makes sure to defeat them easily. Using his legs and arms, the martial artist eliminates the last masked ones without difficulty. Upon defeating the last of them, several gold coins fall to the ground, surprising the boy. The blonde, realizing his greed, tries to blackmail him, offering bribe money. Knowing he has no chance, he offers 1,000 gold coins for the hero to leave him alone. But the attempt fails, as the protagonist realizes that the blonde is nothing but a ruthless thug, just like the others before. Meanwhile, at the clinic, the girls chat while the hairy man observes from afar. He orders his men to protect the young women without drawing attention. The investigation continues as the Shadow Sword finds the defeated bodies on the arena floor. Upon analyzing the condition of the opponents, he concludes that a mysterious warrior is surely behind these kind acts. However, his main objective is to find the traitor who freed someone they shouldn't have. His second order is for his friend, Selkisu, to find out what the mustached man was doing at the clinic earlier. After all, the investigator believes he might be the real traitor. The doctor claims that the girl was seriously injured, but she is already much better. In a friendly manner, he offers to pay for the medicines used on Iomi. As they leave, the girl in red says goodbye to her best friend, promising to return. The next morning, the protagonist wakes up and finds his friend early in the day. She needs to go out to buy the medications that were used in the treatment of the previous injured person. With that, the hero offers to pay for breakfast, since he had earned good money from the fight. At the medical supply store, the girl is shocked by the prices of the items. Unfortunately, all the medications have gone up in price in recent days and are now much more expensive. To make matters worse, the 7-leaf plant is priced absurdly high. In light of this, the protagonist blackmails her to stay a few more days at his clinic. The strange thing is that only the prices of the medications have risen, while the rest of the city remains normal. It is explained that this happens because supplies are not being fully released. Meanwhile, a mysterious man, hiding his face, calmly chews on a mushroom. A man in the shadows asks if anyone has started investigating the case of the illegal substances. From what they heard, someone received money from the Muram League under the table. The theory is that the League hired someone from outside to investigate this case and uncover more information. It is commented that a big fight will happen in the future, as substances have been sold. The bald man, irritated to see his plan interrupted once again, wants to know who the investigator of the case is. There is no more concrete information. The only certainty is that the Muram League is involved in everything. The orders are clear: release the elite warriors, capture the enemies, and extract as much information as possible. The boy is disturbed to hear that he will need to prepare to fight in a case of such difficulty. Meanwhile, the hairy man heads towards a destroyed house, not knowing who the owner is. He raises some hypotheses and asks about a reliable master from the senior director of the corporation. A suspicious detail is that this master spent a large sum of money. The detective believes that the mustached man might be the traitor, as he seems to have a connection with the bloody horse. Shortly after, some thugs approach wanting to make easy money and ask why the house is destroyed. While the charlatan spoke, the accomplice of the robbery realized he recognized the hairy man from somewhere. He was startled to recognize that he was, in fact, the great shadow swordsman. Unable to warn his colleague, the two were punished, and it is revealed that they were going to become right-hand men. The investigator questions how two such weak fools could occupy such a position. His theory is that someone is trying to interfere with his investigation, and he needs to find out who it is. In another part of the city, the protagonist and his friend talk about running out of money to buy what they need. The streets, dangerous even during the day, soon become the stage for another threat. A group of thugs begins to approach. A redhead asks the duo to accompany him for a while, without explaining why. The girl, trying to buy time, asks silly questions to the thieves in front of her. The leader, smiling, tells her to stop thinking so much and just follow him immediately. The question that surprises the protagonist is whether he could defeat that bunch of weak thieves. Hurt in his pride for having his skills underestimated, he reacts with anger. In a matter of seconds, to prove his strength, he throws an opponent against the wall. But soon a problem arises. The young mage is taken hostage by someone silent. Fortunately, the hero, with almost divine reflexes, manages to save her without being noticed. He becomes furious with the situation, as he cannot stand seeing people pointing guns at his friend. Shouting at everyone, he demands to know what they were trying to do with her. When the girl asks him to defeat them all, the boy covers his face, stating it was an ugly sight. He also covers her ears, picks her up, and jumps away, placing her safely near a tree. Back on the battlefield, the hero easily destroys all the enemies. Noticing that a masked man is trying to escape, he practically teleports and attacks him with force. The impact is so intense that it makes the ninja hit his head against the ground and become vulnerable. The protagonist approaches and asks which hand the masked man used to point the knife earlier. However, the enemy was cunning and had another blade hidden, attempting a surprise attack. Unfortunately for him, the hero is faster and inadvertently makes himself attack with his own weapon. The girl continues covering her eyes and ears in the forest. Her friend is taking so long that she starts to wonder how much longer this will take. Suddenly, he appears claiming he spoke kindly with those people. Curious, the girl wants to ask where those men were going to take them, but everyone is unconscious, unable to respond. That's because the protagonist is not good at controlling his strength, especially when he is very angry. He then suggests they rest a bit after all this widespread fighting. The bald man is is irritated to discover that all his warriors were defeated using a technique of torture and attack. This technique is a specialty of the Bloody Horse, and it was impossible for others to use it. The man is nervous because he knows someone wants to hunt him down, but he has no idea who it is. Another piece of news is that a certain Joe wants to meet him secretly later. This is good news, as this person knows something about what is happening in the city. While preparing to eat, the protagonist wonders where his friend is. He waits a long time in the town square until his colleague arrives. At the same time, the bald man passes by to meet a swordsman who is in the shadows. The conversation doesn't take long to turn into an argument between the two about the difficulties they have been facing. The mustached man cannot handle the situation, as he is taking care of an elder and could lose his life in this dangerous game. Suddenly, the doctor falls to the ground near the two men. Uncomfortable, she gets up and says she slipped upon realizing that the warrior was in front of her. Fearing being discovered, the swordsman lies, saying he is on a secret mission while wondering if he was heard. The girl, also scared, lies saying she was just looking for medical supplies. Wanting to get out of this scene as quickly as possible, she wishes them a good job and says goodbye. While the men wonder who that girl is, the hairy one in the background seems to recognize her. He shouts that the girl was the one investigating the price of medicines recently. Startled, the girl quickens her pace and runs away, fearing that the henchmen will start their pursuit. As she turns the corner, the doctor runs into the medicine thief, the same one who went to her clinic and didn't pay. However, frightened, the thief grabs the girl and asks to run before the men catch them. At that moment, the mustached man appears, ordering them to stop fleeing. The swordswoman also knows that man and wonders what he is doing there. Approaching, the mustached man tells the two to follow him in silence, promising to spare their lives. But they know that is a lie, and that if they obey him, they will likely end up dead. When a blade is pointed at her face, the man claims he will defeat both of them effortlessly. Unfortunately, the medicine thief will only manage to buy a little time before being defeated. But that is exactly what the doctor needs to put her plan into action. Still in the square, the protagonist hears something happening in the distance with his keen senses. The thug is cruelly mocking Yumi's small clinic. The girl's plan is to make her friend discover her location before time runs out. However, the mustached man says his patience has run out and that he is tired of waiting. As he approaches, the two girls continue talking to try to buy more time. As he pulls out the blade, something rushes by at high speed near the swordsman, catching his attention. Before he can fully draw his weapon, he realizes that the two girls have suddenly disappeared. Startled, he feels the presence of someone extremely dangerous approaching and starts to run, filled with fear. This is the perfect opportunity for the duo to escape their enemies. Unfortunately, the doctor is too good to leave someone injured behind and decides to wait. The protagonist appears before the mustached man, who believes no witness will see what is about to happen. He remembers when he saw him for the first time and how he knew his strength was absurd. Believing he is skilled enough to win, the mustached man charges forward, claiming he will not fail. Using all his speed, he tries to cut the opponent in half with his sharp blade. Even being hit, the powerful protagonist just smiles with a malevolent air. Using all his strength, the man strikes his opponent squarely while shouting in rage. Believing he had managed to cut him, the boy escapes serious injuries by dodging. The enemy continues to unleash a series of blows, but the protagonist easily evades them all. The fight takes them from wall to wall through the city, as both move quickly between attacks. Finally, the bearded man realizes that the protagonist is retreating on purpose and has a plan in mind. With a smile on his face, the boy explains that, in this place, it will be better to hear his opponent's suffering. At another point in the city, the doctor wonders why everything is so quiet. The swordsman understands that his enemy didn't want the girl to hear the fight between the two. Seeing the protagonist relaxed, he claims that the boy will regret seeing how powerful he is. Using a skill that protects all sides of his body, he believes he won't be hit at all. The boy picks up a stone from the ground and throws it with all his might towards the dome. Upon collision, the stone shatters into several fragments that pierce the magical barrier. Surprised, the man has no time to react and tries to resist as much as possible before falling. Defending himself as best he can, he is shocked by how easily the boy destroyed his barrier. He wonders what technique the boy is using, as he never imagined his defense could be broken like that. The hero approaches and lands 2 punches in the mustached man's stomach, praising his pain resistance. The impact is so strong that it sends him flying, ending the fight definitively. This surprises the protagonist, who didn't expect to win with just 1 blow because he wanted to ask questions. The doctor begins to worry, as her friend has not returned and may be in danger. Suddenly, the hero appears from behind, startling her with his presence. Seeing her fall to the ground, he asks if she is okay and offers to help her up. The girl confesses that she was anxious, believing something bad had happened during the battle. The boy feels a bit embarrassed, admitting that he ended up defeating the enemy when he only needed to capture him. He is even more surprised when his friend thanks him for all the help in that delicate situation. Excited, the doctor says she will continue the good work and offers to buy more meat. Curious, she asks the protagonist to teach her the so-called secret method he often mentions. But the boy refuses, stating that his friend can learn much more by saving lives than by fighting. It is revealed that someone was sent to investigate the distribution of illegal substances. The girl in red, however, did not expect to find the doctor and the mustached man at the same time. Still, this proves to be good news, as she is managing to achieve her goals ahead of schedule. Apparently, the doctor mentioned that someone would fight soon, but no one quite understands what that means. Waking up in the clinic, the duo asks themselves the same question the mysterious man did the night before. Unfortunately, the doctor herself does not know the answer, which leaves the MC suspicious about the situation. Meanwhile, the long-haired man is in front of a temple, commenting that his workplace changes every 2 years. The two discuss someone with a great personality and a respectable relationship with the city's warriors. While talking, the investigator discovers who healed him when he needed it most. He states that if it weren't for the doctor's help, the man would already be in heaven by now. Then he asks, if this news were reported to the elder, who would he believe? Even so, the detective knows that the old man has no choice but to expose the mustached man because of his actions. The injured man understands that his friend will be defeated due to the boss's harsh nature and says that if needed, he will answer everything he knows. Back in the bald man's office, the subordinate informs that they have finally found the doctor. With that, everyone is eager to go to the clinic and meet her in person. person. Desperate, they mount their horses and knock on the door of the place, catching the doctor's attention. Lying, the boy says that his youngest son is vomiting his guts out and urgently needs care. Seeing his friend being taken away, the hero notices that the carriage clearly belongs to someone very wealthy. And, with his typical good humor, the only thing he asks is whether any meal will be served after the treatment. While cleaning the house, the girl praises her friend for being a good listener to problems. Suddenly, the henchman arrives lying about his son. The place where the woman is being taken is far from the city, in the middle of the forest. In a foolish manner, the man did not think about what the child could have eaten to reinforce his lie. To make matters worse, they need to stop the carriage, as they find a body lying in the middle of the road. The doctor needs to help the injured boy and realizes that her throat is burning. Trying to lead the girl into the trap, the henchman says he doesn't have time to deal with this right now. Seeing that the doctor wants to help the injured, the long-haired man tries to force her to accompany him. At that moment, the protagonist arrives to save the day and asks to release her. He questions why they are holding his friend's hand so tightly and tells them to leave her alone. In the distance, the bald man becomes scared upon seeing the whole scene and hearing his target's voice. His plan was to escape, but he believes it would be even harder to get away now. Apparently, the mask he puts on is magical, and the man didn't expect to need to use it again. The bodyguard claims it is an honor to see his master wearing the mask once more. As he walks towards the trio, the man says he will make them pay for forcing him to use this item. While lecturing the henchman, the protagonist hears the villains approaching. Once again, the hero asks his friend to cover her ears, but she responds that she had a tough childhood, and it's fine. The masked man then says he will deal with the arrogant protagonist alone. This bodyguard is ordered to capture the doctor while she heals the injured. However, at the moment the boy approaches, the MC attacks him and throws him away. Impatient, he tells his opponent to stop playing around and fight seriously. This frightens the bald man, who realizes the strength of his opponent even unprepared. Even so, he believes he will win, claiming he will show what true strength is. His muscles become hard as rock, strong enough to break sharp blades. Activating his power, majestic force, his body becomes completely buffed as he shouts his own name. But this irritates the protagonist, who thinks the enemy talks too much. The buffed man charges with all his strength and tries to deliver a precise punch. Fortunately, the MC is quick and manages to block the blow effortlessly. This startles the brute, who begins to suspect that his opponent is one of the strongest masters of the generation. Seeing that he is going to lose, he tries to change the course of the fight with small talk. Suddenly, a crowd starts to pour out of the house asking for the doctor's help. All those people have burned throats and plead for assistance. Unfortunately, this is the perfect opportunity for the masked man to flee from the fight he was about to lose. The problem is that he can't leave his henchmen's bodies behind or cause trouble with anyone. But, like a coward, he runs away and leaves his friends behind. The hero chases him and won't let him escape this time. With just a light slap, he sends him flying towards his accomplices. The impact is so strong that it destroys half of the bald man's mask. Fortunately, the hero doesn't notice who is behind it, as he needs to help his friend with the sick. Once again, this is the perfect chance for the bald man to escape with his allies. The protagonist notices that the enemy has escaped but decides to prioritize the injured crowd. He is calm and confident that he will capture his rival sooner or later. As he flees, the villain is exhausted and drops his accomplices to the ground. He becomes irritated when he remembers the crowd that disrupted his plan to extort the doctor. His mind is a chaos as he wonders when everything started to go wrong. Now that his face has been revealed to the MC, he believes he will be defeated, no matter how much money he spends. Finally, it is discovered that all the people were poisoned. That's why their throats were burning. Suddenly, the doctor feels something and gets startled. If she continues to treat these people without prior care, she will also end up being poisoned unintentionally. Assistant doctors arrive and begin to investigate the type of poison used on these victims. They are talking about the poison created by Bloodhorse himself, as the symptoms are identical. The girl in red appears frightened, thinking that her friend had been kidnapped. Fortunately, the hero was there and managed to save the doctor at the moment she was captured. The only problem is that he couldn't see the kidnapper's face before he fled. Shortly after, the detective arrives at the fight area and notices the fragments of the broken mask scattered on the ground. The team knew this masked man and had fought against him in the past. They discovered that the man survived the fall from the mountain and only pretended to be dead. The assistant becomes angry, believing that it was his fault the masked man managed to escape. Even so, the long-haired man remains calm, confident that he will be able to capture all the thieves. Strategically, he begins to devise a plan to better understand the whole story. They remember a guy who was asking about the doctor near her house. Hiding the names of the suspects, they decide that now is the ideal time to investigate further, especially after the attempted kidnapping of Yumi, which gives the team even stronger reasons to hunt the masked man. The problem is that the patient and the residents of the clinic don't remember anything because of the effects of the poison. The next day, they go to talk to the only suspect who remains in the clinic. Directly, the boy explains that he is from the League and is there to investigate what happened last night. Recalling the moment, the girl was just putting away the horses with her friend. Immediately, the MC comments that the horse should be kept as a reward since the owner fled. From now on, the animal will be called Lightning, and the doctor can use it whenever she needs. The MC reveals that his friend saw the man responsible for destroying the entire village. But the girl feels uncomfortable seeing the two boys excitedly discussing the investigation. The rookie, on the other hand, gets even more excited, believing he will be praised by the superiors. The problem is that the protagonist describes someone different from the true masked man he faced. Unaware that he is mistaken, the boy thanks him, thinking the information will be useful for the investigation. But the hero admits to himself that he did this just to protect his new horse. He believes that if he told the truth, the League would find out and end up taking the animal. Confident, the MC says he doesn't need the help of the Murim League, and they will capture the villains themselves. The detectives are embarrassed by the absurd description made by the protagonist. After all, the person they are looking for is clearly a man, not a leaf thief. The investigators don't understand why the MC would lie just to help the doctor with her work. Soon, the long-haired one discovers that the two are living together together due to lack of money. And to make matters worse, there isn't much information about the MC in town. No one knew him before he showed up there. Wanting to close the case, the long-haired one comments that there is a connection between the bloody horse and the man who tried to capture the doctor. Moreover, the right-hand man of the villain seems to have a direct connection to the masked man. From the bloody horse's actions, it is clear that he uses his own henchmen as disposable. After reflecting, the investigator discovers the true identity of who is hunting. The boy with the broken hand admits that 5 assassins could defeat a man with a surprise attack, but the bald man complains that he paid a high price for those assassins and expected more skill from them. Impatient, he decides that he will lead the next mission personally and asks for help from his allies. He warns that this is the time to prove they truly deserve to be the right hand of the bloody horse. Ironically, the henchmen themselves already regret getting involved in this mess. Meanwhile, the trio of heroes walks through the city, completing small tasks. An elderly woman thanks the doctor for saving her neighbors from poisoning. The good news is that they received enough money to have a great dinner that night. However, the passage to the restaurant is narrow, and the hero needs to store the horse at the clinic before running back. Using his incredible speed, he does all this without being noticed. But upon returning, he notices the villains hiding near the clinic and draws their attention. When discovered, the enemies prepare for a brutal fight. The bald man's luck is that the MC still hasn't realized he is the masked man from before. Irritated, the assassin shouts that it was that boy who broke his hand. Innocently, the protagonist replies that he has never seen him before and didn't do any of that. But upon recognizing his opponent, the bald man prepares for a new battle and this time promises not to lose. The boy is late because it takes him a while to bring the carriage back. In the meantime, the 2 girls end up being ambushed by a group of henchmen. All these men seem to be after Dr. Yumi, and the way they acted made everything even more suspicious. This infuriates the protagonist, who hates anyone who dares to put his friend in danger. The villain appears, arrogantly claiming that he paid a high price for the best assassins he could hire. Confused, the hero tries to remember where he knows that familiar voice from, until suddenly, he realizes it was the same man who wore the black mask the day before. Without wasting time, the villain orders his henchmen to attack. The problem is that if the MC tries to escape, he will be hit by the assassins hiding on the rooftops. Convinced of victory, the villain asserts that his enemy will fall without escape. But with style and confidence, the MC grabs his opponent's blade with his bare hands without any protection. At that moment, 2 other assassins advance, trying to catch him off guard. Without any effort, he defeats them one by one, leaving the rest in panic and fleeing. While finishing off one of the enemies, the disguised assassin tries to attack from behind. With a devastating kick, the protagonist hits him squarely, breaking all his teeth. Realizing he overdid it with the force, he drops the unconscious body of the green-clad man on the ground, ending the fight. On the rooftop, the last assassin watches everything, terrified. He never imagined he would fight someone so powerful. The hero jumps up and calmly asks if the boy also intends to attack him like the others. When the assassin lies, he simply smiles and says he won't be fooled, striking him precisely on the head. Now, only one enemy remains, the boy with the cut hand. He trembles at the sight of his companion's body being thrown aside. As he tries to flee, he is caught by the neck. The protagonist lifts him into the air and begins to interrogate him. Meanwhile, the real coward, that bald man, takes advantage of the chaos and tries to escape. But this time, the trick doesn't work. The hero catches up to him, throws him against a tree, and corners him. Approaching, the MC reveals that the surviving assassin has already disclosed the exact location of the boss. However, the bald man was prepared for this situation and shouts, calling his allies hidden in the shadows. Laughing disdainfully, he says he knew the protagonist had separated from his friends on purpose. Furious, the hero grabs him by the mouth and threatens, saying that if anything happens to his friend, he will regret it. Sometime later, the team of detectives arrives at the scene and finds the bodies of the henchmen scattered on the ground. They soon realize that the target of these men was indeed one of the 100 great masters of the world. The boy lost contact with the man known as Jung, who has disappeared. Not knowing what will come next, the investigator's plan is now simple: capture the target as soon as possible. Meanwhile, the right-hand man of the bloody horse appears, tired of seeing his organization being defeated. People from a certain clinic develop a special ability called internal disciple vision. If this vision is penetrated, the affected person feels an indescribable pain in their body, but he remains calm, knowing that the doctor does not have this ability and only likes to scream at everyone who approaches. Moreover, the girl in red seems to be some kind of demon. The girl's father is the god, Angsu said, and he warned her not to be impossible. Fortunately, her friend says that when accidents happen, she will be there to help. The thug knows that if he attacks someone, Angsu said, he will be attacked back and defeated. When the leader of the thugs was thinking of fleeing, his henchman asks to be taken along. Cowardly, the man asks to be let go, but is struck by the protagonist. Suddenly, the MC manages to defeat the last thief in the area and asks what happened. Having the bald man as a hostage, he states that he will begin an interrogation, as he was only hearing nonsense. Throwing the defeated man to the ground, he asks what he thinks of everything happening in the battle. The suspicion is that the man is very injured and could die at any moment. Fortunately, the doctor is there to help when she is surprised by her friend poking the man's head. Shoving a sharp stick into the man's head, she knows the tension to endure as much as she can. Suffering greatly, the bald man screams that these cheap tricks don't work on him. Curious to know if this is true, the protagonist proposes to put more sticks on the forehead of his hostage. Guyu escaped from the Murim League just after joining the Bloody Horse Gang, and since the League cannot capture these gang members, they end up creating extensive groups. While explaining the entire situation they are in, he stealthily pulls a potion from his clothing, claiming that the original plan was to annihilate their enemies with the Bloody Horse Gang. Curious, the doctor asks if this is related to the increase in the price of medical supplies. Irritated, the protagonist shouts, asking why he is trying to destroy the Murim League and poison people. It is explained that when people are poisoned, they become more susceptible to control, which can disrupt the security of the area. Pulling the vial from his pocket, he states that he will not surrender and throws the vial at the doctor. At the last second, the protagonist protagonist explodes the poison, saving his colleague's life. Impatient, they need to go back to the clinic and quickly heal those in need. But the good news is that the protagonist is not easily poisoned in any way. It is said that the man is a gosu, which makes him quite strong. Irritated, he says he cannot promise that he won't defeat his enemy, as he is very angry. It is said that these two women defeated at least 10 thugs by themselves. Hidden, the detectives notice the difficulties with the pain that the patients are experiencing. The youngest has already spoken to this girl before, but no one believes him to send him on this mission. Apparently, the girl in red knows some people from the League, and it is the first time she has heard of this guy. Trying to save himself, the leader of the thugs says he is a spy for the League and is different from his henchmen. Suspiciously, neither of the two girls believes this guy for different reasons. Time passes, and the duo approaches to talk to the girl. Irritated, the uncle says he is only a year older and shouldn't be called that. The man is a great secret investigator of the Murim League and can be trusted. It would be very kind of the duo to clean up the fallen bodies from the ground. Even tired, the man accepts the task, but says once again that he is not an uncle. Finally, the protagonist manages to catch up with the fleeing bald man. Impatient, he says he has failed and that this fight is unfair. The MC understands that the long-haired swordsman claimed to be the right hand of the horse. Finally, the masked man realizes that all the defeats of his gang were caused by the protagonist over the days. In the end, he asks who the boy really is. The two girls are following the road, afraid of getting lost, but suddenly, the protagonist appears claiming he is good at following tracks, and he delivers the good news that he managed to capture the kidnapper from before. Joking, the protagonist claims he hit his enemy's head very hard 4 times. The investigators find a man still alive but quite injured. This is an old trick, which piques the curiosity of the long-haired one. Apparently, this man is the 4th defeated related to the mysterious warrior. Moreover, the detective is surprised to notice the scar on the bald man's chest. He finally realizes that this is the same mark made on the masked man, revealing his true identity to everyone. The swordsman's hypothesis is that all of this is revenge for the doctor who was being kidnapped shortly before. The question is how Yumi knows such a powerful master capable of helping her defeat her most dangerous rivals. Therefore, the long-haired one begins to suspect the protagonist, who resides in the doctor's home. The mysterious warrior is skilled, defeating loyal soldiers of the Bloody Horse. Even so, the boy does not believe that such a powerful master would waste time doing simple tasks. The plan now is to send the young man to the clinic to gather as much information as possible about the warrior. To ensure the success of the mission, the boy just needs to come up with an excuse to justify his presence in the area. To make matters worse, if the truth is being told, the masked man's plan makes no sense given all the circumstances presented. Probably someone is benefiting from all this chaos and using the Bloody Horse to target the elder. Still, the old man is not a simple man and certainly already has his own plans prepared. The next day, the protagonist notices that there are no patients in the clinic, which is calm. This is because the girl, tired of being attacked and kidnapped, decided to rest for a while. The lazy one wants to take advantage and rest for at least 10 days, claiming he has saved many people. Determined, the hero says he will go to the mountains to earn some money collecting leaves to sell. The doctor gets excited about the idea and tells the two to go together, preparing a lunchbox full of food. Unfortunately, for the investigators' bad luck, the clinic is closed, which delays the entire investigation. Meanwhile, the duo is in the middle of the forest, enjoying a grand feast. Suddenly, a little girl appears nearby and asks who the protagonist sitting there is. This same girl had been saved a few days ago by the doctor after eating spoiled food. It is said that, because of that plant used in the treatment, the girl met her grandfather for the first time. Additionally, her father is an investigator of the Murim League, known for his ability to track down evil people. In another part of the city, the detective is in a meeting with the respected elder. The plan that the villain had prepared was well thought out, and now the responsibility to stop everything falls on the man. To make matters worse, if the villains had not been defeated by the mysterious warrior, the plan would certainly have succeeded and put the entire city in danger. This means that the person behind all these actions must be furious at this moment. The problem is that everyone already knows that the elder has been getting increasingly irritated in recent days. The old man makes a joke, stating that if the plan had worked, he would be treated like a fool by everyone. The elder calls one of his henchmen to ask who interrupted his grand plan. Irritated, he shouts, demanding to know who the warrior is that defeated his strongest men. When the assistant confesses that he knows nothing, the elder orders, shouting that he seek more information as soon as possible. Meanwhile, in another clinic in the city, the masked man has been captured and is under constant surveillance. His condition is still stable, but there is a great mystery about who left him in this state. Upon entering the place, the swordsman is surprised to see the white-haired boy for the first time. He begins to wonder if the boy has any involvement with the attempted kidnapping. This would explain why the masked man acted that way, as he wouldn't waste such an expensive assassin. Still, the doctor claims there are other subordinates of the masked man around the city that need to be found. That same night, a mysterious figure emerges from the shadows and walks through the streets. The disfigured man groans in pain, searching for someone strong enough to confront. Due to the recent success in poison treatment developed by the doctor, the clinic has become quite popular in the city. The starving man believes his friend is now full of money and proposes they go out for dinner. Meanwhile, the young man watches the clinic from afar, trying to figure out if he can talk to the doctor. He continues to observe, unsure whether to enter or let her rest a little longer. Still, he remains there, watching intently, waiting for the right moment to speak with her. It's sad to know that the doctor's business isn't doing well, as no clients come to visit her. Even so, the long-haired man praises Junior for doing a good job, acting naturally. Another good piece of news is that the swordsman discovered information about the masked man's subordinates. One of them is named Zhang, an elder who is in search of rare medicinal items. It is still necessary to deepen the investigation, as there are other henchmen who remain at large. The girl in red appears just as the duo was going to buy some herbs and dinner. The protagonist's expression changes when she says she will give them some meat to eat. Suddenly, a crowd of poisoned people begins to wander through the city, groaning in pain. At that moment, the protagonist comes across a carriage in the midst of these monstrous people, but the doctor knows that everyone there is just poisoned and doesn't deserve to be beaten. The girl in red approaches and asks the hero to simply knock down the enemies without using force. Skillfully, the protagonist delivers precise kicks and punches, controlling the crowd of poisoned individuals. In another part of the city, the investigators are also fighting against the horde of enemies, trying to understand what is happening. They are the same victims contaminated by the substance from the threatening souls earlier. In the midst of the confusion, the protagonist disappears for a few moments before being noticed again. Even so, the swordsmen claim to be sure they saw him fleeing the scene. Meanwhile, the doctor continues trying to heal the poisoned victims from the brutal toxin that spread. Rolling up her sleeves, the determined woman says she needs to go after the other patients. The protagonist takes some needles from the carriage and helps as he can in treating the victims. Over time, the crowd of poisoned individuals begins to recover. This detoxification is relatively simple. Just concentrate fire energy in the needles to burn the poison. The girl is happy with her friend's help, even if the method was somewhat improvised. Something is wrong. Those people shouldn't be showing such severe symptoms in the middle of the night. Realizing that the poison has changed behavior, the two decide to go to the most famous clinic in the city. There, the doctors are gathered discussing what to do with the patients. The hero comments that it is impossible to completely control the strength and has given up trying. The other doctors pay attention to the doctor, recognizing her experience with herbs. Unfortunately, the girl doesn't have much free time, as she studies medicine and works to earn money. By consuming spiritual medicines, the power of those who eat them increases, and the protagonist admits to having eaten them all. The next day, bad news arises. The remaining herbs are not enough to treat all the patients. To make matters worse, the poisoned individuals become violent, and the League cannot contain the situation. This irritates the protagonist, who complains that the soldiers are not doing anything right. Remembering that the masked men tried to kidnap the doctor, the two decide to look for shops that sell masks to investigate clues. This is the moment for the protagonist to shine, believing he is great at recognition. In the Elder's temple, the assistant is harshly reprimanded for his incompetence. The original plan was to poison only a few people in the city, not cause a mass disaster. Irritated, the old man claims he is not responsible for this catastrophe. The man is furious, convinced that all of this is the fault of the bloody horse. In the city, hundreds have been poisoned, but fortunately, no one has died. This is a relief for the man, who can finally relax a bit after the chaos of the last night. For the doctor, who helped with the cure, they will give a monetary compensation and a certificate. Additionally, she also prepared an innovative treatment, deserving to be rewarded with a lot of money. For the first time, the hero seems smart by remembering where the medicinal herbs were, and he jokes that he has always been intelligent, but was always misinterpreted by people who thought he was crazy. Unfortunately, there isn't much medicine left due to the case from the previous night, making prices even higher. And people already know that the masked man was trying to make an extra profit from the lack of medical supplies in the city. One problem is that, upon checking the bandits' basement, no herbs were found. The duo's plan is to search the basements of the houses and try to find any clue as to where these herbs might be. This assistant bought a large quantity of medicine to sell after the market became more expensive. This old man doesn't believe that the horse would come this far just for a few coins and asks if there is anyone else suspicious. That's why the boy wants to find where the other medicines must be hidden somewhere in the city. The problem is that no one knows where it is, and the old man can't ask Zhang. Even so, the clever one already has a plan, claiming that this will cause great chaos in the city. With that, the assistant says he knows who they can trust and that he will solve this alone. In a hidden street, two people are talking about the price increase and the suffering it is causing in the city. The girl manages to guess where the medicines are and will surely help find them. At the same time, the MC's plan is to go back to where it all started and find the hidden items. While traveling, they come across an improvised clinic to treat the mass poisoning in the city. The doctor warns that his patient is not poisoned, asking him to go to other hospitals and clinics. Still, the man insists that he is poisoned and asks them to check his symptoms again. Violently, the city guard holds a man's head against the table. That's why the doctor needs to act quickly and find in his book what to do with this furious man. Afraid of messing up, he believes that only this needle can work since it is a known method. At the moment the treatment was being done, the doctor enters the clinic warning that they were doing it wrong. Preventing the doctor from finishing the injection, the hero places his hand in the way. Irritated, the girl starts arguing with the doctor, saying that the patient is not poisoned and the treatment wouldn't work. Even though she became famous for treating the poisoning, the doctor is still not known by everyone in the city. It is explained that the man believed he was poisoned because his colleagues were all showing symptoms of the disease. The good news is that he was carrying several medicines around the city to a nearby warehouse. The duo heads to the location, which is strangely silent. However, at the same moment, they encounter the herb thief from the beginning of the story. The girl continues to lie, claiming that she will pay when she gets the money for the debt. Following his colleague's orders, the protagonist teleports in front of the swordswoman. He becomes curious when called by a very strange name, the meaning of which he still does not know. But what they didn't know is that the girl was also hunting for the warehouse full of medicines. With that, the hero proposes that the three collaborate to find the necessary tools to save the poisoned. In another part of the city, a muscular man is wondering why these people are here, claiming that they came from a very high place and want the items from the warehouse. However, the long-haired man is calm and knows he already has the necessary information and doesn't need these people anymore. Time passes, and the man draws his sword, looking for a fight with the investigators. The same happens with the trio of protagonists, who come face to face with another ninja guarding the warehouse. Impatient, the boy starts running towards the MC, claiming that everyone will regret these actions. The funny thing is that the hero, even when hit, takes no damage at all for being so strong. Even so, this irritates the boy a lot, who turns ready to finish off his enemies with just one punch. In a matter of seconds, the hero grabs his opponent by the collar and throws him. He easily breaks the temple door, revealing eyes in the dark. Strangely, a crowd of people is inside the warehouse's basement. Now the girl can leave and leave the MC alone. In the boy's mind, it would be a big problem if the girl sold the medicine and became rich. On the other side, the shadow sword shows why its name is so famous, and says that if they tell everything they know, it will be merciful. The problem is that his right hand doesn't think this is the right place. Brutally, the hero continues knocking out his enemy. Unfortunately, the medicines found are far less than what the city needs. Suddenly, the protagonist jumps with his friend in his arms before the house collapses. Luckily, the hero saw a carriage carrying medicinal herbs approaching the location. The soldiers are irritated, wondering how all this happened. The girl's excuse is that her friend needs to control his strength so he doesn't faint out of nowhere. Seeing that he is being ignored, the soldier approaches, saying he is already very furious. Withstanding the attack, the boy quickly protects his companion. The blow was enough to tear the clothing and buy time for more men to arrive, destroying everything in his path with powerful punches, running towards the last swordsman with all the strength he has. The impact made him fly and see the man hiding in the trees. At the last second before attacking, he hears that he needs to control his strength and misses. In fact, the blow was much stronger than it should have been and causes an explosion in the forest. And he jokes, asking why his enemy fainted if he only took one punch. Finally, the investigators arrive at the location where the masked men were hiding the medicines. Having many warehouses throughout the forest, the long-haired man says he has no time to waste. The young man approaches, saying that the Archer of the Red Rose gave them the correct location with a note. This is a secret organization that travels the world capturing evil people. Upon arrival, the leader already knows that this is not the work of the archers when he sees how the people are defeated. These are indeed the herbs they were looking for, but they are far fewer than they needed. It is said that the owner of this place is crazy and gave the location to the boy because he is very powerful. Upon opening the doors, after following the man, they find several packages and a fallen man. The hero suspects that the unconscious person is responsible for the poisonings in the city. Upon analyzing the rice from the package, the girl concludes that it smells like soul-threatening poison. The people who ate this rice became disturbed, looking like zombies last night, and it is still unknown if the bloody horse is responsible for the poisoning. What happened the night before could happen again if more contaminated rice is in the city. To make matters worse, the evil substance could be in other foods besides rice. This makes the protagonist run towards the house. But then, the boy remembers that poison does not work in his body due to his powers. He puts a lot of energy into the needles once again, so that the divine energy wakes the unconscious person. After a while and several pricks, the person begins to open their eyes and is startled upon waking. In the carriage, the bodies are being moved while the duo theorizes about what happened. The girl wonders if it is very cruel to sell food with hallucinogens. The plan is to go to the clinic immediately before the Morim League arrives. Upon arriving at the location, the doctor is impressed to see the protagonist up close, and he recalls a conversation about fights that happened secretly with the swordswoman. Once again, the protagonist gets irritated when called by a name he does not understand. With the help of the clinic, all the medicines were released throughout the city in large quantities, and the crisis was resolved. Once again, the elder's plans were thwarted when he suffered a significant loss from buying the herbs, and he yells at his assistant for making this bad deal. The leader of the investigators is happy to know that the bad guy was harmed again. For this great occasion, the man wants to have a drink, but remembers he needs to wait for an event at any moment. Some time passes, and the duo stays together until the end of the crisis. In exchange for going to the city to buy more herbs, the girl says she will provide a meal in return. Upon refusing the food, the hero pulls his friend to show her something. Inside the carriage, there were still many packages of medicinal herbs from the masked man. After arguing, Yumi understands that they deserve to have these items for free. With that, they decide to go directly to dinner after changing clothes. With a passionate smile, the protagonist thinks that his friend deserves the best he can offer. This man is irritated with the person who ruined all the plans. Quan controls the information about this mysterious master, making it difficult to discover who he really is. This chubby guy is the informant and right-hand man of the Bloody Horse, who collects information in his bar. Reading a letter, he thinks he needs to figure out how to make the poison once again to get promoted. His target is to find the doctor, as she must know how to create the poison from scratch. The warrior is being reprimanded for having written down the names of some soldiers, explaining that she wanted to increase her group's reputation, because if the group's identity is revealed, it would be of great help to the leader. Unfortunately, every time a contribution like this is made, only the blonde finds out. Back in his office, the villain is still talking about the herb issue. Finally, he knows that a woman named Red Rose revealed the location. The assistant did a good job and is praised by his boss. The investigators think it was a coincidence that the doctor was in the same place as Rosa. The detective tells his friend to keep staring at him, as he won't give any explanation. A man arrives wanting to provide important information about the mysterious master, leaving the old man surprised to discover that they have finally identified the protagonist. On the map, incidents related to the mysterious master have been marked, and by drawing a circle, they realize there is a common area. Stopping right at the clinic in town, they believe the MC is a powerful master for having defeated the best assassins in his area. This leaves the old man confused about why the people at the clinic are interrupting his work. The assistant believes the target is not the old man, but rather the Bloody Horse, who also has influence in the region. The man's relief is knowing that it is still a secret that he worked with the horse some time ago. The hero is now wearing a much more modern outfit, a gift from his friend, but this confuses him, wondering if it's okay for her to spend money on that. Fortunately, the clinic is doing well, allowing the girl to save money to pay the rent. If his friend can pay off the mortgage, the boy asks for a bigger room. While they talk, a man appears wanting to know where the doctor is. Upon hearing he is from the Murim League, the girl is startled. The girl is going to collect her cash prize when the hero says she doesn't need to share. In a secret house, people want the doctor to return to producing the poison in the city. Attempting a kidnapping doesn't work, as the League is paying attention to the girl. This irritates the spy, as he knows they would be easily discovered. He argues with his colleague, stating that because of actions like this, they didn't receive the last operation from the horse. The hero is heading to his favorite place to order a rice soup. Looking through the door, the fat man notices the carriage. Upon delivering the dish, the man says the league receives most of their rice, and reflects that people stop complaining when they find out how the Murim warriors are treated. Irritated, he tells the protagonist to leave if he doesn't want to eat the little he has. Back at the carriage, the MC says he will remember this man's face very well. Elsewhere, while eating, the hero decides that the bar owner is a very bad man who deserves to be beaten. Unfortunately, the girl didn't receive the money, but something much better. However, as a poorly made joke, she only receives a letter of appreciation for her work. This irritates the protagonist, who curses the league for being stingy. Luckily, they find a check for over 100,000 coins. At the top of the tower, the girl is going to pay her debts and buy the place. The man becomes suspicious, as the paper was completely shredded. Anxious, the hero begins to talk about all of his friend's achievements and how she solved the poison problem. Upon hearing this, the banker thanks the girl for all the treatment that kept him alive. Fortunately, they will be able to exchange the money, even if the process is a bit slow. Suddenly, a man arrives saying they are in trouble due to a convoy being opened. The leader of the investigators gets angry upon hearing this and asks where his wife is, and he is curious to know why a man is being called the wife of a woman. He also questions why his colleague met with the girl earlier without informing him. Impatient, he orders them to send a task force immediately to defeat all the bandits. The protagonist says he won't let the enemies escape with all the money unpunished, but his friend wants him to leave that difficult task for the Murim soldiers to handle. She explains that they are just ordinary clients and that the banker has much more money saved. Talking to the elder, the MC requests a punitive force, but the request is denied. The villain says the real enemy is the Red Demon and the powerful masters of the city. This leaves the captain speechless, as even the bloody horse wouldn't dare to attack something like that. A big argument ensues between the two, who shout non-stop. Then, the old man mentions something about his colleague's house. Finally, the duo arrives at the location and finds two men. This is curious, as the process is happening quickly because the banker is someone important. With no more time to waste, the mustached man tells them to stay at the location for a while, and states that he has heard very good things about the doctor's reputation in case they need medical assistance. Upon hearing the proposal to hire his friend, the protagonist says he declines. At the same moment, the girl also says she won't accept and thanks for the offer. This makes the man nervous, as it was the most he could offer, offering then to pay the mortgage of the house for the doctor. This excites the girl, as she will be able to expand the rooms for her friend. The greedy one then asks how much he will earn in this deal. Very irritated, the man says there is nothing the protagonist can do to help him. The latter retorts, saying he won't accept less than 5 coins, and is still giving a good discount. The young man discovers that the Red Demon leads about 100 people, 30 of whom are powerful. They took the opportunity to attack, as the Lord was away from the city at the moment. Unfortunately, the group had already left the battlefield, making it very difficult to defeat the enemies of the Red Demon. Once again, negotiations continue between the 3 people, but they do not reach an agreement. Finally, the hero agrees, intending to protect his friend in the dangerous situations they will get into. This makes the mustached man happy, as he managed to negotiate very well. Night falls, and the duo of warriors is hungry, wondering when they will eat. The girl in red appears, as she had nothing to do at home. She gets irritated, as she knows that 5,000 coins is a very high price. Finally, the doctor appears, saying that her friend can leave if he wants, as there was no need to raise the cost to 5,000. The problem is that if the best friend refuses, the girl will have to do the same out of politeness. Even though it is not a good financial moment to hire people, bankers are still paying warriors. The fat man says that the Red Demon will be responsible for the silent kidnapping of Yumi. A duo argues in front of the henchman, who says that his friend is very skilled and someone you can trust. The girl in red remains irritated, as 5,000 coins is indeed an absurd price. In a funny way, Junior says that his friend will never be his girlfriend, as she is too good at martial arts. The girl believes that if the man in the relationship is weak, he will end up getting beaten up. The detectives suspect that the young man has already been beaten by his friend in the past. The girl yells at the man, saying that she is the one paying for the hiring. The hero retorts, saying that he will only go with his doctor friend, and that if they don't want to, both can leave. He asks what that mysterious phrase means, but no one in the city can explain. The boy appears, asking his friend not to mistreat those who are willing to help. The discussion continues, and someone comments that people don't care about capturing real villains. This girl is annoying and keeps defaming the warrior with nicknames. In the carriage, the duo mentions that they should have eaten a little before heading towards their goal. Salivating with hunger, they think about eating toasted steak, skewers, and other delights. Suddenly, a hail of arrows is launched as a surprise attack. With his magical knowledge, the MC believes it is a tornado spell. Alone, the warrior warns her friend not to approach the other girl, as she finds her very strange. Then, the two start arguing, as the annoying one didn't want the fighter to come help with this operation. The client admits that he was the one who offered all this charity to the doctor's clinic. Finally, the girl introduces herself and says she is the leader of the punitive force this time. She states that from now on, they can use her carriage, as the people they are going to meet are her uncle and herself. In the midst of all this talking, the hero, impatient, jumps in the direction from where the arrows came. He manages to catch, at the last second, one that was heading towards his friend. The orders for the warrior are to block everything that comes in the direction of Shumi and stay alert for greater dangers. The punitive force has 500 soldiers, but was attacked by the enemy and suffered several casualties. In the carriage, the man continues complaining about being hungry and not having eaten anything. Once again, he catches launches an arrow in the air, using his powerful reflexes at the last second. In the forest, the archers argue while preparing for a secret ambush. The plan is to remain hidden until dawn and launch more hailstorms of arrows. Suddenly, the protagonist appears, destroying everything he sees in his path, filled with rage against his enemies. Another surprise attack is made, but it is blocked by the fighter. Even being an ambush, the girl thinks about facing the archers head-on. Fortunately, the young man suggests checking if it is really a trap from the enemy. Unfortunately, the captain does not allow her colleague to go, thinking he is too weak for the job. In the middle of the forest, the hero continues hunting the archers one by one. He dodges powerful shots with impressive ease. He eliminates the enemies with precise and accurate punches. He uses his fists to hold the arrows while knocking out another opponent. Brutally, he grabs an archer and throws him against his own companion, taking down two at once. Lastly, the survivor is terrified by the protagonist's presence. Fearful, the boy lies, saying he wasn't the one who shot arrows at the girl, but the excuse doesn't convince the MC, who continues to shake him. The rich man believes his masters will be able to handle all the enemies pursuing them. When challenged, he asserts that he is in command and will lead everything personally. Inside the carriage, the trio eats delicious meats as a reward for the fights. The man is surprised to see fallen archers in such a surprising manner. His assistant confirms that the calculations are correct according to the arrows fired. This frightens the man, who doesn't understand who could do something like this in such a short time. The fighter also doesn't know what martial style was used, as everyone fell with just one blow. Then, the three start racking their brains trying to guess who the benefactor was. The Shadow Blade becomes one of the suspects due to his recognized efficient skills in the kingdom. Intelligently, the young man realizes that the helper is hiding inside the carriage, and after thinking a bit, he is sure that the protagonist is responsible for all those knockouts. Suddenly, the girl catches his attention with a slap, and the two start to talk. The discussion is to find out why the boy was staring at the carriage for so long. The wrongdoers talk among themselves and say they missed the chance to capture their target earlier, but they start laughing, claiming that next time they will do something much better. As the carriage stops, the rich man announces that the food will be distributed now, as the journey has become calmer. Riding at high speed, a woman tries to join the main force. Her hurry comes from the fear that her friends are heading straight into a cruel ambush. In the middle of the terrain, several ninjas jump from their horses and start the fight. With great skill, the woman breaks all the arrows coming her way. The enemy leader approaches, stating that she is much more interesting than the rumors suggested. This warrior in front of her is known as the leader of the Red Demons. Unfortunately, the girl doesn't know if she will be able to defeat the man in front of her before being eliminated. Then, they start discussing the ambush planned for the main force. The swordswoman's plan is to escape in time to save her friends from a distance. The problem is that she cannot abandon her men, as she has been fighting alongside them for over 10 years. While trying to decide what to do, a carriage approaches, catching her attention. Upon appearing, the hero wonders why everyone is blocking the way. The duo continues in the carriage, wanting to reach the checkpoint soon. The hero is doing this to get to eat the delicious snacks made by the cook before everyone else. While they talk, they come face to face with a crowd of enemy soldiers. The purple swordswoman is confused, wondering if these people are her reinforcements. The warrior is surprised to find her aunt, who can save the day with her skills. If they act well, they will surely be able to escape the situation if they think correctly. Drawing her blades, she starts to bluff towards her enemy to create an escape opening. Although it worked, the protagonist begins to debunk the bluffs, ruining the entire charade. Seeing that there is nothing more to do, the swordswoman prepares to get rid of her opponent as soon as possible. Holding the swords, she needs to be ready and trust Ayumi blindly in case any injury occurs. The problem is that the enemy squad also knows that the girl in the carriage is the famous doctor. Therefore, the blonde leader wants to take the talented girl along with his team to have her treat him for free. That was enough to annoy the protagonist, who begins to teleport and attack his enemies. With a powerful punch, he sends one of the men far away from the forest. Unfortunately, the blonde managed to dodge and returns cursing the MC for attacking him without warning. As he removes his clothing, he finally reveals that there was a golden shield in his stomach that protected him. That's why the protagonist felt something harder when he landed the blow. But the blonde has no right to complain, as he also used dirty strategies to defeat his enemies earlier. This time, it is the protagonist himself who challenges his opponent to a one-on-one fight. Preparing for battle, the man begins to energize his body and his sharp blade. As he approaches, the MC realizes that he already knows this technique from long ago and is not surprised. This is the technique of the 100 swords, where the more the user moves, the stronger the strike becomes. Unfortunately, the hero cannot block such a powerful attack and needs to dodge. Calmly, the boy says that everything is fine and that he will not dodge at all. This worries the doctor, who fears her friend might get hurt in this dangerous fight. To make matters worse, if he takes 10 steps back, it will be the perfect distance for the rival to land a fatal blow. With the technique finally ready, the man begins to grow stronger with each step he takes forward. Running and shouting, he claims that by the end of the fight, he will be the strongest. Seeing this scene, the girl warns that arrogance will be the downfall of her enemy. At the last second, the boy manages to move his arm to the side, dodging the attack that would have been fatal. Humiliatingly, the blonde falls to the ground but gets up with acrobatics before being defeated. Then, the MC explains that his friend had told him to dodge, which is why he lied. After thinking for a while, the villain realizes that his enemy obeys everything the doctor says without much thought. Even before he can take the girl hostage, he receives a powerful kick that sends him flying. To make matters worse, he crashes his back into a tree, letting out a scream that echoes throughout the forest. As he approaches, the hero makes all the enemies feel fear and retreat. Time passes, and the enemy is arguing with his subordinates about how they could fail at such a simple task. He wants to know who the strongest opponent on the rival side is, imagining it could be the girl in red. One hypothesis is that the girl named Jade Branca is among the strongest, and thus deserves attention. Moreover, it is known that she is the granddaughter of the Tower Chief, and that in a decade she could become one of the most powerful masters. Once again, the villain decides to kidnap his enemy before the worst happens. When they look at their carriages, they realize that nothing was stolen except for the horses, which had fled. The problem is that the secret compartment was taken along with the other valuable items. That was exactly what the villains wanted when they attacked them. Even being from the Murim League, having lost a lot of money, they need to think of an extra plan and can no longer divide the troops. This frightens the man, as he knows they are heading towards a fight against a powerful master. Fortunately, the team still has many strong masters capable of helping in this battle. Additionally, the protagonist is a more powerful master than anyone this woman has ever seen. He is only doing this to protect his friend, as he actually just wanted a room and food. Having done more than he should, he claims he will stay quiet and eat from now on. The girl believes that the hero was not hired for her squad, even though it costs a lot. This drives her to despair, as they need to recover the stolen money as soon as possible and need a helper. She knows that the hero can prove his skills in tense moments, leaving no option but to pay the investment. The worst part is that the boy wants a lot of money and is raising the price since he doesn't want to be hired. And to capture the red demon, they will need a lot of help in these slippery mountains. Three men comment that this was the perfect chance to capture their target in a surprise attack. Unfortunately, it is not their fault, as the strategy failed and no one could predict what would happen. In another scene, they are begging the protagonist to join the team once again. The argument starts because the boy only wanted a place to sleep and ended up receiving just a bit of roasted meat. Then, the doctor jumps into the fight to support her friend, who really does not want to help or fight. Trying to be calmer, the girl approaches and apologizes for making those mistakes. The real problem is that people would be confused about paying such a high amount for a stranger. In the hero's mind, he is doing all this for a very cheap price, even offering a discount of 5,000. The funny thing is that even if they pay nothing, the hero will have to accompany the doctor and pretend he can't win the fights. The girl in purple keeps racking her brain, trying to find a way to offer something worthwhile. The hero thinks that the warriors must be in a delicate situation and can only pay 1,500 gold coins. Fortunately, the warrior says she will help, cheering her aunt up for the next fight. But if the girl goes, the doctor offers to accompany her, as she doesn't want to leave her alone in the face of danger. This is because her friend fights better when she has support, and if she gets hurt, there will be a doctor on standby to help. All of this makes the woman more confident to fight, now that she has two powerful allies by her side. Irritated, the hero says he will protect his friend, but does not intend to fight on the front lines. After some time discussing, Yumi offers to drive the carriage, which ends up irritating her friend. 10 people will participate in the first surprise attack, and another 40 will join in the next. As a result, about 70 soldiers begin to scale the mountains gradually. Unfortunately, the doctor starts to feel unwell, nauseous from climbing long mountains without help. The problem is that the soldier in charge is carrying the carriage for the first time, and therefore is shaking quite a bit. But this was a misunderstanding by the hero, as the girl only wanted a fistfight. She explains that next time, she wants to know how strong her colleagues' punches are in a mano-a-mano fight. The MC thinks that after this job, he wants a bigger room to be able to sleep a lot. Suddenly, several stones begin to slide down the mountain towards the allied soldiers. The hero remains calm, knowing that his friend is not in danger since she is nearby. When a rock approaches, the man catches it in midair, while thinking he cannot trust these people who do not keep promises. A pair of swordsmen slide the stones away, clearing the path for the allies to advance. The fighter asserts that this will not be enough to stop them from moving forward, even if the enemy knows how to fight well. At the top of the hill, a mysterious man observes everything from afar. He believes it was worth preparing this trap in advance, as he now has the advantage. Finally, the preparation is complete, and the fire archers begin to aim towards the sky. With that, they receive the order to unleash a barrage of flaming arrows at maximum power. Upon seeing the arrows approaching, the hero fears they will catch fire halfway. In a flash, he pulls his best friend and warns her that if something goes wrong, she will end up inhaling all the smoke. The arrows are burning the ground, forcing people to separate and climb to the top of the valley. Everything is happening as the bald man had planned, and he orders his men to advance. The duo is surprised by the sudden arrival of several experienced ninjas. Fortunately, the fighter was nearby and manages to defend her friend with a powerful spell. The trio gathers and realizes that their formation has been destroyed due to the thick smoke that keeps spreading. Cornered, the woman understands that it makes no sense to try to flee the location. Suddenly, she sees the man who commands everything and decides to confront him. Excited, the girl runs, saying she will handle this alone, unaware of the dangers that await her. Fortunately, the young man is there to help, while the older woman tries to decide what to do. While being attacked, she holds off the approaching enemies, clearing a path for the allies to pass safely. She cuts her opponents, thinking that if she dies, the lives of 70 men will be at risk. Commanding the troops, she orders everyone to gather and work together to solve the problem. As she approaches, the girl spots the leader of the Red Demons and decides to capture him. This cynic is even more surprised to see White Jade right in front of him. The problem is that the man escapes, shattering the girl's dreams. But this ends up being good, as if he moves too far away, he won't be able to command his thugs. The fear is that it is all just an ambush, but they still need to try one last time. Suddenly, the hero leaps and uses his blade to cut everything in his path before being blocked. The blow was so strong that it caused severe injuries to the girl's arm. This is the true skin of White Jade, resembling a living statue. Then she remembers the rumors that she has a difficult personality. The villain says he knew he would end up capturing the girl and even makes a joke about her temperament. Fearful, the boy claims that the Red Demons would be nothing without that villain and assures that his allies will defeat them. The statue woman screams that she will not let anyone escape and that she will resolve this matter alone. Unfortunately, the enemy's plan is working, and his men begin to retreat, abandoning the fight. This means that the entire trap was designed to deceive the girl. Before they can escape, they are suddenly attacked. The The girl manages to dodge, but is surprised to notice the bridge collapsing in the background. The villain says that no one could jump that distance unless helped by a bird in the sky. Preparing to fight, he states that his target was only Jade, but he won't mind capturing two. On the other side of the battle, the allies find it strange not to see the presence of the enemy leader. After thinking a lot, the girl understands that the true objective was to separate the fighter from the group. Suddenly, the protagonist appears making jokes about the fire and complains that his little friend is coughing. The soldiers begin to wonder if that group really belongs to the army they imagined. Comically, the hero continues breaking his promise and once again enters battle against his own will. The woman orders them to search for Jade and the young man and to fight against the leader of evil. At that point in the fight, the enemies had probably already retreated, and the plan had worked perfectly as intended. This is an act of cowardice, not of a powerful master, and that's what the boy shouts. The villain, insane, says he would have eliminated everyone if he had decided to show his true abilities. Upon realizing that the captured person is a client of the clinic, the hero understands his importance, and he rushes out upon discovering that they had already sold many products to that man. Eager to eliminate his enemies, the man charges forward with his purple blade. Even being very powerful, the girl is having difficulty withstanding the attacks coming her way. And the rumors are true. The girl's hands are indeed stronger than any metal in the world. Preparing for a massive attack, the leader asks if they can withstand that blow. However, before hitting the girl, she is saved by the young man who intervenes in the clash. Now the duel is between the leader of the villains and the boy. Continuously striking towards the enemy, the boy tries to find some fatal opening. This impresses the opponent, who praises the ninja's good skills. He claims he will cut evil at the root before it even has a chance to grow. At the last second, the boy decides to dodge and sees the blade passing close to his face. He manages to do backflips and defend against the attacks with his sharp blade in time. While defending himself, he falls to the ground and realizes that his enemy has much more power, making the fight difficult. The cynical one continues advancing in a surprise attack, leaving the boy with no time to react. The sharp blade is thrown far away, leaving him vulnerable in combat. Fortunately, Jade jumps in front and lands a powerful punch on the man, shifting the focus of the fight. Still, the two are no match for the skilled villain, who manages to retaliate once again. Throwing the girl away, the man keeps the wicked smile on his face. While the boy runs to retrieve his sword, the two begin to argue about each other's power. The villain jokes that the team is functioning very well. He states that he prepared a lot, as he cannot let the girl grow stronger in the future and jeopardize his plans. Suddenly, he leaps towards her, surprising her with his speed. Breaking the ground beneath him, he aims his blade at the girl mercilessly. Even missing the strike, he claims this is the end for her and charges forward. He manages to land a precise punch on the girl's face, sending her flying far away. To prevent the young man from getting closer, the man relentlessly advances against him. The fight is becoming exhausting, and the boy is starting to run out of strength, too injured. Ignoring his enemy, the ninja continues running towards Jade, almost getting hit by a blow. At the last second, he jumps off the cliff and catches his friend before the fatal fall. He manages to secure himself with his sharp blade on the mountain, preventing both from being defeated. This sword was a gift from his uncle, and it's really well made not to break under such weight. The most impressive thing is that the boy has only been hit 3 times, but he is already much weaker than in previous fights. To make matters worse, his arms and legs are paralyzed, making it even harder to hold his colleague. At the moment, the girl, even being stronger, seems weaker than the ninja due to her injuries. On the other side of the battle, the MC wonders why they cut the bridge passage, and complains that the jump to the other side is a bit far. Looking into the abyss, the leader doubts whether his opponents have been defeated or not. Suddenly, a shadow appears out of nowhere and causes a huge explosion in the arena. It is revealed that it was the protagonist, who had jumped from the bridge, leaving the man completely confused. Not understanding the situation, the misunderstood asks if anyone has seen the client from his clinic around, not realizing who he is talking to. The boy's nonsense makes the man increasingly nervous, fearing the strength of his opponent after such a leap. Even nervous, he thinks about fleeing, but knows he will be caught by the protagonist. Once again, the boy asks about his client, saying he needs to receive some payments for the clinic. Looking at the ground, he notices the footprints of someone who has been fighting intensely. He shouts towards the abyss to see if anyone is holding on in hopes of finding the client. The survivors hear the protagonist's voice and are surprised by his presence. This is the perfect opportunity for the coward to try to push the powerful opponent into the abyss and leave him behind. Using his technique of the 100 blades, he knows that even if the attack is defended, the enemy might end up falling to the ground. As he drags the blade across the floor, the sound catches the protagonist's attention, who turns at the last second. Even landing the blow, the enemy becomes desperate upon seeing that his opponent caught the blade with his own hands. Pressing the metal, the protagonist begins to break the long, sharp sword into several small pieces. This is enough to irritate him even more, causing him to curse the enemy while launching a counterattack. With a violent strike, he throws the adversary away and notices items falling to the ground. Curious, he asks if there is any money in the man's pockets. He says that if he is going to rob, the enemy must have plenty of money and that he will not be treated like this. Even so, the fight continues without stopping, with the boy dodging all the blows. Once again, with a simple slap, he destroys his enemy's blade, leaving only the hilt in his hands. Knowing he will no longer win this fight, the enemy's strategy is to push the MC away and find an escape route. The warrior lands a punch in the middle of his opponent's hands, canceling the attack. In fact, the blow ends up rebounding against the user himself, violently launching him towards the rocks. Even so, the villain survives, as he possesses a resistance equivalent to that of powerful masters in the world. Surprised, he begins to think that his opponent must be one of the strongest masters that ever existed. He complains that he can no longer deal with the right-hand men of the Blood Horse, as he has already defeated several. Upon hearing this, the man asserts that he is not an ally of any horse and questions why his sword technique did not work. The protagonist explains that he has faced many people who use that same technique, including a little puppy. Once again, the villain gets angry and shouts that he is the leader of the Red Demons and not anyone's right hand. Tired and out of options, he decides he needs to find a way way to escape before he is completely defeated. When offered money, the protagonist replies that he does not want to receive coins from a bandit. Even if the money were clean, he says he will punish him for his evil deeds. Then, he delivers a powerful punch to his chest, launching the enemy away towards the debris. The hero comments that the master's strength is impressive, as he has been hit several times and still survived. While reflecting alone, he is surprised by someone shouting his name from the bottom of the abyss. The duo is almost falling, out of strength, as the ninja's limbs are completely weakened. The girl begins to cry, believing that this is her last moment of life and that there is nothing more to be done. Suddenly, the protagonist begins to descend the abyss to save his trapped allies. As he descends, he says things that leave both confused, not understanding what is happening. With his own hands, the hero holds onto the cliff wall, reaching his friends and saving the day. After being rescued, they begin to think about what to do from now on. It is said that the protagonist is pursuing the enemy leader alone, and it is still unknown if he won the fight. Paying the price of 5,000 coins turned out to be a good choice, as they managed to defend themselves from a powerful enemy. They also understand that the true target all along was the doctor. The group orders that she be brought immediately and to stop crossing the bridge. Not understanding the reason, the protagonist is sure that his enemy would not want to see his secret identity revealed. Already very tired and injured, the man wonders how such a powerful master got involved in this case. While reflecting, the protagonist appears behind him, stating that he has some questions. It is revealed that the subordinates of the Bloody Horse are rivals of the demon leader. He explains that the horse's men sent a secret organization, and upon noticing this movement, he decided to act on his own. Even before his rivals moved, the man attacked the target and obtained the items first. The secret to his survival for so long is the fact that he is always very well prepared in all situations. Triggering a hidden mechanism, several blades emerge near the protagonist. At the same time, arrows and ropes are launched with the intent to eliminate him mercilessly. Running, the villain claims that his arms are injured and promises to return when his abilities are stronger. But the hero does not let him escape and pulls him by the coat before he can flee. The impressive thing is that a secret item falls from the man's pocket, leaving him desperate. Furious, he delivers a powerful blow to his rival's head in revenge for the humiliation. The attack is so strong that it causes a massive explosion throughout the forest. Finally, the fight comes to an end, and the protagonist manages to grab the secret item that looks like an egg. Meanwhile, the doctor continues to be carried by the soldiers, who do not let her walk alone. Suddenly, a trio of mysterious men appears, startling the group. Strangely, the bald man lies, saying they received orders to take the doctor since the battlefield was too dangerous. Without warning, the hairy one appears and mercilessly eliminates the boy in front of the woman, revealing themselves to be bandits of the Red Demon. Even trying to react, the remaining soldier is hit from behind and falls to the ground. Desperate, the girl runs to save her friend's life, who is still barely breathing. The bandits' orders are clear: take the doctor without causing any injury. Meanwhile, the remaining trio waits for the woman's arrival, unaware that she has already been kidnapped. Suddenly, the hero appears, claiming he has defeated the leader of the bandits and came to greet his companions. He comments that his opponent was weaker than he expected and that a single blow to the head was enough. This leaves the woman surprised, not understanding the true level of power of the protagonist among the masters of the world. As expected, he is hiding his true identity, but no one knows the reason. The orders now are to capture the fallen body of the leader, which is among the trees and rocks. The duo approaches and thanks the MC for saving their lives during the battle. In fact, the boy is just wanting to receive payment from the ninja, who still owes him money. He takes the opportunity to ask how much the young man spent on medicine, since he seems to come from a wealthy family. Generously, the statue claims it will pay off the entire debt and asks how much exactly is owed. But before they could resolve this, a soldier appears warning that Yumi has been captured by the enemies. This further irritates the protagonist, who complains to his companions about the poorly done job on the mission. Upon discovering where the girl was taken, the hero rushes forward, destroying everything in his path. The impact of his run is so strong that it causes the ground to collapse and part of the cliff to give way. Everyone is surprised, questioning if this is the true power of a legendary master. Running through the forest, the boy is using all of his speed. He transforms into a much more focused warrior, channeling his red energy. Unable to find his friend, he decides to climb to a high point to get a view of the forest. As he jumps from tree to tree, he becomes frustrated for not being able to locate her and wonders where his enemies are. Meanwhile, the men carry the girl to a secret location that has not yet been revealed. The bald man comments that the girl should be terrified of being kidnapped instead of acting with courage. But the girl feels no fear, and her past experiences have taught her to have faith in people. The forest begins to emit strange sounds, as if someone is approaching every second. The protagonist appears furious, saying that the sound is of the enemies being defeated. On the other side of the battle, the soldiers check the fallen body of the rival leader. They realize they lost a metal object that the boy had found earlier and need to recover it. Suspicions fall on the protagonist, believing that he must have stolen the item during the confrontation. This makes the girl fear that the boy will not admit to the theft and will refuse to return the object. The item lies on the ground, open, while they reflect that the hero could not have opened it alone. The enemies become excited upon seeing the protagonist, as they know he is a skilled master. Believing they can defeat him, they shout that they are subordinates of the Bloody Horse. This further irritates the protagonist, who is already tired of facing the horse's men, questioning why they continue to be targets of their operations, since they have never done anything against this man, and knows that her friend is fine, as she is being carried in the carriage from earlier. Desperate, the swordsman plans to use the girl as a hostage before being defeated. Impatient, the protagonist delivers a powerful slap that knocks the man out, claiming to be the true opponent. This frightens the survivors, who had no idea there was someone so powerful in the punitive force of the allies. He informs his friend that he managed to get all the money for the medicines and even dealt with the leader of the bandits. Unfortunately, the reason for having kidnapped the girl is very secret, and even the henchmen do not know. The situation becomes even more confusing when he reveals that he is part of a branch of the Blood Horses in front of the Murim League. Throughout this scene, the girl in red appears, saying she will help her friend and gets involved in the fight, taking away all hope hopes of escape from his opponent, the hero lands a precise blow that knocks him out instantly. He worries that they might discover what kind of secret branch this is without the girl's intervention. The two begin to argue endlessly about who should have truly saved Yumi. It is explained that the girl was in the carriage due to her low stamina, but now she can walk. As a gift, the protagonist takes something out of his pocket and asks his friend to take a look. Upon opening the box, she becomes confused, not understanding what kind of medicine is stored inside the container. In fact, it is a spiritual medicine capable of solving the girl's stamina problem if she consumes it at that moment. This is a request from the clinic directed to the director, but the friends are willing to pretend they didn't see. Finally, the two warriors reach an agreement without arguing or fighting. Back with the soldiers, the fighter is impressed to see the medicine again. This leaves her astonished at how the protagonist managed to break the metal of that orb earlier, alone. She believes the boy did not know about the existence of the medicine and just got lucky. The girl did not take the medicine, as her body might not withstand all the power, and she could die in some way. Having been saved, Jade thanks her friends for their help, and thanks to the medicine, her niece will be treated. Apparently, the protagonist lies, saying that his strength will not increase anymore if he consumes the medicine. The swordswoman is confused by the protagonist's actions and questions why he didn't take the item. The boy claims he did what anyone would do and that he was blinded by the money he would receive. From now on, he declares himself free from any ties to money or fame he might gain. After saying this, the woman becomes intrigued and asks what he means by his words. The hero asks them to keep their promise, as he wants to go back and buy delicious food to eat. It was promised that if the leader of the Red Demons was defeated, the doctor's clinic would be bought. Knowing that the road back will be very dangerous, the swordswoman says she will pay upon arriving home. Wanting the protagonist by her side, she asks him to accompany her on the journey. Jade has an arterial disease that requires a special physical constitution to be treated. Fortunately, the girl managed to obtain the spiritual medicine in the past to cure this condition. The only problem is that her younger niece does not have much time and needs to consume the medicine quickly. It took 8 years to gather the necessary ingredients for the medication and another 2 years to complete the process. Once again, she thanks the protagonist for returning the item to where it belonged. The next day, they are in the cart preparing to return and finally complete the mission. The protagonist is very peculiar, as he is powerful and does not care about money or fame. It would be even better if the boy ended up becoming her brother-in-law and worked for free. Back at the clinic, the duo is excited not to have to pay any remaining debts. Moreover, if they manage to negotiate well, they will also expand the rooms and spaces of the house with the money received. In another part of the city, a man says he was worried about his wife. This irritates the girl, as she went through various dangerous places, and only now does he awaken concern. Embarrassed, he explains that he did not send reinforcements because of the elder of the city, who hindered the process. The city was informed of the latest events and the existence of the protagonist. After returning from his break, the ninja states that he will save half of his rest for later. The fighter is a childhood friend of the boy, and everyone is already aware of the incident at the cliff. Speaking in secret, the man asks if it is a good choice to marry a childhood friend, and if the ninja ends up marrying the girl, he will become someone more successful than the current elder. Talking to the merchant, the woman doubles the payment price for the item she wants. The house she is buying is not for sale at all, breaking her expectations. Being someone important in the kingdom, she demands an explanation as to why she will return empty-handed. As she places the bag of coins on the table, the merchant's posture changes, and he begins to speak. He explains that the house is owned by the clinic, which surprises the girl. The doctor has only met the true owner of this place once before moving in. He seems to be a good person, which is why the girl rented the house and turned it into a clinic. The duo is making good money from the medical treatments, enough to pay off any debt. Once again, the girl insists on buying the house, and this time, she goes to the right clinic. The doctor is surprised to hear that Yumi's house is actually owned by his own clinic. Unfortunately, he states that this is not something he can decide on his own. To resolve the situation, the girl needs to talk to the doctor's father and negotiate the terms. The man, however, says he prefers to buy a bit more land instead of selling his. He claims he has no intention of selling that small house for just a few coins. He then kicks the woman out, saying he has already given his answer and will not sell at all. Moreover, he warns that if others find out about his properties, he will be very disappointed in her. When trying to buy another house, the protagonist resists, saying he doesn't want to move and likes his own room. Trying to negotiate, the girl argues that if they move, they could receive more patients due to the larger space. But the protagonist counters, saying that size does not mean quality, and they prefer to stay where they are. After a long discussion, the woman tries to highlight the advantages of having a bigger house. She talks about the spacious garden, which makes the protagonist seem convinced and interested in the idea. However, he breaks expectations by saying he prefers to buy the house next door to expand his own territory. To make things even better, they decide to buy a plot of land just to raise cute puppies. Finally, the protagonist shouts, as the purchase of the house had been promised after the mission. The news is that the girl failed to buy the house, even though she tried very hard. This irritates the protagonist, as no one seems to keep their promises in this part of the city. The doctor herself is also upset to find out that the agreement was not upheld, warning that they ignored her friend. A discussion continues without stopping, saying they should fulfill what was promised and buy the house. In the town bar, the man orders a plate of food while planning to capture Yumi. The strange thing is that his men have not returned yet, even knowing that none of the three were captured after the mission failed. All the bars in town are closed due to the ban orders from the Murim League. The 3 henchmen were captured, which ended up causing the ban. Even so, this is the safest place they can stay, so it would be a bad idea to flee in the middle of the night. If the location of the hideout is revealed, it will be the end of their plans and their lives. The only way to fix everything is to capture the woman who healed and knows how to produce the poison. All this because the bar owners want to enjoy their wealth again. Tossing from side to side, the hero wakes up, wondering if he overslept. Very hungry in the middle of the night, he thinks about getting some snacks. One problem is that some evil ninjas take advantage of this moment to invade. The leader believes it is a relief that the Murim League does not protect the duo. Silently entering the clinic's territory, the orders are to find the doctor. Suddenly, the protagonist appears, appears, startling all the men with his presence. While eating his snack, he seems to understand nothing of what is happening. Once again, the boy's name is mentioned, but no one understands the meaning of this rumor. Impatient, the man orders them to attack the boy mercilessly. Still with food in hand, the protagonist defends himself from the approaching ninja's attacks. Using his spoon as a weapon, he blocks all the blows with no difficulty at all. Then, he defeats the thugs and complains about the mess they are making in his house. To make matters worse, he spills all his rice, which irritates him even more. With his anger at its peak, he starts stomping on the ground, causing small earthquakes. Using his maximum strength, he prepares a punch against the opponent for having irritated him. The only survivor is the leader, who thinks about fleeing at this opportunity. While running, he realizes that the MC is the reason the punitive force failed to capture. Lazy to chase after him, the boy notices he has lost sight of the leader, and he decides not to let him escape, but he also cannot leave his friend alone in the middle of the night. With that, he decides to wake the girl, who unfortunately still wants to sleep a little longer. Then the hero lies, saying that a guest has arrived at this hour of the night. As he gets dressed, he warns about the bandits, and leaves his colleague in the care of her best friend. The problem is that the girl is worried about her friend, afraid that he might get hurt. This is something curious, as it would apparently be impossible. Back at the bar, the owner complains that they won't be able to capture their target with the current security. In the middle of the night, the chief of the Bloody Horse Guards appears, visibly irritated. This worries the villain, who fears his presence. The man's first question is whether the secret branch has been revealed to everyone. Avoiding the subject, the bar owner asks for help, claiming he will never forget such kindness. Unfortunately, the man refuses, saying he didn't come there to play games. After all, a week ago, a messenger had been sent to gather information from the guild. Noticing that his henchman doesn't understand, he explains that he came in search of the spiritual medicine. He claims that if he can obtain this miraculous remedy, no one will be punished anymore. Needing it to survive, the owner finds himself at a crossroads, not knowing where the item is. All they know is that Jade returned with the medicine for the guild on the same day. Desperate, he asks for help again to survive and be able to repay this contribution. Before that, the man's plan is to carry out a surprise attack on the rival guild. To find his target, the MC runs across the rooftops of the houses. Climbing to the top of one, he wonders where the man might be hiding. Wanting to find them, he gets annoyed remembering that they dared to invade his home. What he doesn't know is that the assassins themselves are hunting him from behind. A cat-and-mouse chase begins through the city, under the moonlight. Meanwhile, the detectives wait for the three criminals who tried to capture the doctor to wake up from their sleep. As soon as the trio awakens, the plan is to discover the villain's secret branch. Impatient, the young man says he would have already found this place if he had captured the target earlier, but his friend reassures him, saying that the information has already been good enough. The leader of the detectives still doesn't understand how the hero defeated the leader of the Red Demons. The explanation is that the boy is actually the master everyone has been looking for, someone extremely powerful. After thinking for a bit, they believe he is by Yumi's side because he wants to protect her. After all, he is known for not caring about money or fame. The old man, leader of the guild, is in the middle of an important meeting. The theory that the protagonist would be an opportunist falls apart, as the doctor would never associate with someone like that. With no alternative, the old man asks the girl's husband to talk to the protagonist. Even having delivered the money from the last mission, only Yumi showed up to receive it. Irritated, the old man begins to complain about the incompetence of the assassin's husband. The woman retorts that at least her husband managed to become the elder leader of the Mori League. When asked if he wishes to be corrupt, the old man replies that he doesn't want to, but admits it would be more convenient. On the other side of the city, a widespread massacre takes over the streets. People flee desperately from the assassins, spreading chaos. Panic grows as more evil men approach. Suddenly, Jade appears and saves the life of a defenseless man. She lands a solid punch to the enemy's face, sending him flying. In the midst of the fight, she orders the boy to flee and protect the grandparents. The walls begin to crumble as the battle spreads through the city. The assassin complains that there aren't enough allied warriors to face the attack, but the fighter believes her allies will show up, drawn by the great chaos. Probably the enemies are overconfident, believing they can eliminate their opponents quickly. The chief of the guards appears, interested in the presence of the white Jade before him. Upon seeing the chief of the bandits, the fighter believes the solution is to take him hostage. Even so, the man shows no fear and defends himself with his sharp blade. She manages to block the strike in time, but is thrown against the wall and suffers a great impact. The swordswoman is startled but determined. She advances again, wanting to win. The man, however, gives no openings and easily blocks the attacks. With a single movement, he delivers a blow that sends his opponent's sword flying away. Fallen on the ground and defenseless, she is saved at the last second by Jade, who ends up taking a fatal stab. Impressed by Jade's resilience, he admits that his opponent is better than he expected. The old man recognizes the warrior before him and bows in a sign of respect. These men are the elite guards of the Blood Horse, known as the Blood Swordsmen. This one, in particular, is an even more powerful master than the leader of the Red Demons, a true elite soldier. Suddenly, he remembers the spiritual medicine and becomes visibly worried. Hearing all this from the rooftops, the boy wonders if he should help them, even though he dislikes that guild. The elder, trying to negotiate, bows and says he can deliver the medicine, but that it is not in his possession at the moment. To prove he is not lying, he claims that his life is worth much more than a mere item. Upon hearing that the medicine is hidden in the clinic, the protagonist goes on high alert, determined to defend his property, and he finally realizes that he indeed never received the reward from the last mission. Irritated, the man wonders how many people he will still have to eliminate for them to understand the gravity of the situation. Energizing his sword, he curses his opponent, but the blow is blocked by the statue's arms. Even so, an explosion occurs, throwing the girl far away. The gap is enough for the enemy to approach with the flaming blade and land another precise strike. Another explosion engulfs the area, leaving everyone worried about Jade's health. As expected from the fighter, both attacks were successfully blocked, but she is already too weak. Knowing she is not fully recovered, Jade understands she won't be able to stop him alone. Still, she tries to think of a way to prevent the leader's advance, urging the others to flee. Upon hearing that she intends to to escape later, the man laughs mockingly. He says there are 20 henchmen behind her and asks if she still thinks she can run. Moreover, there are hundreds of elite guards scattered throughout the city. Suddenly, one of his henchmen is thrown to the ground by a mysterious fighter. The MC, watching from the rooftop, realizes that it is not the person who invaded his house earlier. Finally, he meets Jade and calls her by a name she detests. Seeing that her friend almost gave up on helping, Jade pleads not to be abandoned. The boy wonders if he really is a piece of trash for others to believe he would do something like that. Jade, worried, fears leaving him to fight alone and be cornered. Meanwhile, the elder tries to take advantage of the situation to escape, but is reprimanded. Irritated, he complains that Jade is no longer the child he once knew. The hero, on the other hand, is glad to have at least one comrade willing to help him. He explains that it was all a misunderstanding and that he is no powerful master. The swordsman, mocking, says that the red demons only face cowards. He believes the hero is arrogant for having defeated the weakest master that existed. The boy responds by saying he will show what a true master is and charges forward with strength. His punch hits the enemy squarely, sending him flying far away. Surprised, the protagonist wonders if it was really that easy to defeat him. The other two are impressed by their comrade's strength, but the bandit leader is still alive and practically unscathed. Retrieving his sword, he promises to eliminate his opponent completely. He energizes his blade, covering it with the technique of blood red. The boy is frightened, afraid of having his blood sucked. In fact, the technique causes any wound to continue bleeding until the blade absorbs the victim's blood. As the sword approaches, the hero dodges in time, using only his hands. The opponent screams that he cannot be stopped by mere hands, but the boy breaks the blade. Surprised, the man cannot believe that someone so young has surpassed him so easily. The hero counterattacks with a strong kick to the stomach, sending him flying away. Even injured, the enemy gets up, ready for another round. The boy wonders if he is hitting too weakly, or if the other is too resilient. The swordsman then draws another blade and begins to energize his technique of 1,000 blood swords. Before he can finish, the protagonist throws his own sword like an arrow, hitting the enemy in the chest. Everyone is in shock, and he was just playing the whole time. Jade finally realizes that the boy is not just strong and insane, but also unpredictable. Even injured, the elite soldier stands tall, shouting for his guards to follow him. Suddenly, dozens of men jump from the rooftops, surrounding the protagonist with their swords drawn. Amidst all this, the boy notices the target of his entire hunt among the opponents, and he admits that he couldn't sleep thinking about that bandit's escape last night. This irritates the man, who believes his opponent is arrogant and pathetic, asserting that the situation has not yet been analyzed. When trying to make an advertisement, he realizes that the swordsman is already somewhat weak and lacking confidence to fight. He gets irritated when asking who the fool in front of him is that is so strong. He finally discovers that this is the person they had been ordering to give him all the time. This irritates the swordsman, who begins to understand the situation he got into when he made the deal. With this opening, the old man and his friend can escape safely. Even though his colleague has a good chance of defeating the enemy, the girl does not think this is the right attitude, but the old man has a family to care for and knows the strength of the enemy's elite soldiers. When he says that the MC won't win alone, he jumps in saying he wanted to help in the fight too. While watching the boy gossiping and complaining about his name, the assassin sees an opportunity to attack. He orders his soldiers to advance, throwing ninja stars in the direction of his opponent. However, the hero manages to dodge and appear in front of his enemies with powerful punches. Amid two ninjas, he energizes his hand while waiting to counterattack. He delivers precise kicks that send his opponent flying among his comrades. Then, he begins to deliver several consecutive kicks to the rivals. Staying focused, the boy jumps and charges at the crowd of ninjas without fear of taking a hit. The opponent's plan is to surround the boy while they prepare for formation. Without stopping, the hero continues to deliver precise punches when, suddenly, he is hit from behind. This surprises and irritates him, and he retaliates with all the strength he has, jumping over the enemy. The blow is so powerful that it sends the ninja flying ahead of all the others, knocking out several at once. The strange thing is that all these soldiers are strong, but they seem weak compared to the protagonist. Finally frightened, the swordsman realizes that his enemy might be one of the greatest and strongest masters in the world. To make matters worse, he knows that if they retreat, they will be followed and knocked out in the midst of their escape. With no escape plan, he realizes that the only way to survive is by winning the fight. He starts to reflect on some weak point of the opponent, as no one can be strong all over their body. Seeing him energized with fire, he decides to hide to prepare a surprise attack. Jumping silently from behind, he believes this is his method to win. But even with all this strategy, he only makes a small tear in the boy's clothes, who dodges in time. As he hides again, he thinks that he will surely hit a vital point next time. As the MC approaches, the man flees to try to escape defeat. Suddenly, however, the protagonist finds him and prepares a powerful attack. Trying his best to survive, he aims for the opponent's heart, which seems to be a weak point. This is not enough. The MC dodges and counterattacks, complaining about his enemies. As he strikes, he says that his friend will be disappointed with all this. Unfortunately, once again, the MC manages to survive and reappears at another point in the fight. Without stopping, the boy continues to punch him with great force and without mercy. He loses time to breathe, something that is unforgiven by the hero, who continues to hit, sending everyone flying. This bald ninja is the only smart one who knows he won't win this fight. Finally, the hero goes back to look for the thug who tried to invade his house in the early morning. Seeing that his opponent is still alive, he lands a precise attack to the head as he is out of patience for nonsense. The blow is strong enough to knock him unconscious, ending the fight for good. Letting the remaining ninjas flee, the hero climbs to the roof in search of his main target. With a leap full of hatred, he says he will eliminate his opponent as soon as he finds him. After helping the guild with the troublesome issues, the boy disappears like the wind. This makes the woman think about how a simple human can be so strong in this way. The elder asks everyone to keep silent about what happened last night, to keep it a secret. Suddenly, the head of the clinic appears asking what happened. Before explaining, everyone notices Yumi's presence in the place. With a serious expression, the head of the clinic approaches her and reveals that the true head of the doctors has been killed. The news leaves everyone shocked, especially Yumi, who can barely react. In the distance, the detective observes the scene but prefers to pass quickly to avoid being recognized. The lover hugs his friend, pleading for her not to die in these battles. Yumi has a good healing factor and will recover if she stays at rest, away from the fights. Almost breaking his colleague's arm, the boy tries to contain his anger to please the elder, who seems to disrespect the couple. Later, in a meeting, they discuss the elite guards of the Blood Horse and spiritual medicine. The good news is that they managed to capture the leader of the Blood Swordsmen the night before. Even so, the girl cannot reveal who helped capture this powerful master. In a funny way, the investigator knows exactly that it was the protagonist due to the doctor's presence at the scene. On the other side of the city, the remaining ninjas continue trying to escape with their lives. As he jumps over a wall, the swordsman in red tries to protect himself from theft. The man in blue seems to be distraught, saying horrible things about massacres. At that moment, the protagonist appears and resolves the situation with a precise punch, eliminating the problem. He apologizes for accidentally damaging the wall after the blow he delivered. As he leaves, he praises the man's good heart and asks him not to tell anyone about the incident. In other houses in the city, the same thing happens when ninjas try to invade a girl's home. Once again, the hero saves the day, landing a blow to the head. He has done this so many times in the same day that he has lost count of how many enemies he has eliminated. A small child recognizes the protagonist and calls him uncle, as they have eaten rice together on the mountain. The hero finally remembers this and is grateful for having helped the family. This time, he gives a gold coin and tells them to buy a good chicken to eat the next day. In fact, even the mother of the family knows the protagonist because he is the boyfriend of the doctor. The bar owner complains that everything is a mess and still needs to return with news for the horse. Suddenly, he is startled by the presence of ninjas in his bar during the night. Now that he has soldiers, he asks them to follow him and return to their objectives together. The hope lasts little, as all the men are defeated and the protagonist appears. Finally, he remembers the appearance of his enemy, who is the owner of that soup restaurant. Jokingly, he says he really hoped the man was a villain just so he could beat him. Irritated, the villain asks his enemy to fix his manners before they talk. Then he throws smoke bombs on the ground to create an escape route and survive. But this doesn't work, as the MC manages to track him down with great anger and focus, throwing him away with his own body without a second thought. His plan is to find out how many soldiers this bar owner has under his command. Seeing that he is unconscious, he worries as he may not be able to find out how many enemies are still left. The doctor feels pressured for receiving better treatment than the others. The funny thing is that only the fabric was torn and the boy is fine, which is a relief for the doctor. Unfortunately, she stayed awake all night helping the wounded from the surprise battle. Upon discovering that all these people did not go to her clinic, the hero complains that they should have left some for him. Suddenly, the warrior appears saying that her friend does all the work and still gets credit for everything. In total, 80 soldiers were captured, including those against whom the guild fought. Fortunately, there wasn't much damage besides some landowners getting hurt from the invasion of their homes. All of this happened because of the protagonist's appearance, significantly reducing possible fatalities. The problem is that the MC won't act unless it is related to his friend in some way. This leaves everyone confused, as whenever a fight happens, this boy is involved in some way. On the other side of the city, the little girl is trying to buy her chicken with the gold coin she received as a gift. She claims that it was her uncle who gave her this gold after defeating the bandits last night. This surprises the merchant, thinking that the girl's uncle is a soldier of the Murim League. In fact, the girl explains that her uncle lives with the girl, along with the doctor from the clinic. Upon arriving at her house, the boy realizes that he completely forgot to dispose of the defeated enemies the night before. Suddenly, some warriors appear wanting to check on Yumi's health due to the recent dangerous events. It is explained that these bodies lying on the ground are of the bandits who invaded her house last night and need to be punished. Moreover, the hero admits that it would be good to receive a repair fee due to the damages in his house. He gets irritated once again when called by the nickname everyone gives him. Irritated, he says that at some point he will find out what this name means in the dictionary. He becomes confused, as if it has a good meaning. It is strange that his friend doesn't explain what it is. Avoiding the situation, Yumi says she is very tired, as she spent the whole night taking care of patients and needs to sleep. Relieved to have distanced herself from the situation, she regrets calling the boy that name in front of others. Lying in his room, the boy still doubts whether he managed to capture all his enemies. Tired, he says he worked hard, but there was no reward left for himself. Suddenly, a shy person arrives wanting to buy herbal medicine. However, the hero kicks the customer out, as he doesn't want anyone waking the doctor, asking them to come back the next day. Because of the bar owner, the MC worked hard and received no money. But now that he has eliminated all the enemies, theoretically, the bar no longer has an owner. This worries the MC, who no longer knows where he will eat. He recalls a special place but decides not to mention it until his friend wakes up. At that moment, the girl awakens and says it's already time. The boy lies, saying he had no patience and that he's a bit hungry. He explains that they can go to the bar to eat rice and meat for free, after defeating the former owner. Moreover, he believes they might even become the new owners of the bar for freeing the town from the local thugs. The girl gets excited, as becoming the owner of a bar would be like a trophy for her hard work. In a secret place in the city, the fat man is tied up from head to toe. Angrily, he asks who kidnapped him and if they know who they are dealing with. Unable to escape, he realizes that his bosses are still not satisfied, even after all this trouble. The liar claims he was a good man, owner of a bar in front of the Murim League, but the investigators know that this was just a front to work as a subordinate of the Bloody Horse. The mysterious person states that they will not eliminate the fat man if he answers correctly. When asked about his last memories, the owner tries to dodge the question somehow. This irritates his kidnapper, who threatens to cut off his head the moment he tells a lie. To make matters worse, the man knows the hostage's name, who fears he won't be able to escape the plan without negotiating. He reveals that he managed to find someone capable of remaking the poison and planned to capture her. The funny thing is that the kidnapper already knew that this person was Yumi, breaking the fat man's negotiation. Violently, the man receives a sword slash to the face that cuts his blindfold, allowing him to see again. In front of him are the detectives, who angrily ask what he knows about the doctor. The investigator's right-hand man asks not to eliminate the kidnapper, as there are still many questions to be answered. Finally, the duo arrives in front of the bar to obtain the trophy for the mission. The problem is that upon arriving at the location, they realize there are already some people inside. The expression on the shadow swordsman's face seems focused, and it's the first time he looks like this. The people introduce themselves, and the doctor wonders if she knows the long-haired guy from somewhere. The detective feels relieved to see that the girl doesn't recognize him, as it has been a long time since they met. However, even so, his face is familiar, making it necessary to leave the place as soon as possible to avoid being discovered. Jokingly, the girl approaches, saying that her colleague looks familiar because he's handsome. This irritates the MC, who asserts that pretty boys are usually traitors and liars. Before the friends can start a discussion, a person appears at the door, desperate. Once again, the girl in red rushes in for a hug, as she also wants to eat. This startles the investigator, who asks why the doctor came to that place. In truth, the explanation is that she wanted to have fun with her friend and eat a little together. She extends the invitation for the long-haired guy and her older colleague to eat as well. When called uncle, the man gets annoyed and yells at everyone. After the investigators leave the bar, the doctor tries to remember where she knows the long-haired guy from. Fortunately, the warrior recalls that the man is the shadow swordsman, who wields his blade so fast that even the shadows can't keep up. But the hero jokes that it doesn't make sense to be the fastest if he isn't the strongest like him. As they return, everyone tries to understand if the protagonist is really a powerful master of this world. The problem is that the behavior of such masters can be very strange or very normal. It seems that the MC uses his body without thinking much, and his movements are not sophisticated. Even so, they assert that the protagonist is definitely not a good boy, and without a doubt is a great master. The friends are thinking that they won't be able to eat at the bar and complain that they should have received at least a little money as a reward. They don't conclude that they need to buy food to speed up the whole process. The elder reflects that he cannot lose the MC's trust and needs to buy the house as promised. Finally, the doctor arrives, as apparently the two have a meeting. Without much delay, the old man gets straight to the point and says he really needs to finish paying for the house. However, the man had already made it clear to the old man's daughter, and he repeats that his opinion hasn't changed since then. It is a great curiosity to understand why the man does not want to sell the house, which seems to be an ordinary place without any special importance. But he responds not to try to find out, even if they are curious, as this is a matter for his guild. Moreover, he asks them to be careful about spreading that he is the true owner of that house. The elder is quite irritated, as the blood horses are provoking the Miram League and challenging them to war. Even so, his friend says they need to avoid wars at all costs, showing fear of conflicts. His justification is that war is not about winning, but about the losses that inevitably happen to one's own army. To make matters worse, the leader of the villains is a powerful master who can defeat most soldiers. The girl suggests calling the former head of the Miram League to help with this problem, but the elder says the league does not need a person like that former owner, who is stubborn and difficult to deal with. They also know that this man takes medication every day due to his weakened health. Some men comment that the elite soldiers were defeated by the protagonist the night before. Suddenly, they are startled to realize that the old man had been listening to the conversation the whole time, hidden. Standing up, he says he has been called many names, but never old man. Irritated, the elder curses his enemies and asserts that he will correct their wrong ways. The trio is savoring the delicious food prepared by the MC, who decided to cook this time. He complains that he had to make an extra portion because of the warrior, who always eats more meat than she should at others' homes. Even with the clinic on break, many clients start knocking at the door. Soon after, the woman in white arrives, saying she heard that the MC defeated the elite guards the night before. She comments that the rumors about the boy's feat are spreading throughout the city, which is why she came to check in person. She explains that she only did that because she didn't want her enemies invading her house in the middle of the night. The young detective starts connecting the dots and realizes that the invasion might be related to the doctor in town. Suddenly, a scream catches everyone's attention. Through the streets, a man is thrown away after receiving a powerful shock. The old wizard observes and says that his enemies do not know how to attack someone experienced. Soon, he is surrounded by other identical ninjas, but he shows no surprise. At the moment he would be attacked, he disappears and reappears behind one of them. With just a touch on the shoulder, he makes the entire body of the opponent tingle with pain until he falls unconscious. Seeing more enemies approaching, the old man asks if that is an order from the Iron Horse. The straw hat becomes confused, as he discovers that it is a subordinate of his. Called old man once again, the elder gets irritated and says he will not trust someone who just threatened him. At that moment, Jade appears, greeting the head of the league and saying it is an honor to meet him in person. The hero observes the bodies of the enemies and wonders how someone can strike with such force and without the slightest care, until the old man notices the humor and comments that he does not seem to know how to distinguish between someone noble and someone immature. In response to the MC's foolish answer, the chief sarcastically asks if the boy has wind in his head. Then, he asserts that he will teach him a lesson and show him how to learn martial arts the right way, with a good master. Smiling, the boy replies that he has difficulty controlling his strength and warns the old man to be careful not to get hurt. It seems that the protagonist is known as the neighborhood crazy and asks how the elder wants to get beaten. Before the confusion worsens, the doctor appears and slaps her friend for causing trouble again. A discussion begins between the two because of the MC's behavior. Yumi arrives and apologizes, saying that her friend does not have much social tact. The chief then reveals that the man is taking the medicinal herbs prescribed by the doctor in a previous consultation. Surprising everyone, he announces that the young man is his wife's nephew. After exchanging a few words, the hero offers some meat to the elderly man, who has already been smelling the appetizing aroma. The problem is that that much of the meat has already been devoured, and there won't be enough food left. Irritated with the situation and the tone of the conversation, the man decides once again to teach a lesson to the boy. Before the fight begins, the girl intervenes again, slapping her friend and asking them to stop it. Several people start to appear around the group, leaving the young man confused, not knowing if they were followed. The bodies of the fallen enemies need to be removed from the location to prevent them from discovering the boss's whereabouts. Even without believing it, the MC was already hearing various rumors around town about his feats in defeating several enemies. Before the conversation ends, the man comments that he will come personally to acquire the medicines next time. When the MC says something considered boring, he claims that he doesn't like him. The young man and his friend decide to remove the defeated from the ground and contact the Muram League about the events. The doctor wants to ensure that the old man is comfortable during the next visit. The next day, the clinic is crowded, and a man asks for the protagonist. This leaves the girl confused, but she explains that her colleague usually doesn't leave the house in the morning. The client then concludes that the boy must remain active at night for some reason. At lunchtime, the fighter goes to her friend asking to go together to the blacksmith. Upon hearing that, after the blacksmith, they will eat. The hero appears asking for pork food. The problem is that they need to make a quick reservation before the merchant's supplies run out in the city. The girl wants the reservation because, in recent days, she has encountered very powerful enemies, which made her believe she is getting weak. The silver needles are also useful for medical treatments, in addition to being used in fights. The hero decides to buy one of those for his friend, if the price is acceptable. The material is rare and difficult to manufacture, and few are willing to produce it, regardless of the price paid. By always sharing his meat with the girl, the boy feels he is entitled to half of the needles. After some time, the trio finally arrives at the city's blacksmith. The problem is that the house is completely falling apart. Inside the place, the injured thank the doctor's treatment and affirm that they are already well. Suddenly, the man is startled to realize that right in front of him is the boy from the rumors. Believing he is in front of a type of hero, he asks the boy for a favor to capture a dangerous bandit. However, the protagonist explains that this is the responsibility of the Muram League, which, as always, does nothing. Even after the case has been reported, the man believes that only the hero can help him. The fighter interrupts and says she has some items to deliver on behalf of her father. The blacksmith explains that he has many debts with the girl's father, but he can forge the needles in return. The problem is that last night, all his valuable iron was stolen. In light of this, the hero offers to capture the bandits in exchange for the needles he wants. Jokingly, he says he has now become very good at finding evil people. In fact, all that the MC is doing is a gift for his best friend, and he comments that he will give 2 bags of needles just to please her even more. On the road, the doctor wonders how they will manage to find the thief who stole the iron, but the hero is determined to hunt throughout the city until he finds the wrongdoer. Suddenly, he is startled to see a woman in front of him, someone they had already met in the past. Starting a discussion, he accuses her of stealing all the black silver iron from the shop. Upon hearing that she is actually investigating the incident, the boy finds everything very suspicious. It seems she is gathering information to report back to the Muram League as soon as she identifies the true culprit. The problem is that the suspect is a powerful master, which makes even the support robot uncomfortable. Passing the task to the hero, the woman tells him to check a point in the city where she believes the thief might be. The white-masked one is going to turn one of those blacksmiths into his accomplice, creating a sort of secret alliance. Surely someone must know who the real culprit is and must be a skilled blacksmith who works with silver. The girls start to wonder who their friend is talking to at that moment. In a very direct manner, they ask why the medicine thief is getting away unpunished, but Yumi believes that sooner or later, the woman will end up paying for what she did and decides not to worry about it for now. By sharing the information from his investigation, the boy let the woman escape unscathed from trouble. As they walk, he comments that his colleague's kindness has inspired him as well. At the entrance of one of the blacksmiths, an old man starts to exit suspiciously. After a brief discussion, the elder says he hates fools like the protagonist, who is just curious. Still, he praises the MC's good work for defeating villains and claims he wants to teach some techniques to help the boy improve in fights. Finally, it seems a battle is about to happen, as the two begin to provoke each other competitively. Once again, the doctor intervenes, preventing the old man from getting beaten up in front of everyone. With plenty of time on his hands since he's retired, the old man came to try to find the culprit behind the theft. The girl asks why her friend is so rude to someone who is just helping, but he says that if they don't find the culprit, they won't get the reward. Claiming that his true rival is the retiree, the hero leaves sarcastically, while the old man responds that he is the weakest. Noticing that his supposed rival has taken the lead, the MC runs desperately to catch up. To help, the fighter suggests that her friend climb onto her back to gain more speed. At the third blacksmith, the savior of the nation arrives in a hurry. Upon entering the room, he finds a masked man in white and several henchmen gathered. When he realizes he is being sought by the detectives, the villain advances towards the hero to eliminate him. The henchman tries to warn his master that the opponent is strong, but he can't do it in time to save him. He was defeated so easily that the girl jokes, saying he is quite a weak villain, and at any moment, Master Han could become a great powerhouse. This is confusing, as powerful masters usually withstand more punches than the masked man in white. After investigating, they realize he was just a decoy and not the true culprit of the crime. It becomes clear that the boy did not hold back his strength, but rather that his opponent was too weak. At the last blacksmith, the old man manages to arrive first at the true culprit. At the fourth blacksmith, the hero prefers to go ahead to avoid problems with his other two friends. He kicks the door and enters the place, noticing a man's body lying on the floor. Suddenly, the man wakes up startled, shouting at everyone and not understanding where he is. Before the man can touch his colleague, the MC intervenes and asks if he is okay. Then, he states that it's wrong to act like that towards someone who is trying to help, even if they just woke up. The young man reveals that the masked man in white was not the one who did all this. Wanting to know everything the man knows, the hero pressures him to discover the true culprit. Upon finding out that the masked one was doing secret jobs and had stolen the silver, the blacksmith refused to work with him. The doctor believes that the true culprit went to the fourth blacksmith because he used the others as bait to mislead. The girl agrees, since the last blacksmith was the smallest and weakest of all, easy to manipulate. Excited about the investigation, the hero wants to hurry and find his target, who apparently hasn't gone very far. As he says this, he notices a crowd of swordsmen sitting on the ground in the middle of the forest. They were ordered to attack the MC, but since it is now a trio, they demand triple the payment. Even as criminals, they have some sort of ethics and avoid turning women into targets, but this time, they will make an exception. Feeling strong, the boy in yellow asks if the hero knows what he is getting into by provoking him. Before he finishes speaking, the protagonist lunges forward after getting spat in the face and grabs the rival by the neck. Impatient, he asks who ordered the attack, saying he has no time to waste. Soon after, the other swordsmen begin to feel their bodies burning from within, a result of the good work of the girl in red, who released a substance unseen. The only survivor realizes that the fighter is a famous girl with powerful energy. But the hero, without patience, repeats the question, tightening the enemy's neck harder. The orders they received were clear: stop anyone trying to pass through the neighborhood. And to no one's surprise, the mastermind was the masked man in white himself. Fearing that his colleague might get infected, the hero decides to go back. But with her scientific knowledge, the girl asserts that it is not an epidemic, as the entire village wouldn't get sick so quickly. It seems that everyone is suffering from the same symptoms of the previous poisoning. She begins to examine the villagers and offers treatment at her clinic after the mission. The problem is that to complete the treatment, medicinal herbs are needed that still need to be purchased. Fortunately, the villagers saw a masked man carrying a large white dog through the town. They point out the right path, saying that the man is hiding in the mountains. Sometime later, the trio arrives at the indicated cave and hears a dog barking from within. This place is dangerous, even with the protagonist leading the missions. The trio lights a torch and begins to follow the dark paths of the cave. Suddenly, a white dog appears, but it is tamed by the doctor. Unfortunately, the poor thing had its leg cruelly injured by the villain. He gets irritated when the dog growls at him in a hostile manner. The question is why the culprit hurt the animal and left it there, alone. Suddenly, the cave begins to collapse from the inside out. In a hurry, the hero grabs his friend by the arm, and the four try to escape as quickly as possible. Rocks start to fall as everyone runs at high speed. Unfortunately, the escape route is too narrow, leaving the hero paralyzed, not knowing what to do. The detectives are puzzled as to why an experienced killer would want to steal silver instead of eliminating his targets. It seems that the culprit is not like common assassins and appears to be a master superior to the others. The man behind the mask is just a decoy to mislead the investigators and delay the mission. The old man complains that he couldn't find the culprit because he was competing with someone else. To make matters worse, the detective believes there is some larger planning behind all this, and that the true target of the operation may be the retired man. The reason the blacksmith asked for help immediately is that he was the one who made the black dragon's sword. Someone is likely setting traps around the city to delay the investigators. Moreover, the masked boy seems to be a trick, in case the Miram League wants to act regarding this mission. Perhaps the real culprit doesn't care about the League, but rather wants to capture the retired master. Laughing, the man comments that he has encountered various traps trying to eliminate him throughout his life, and none of them worked. The villain probably believes he can eliminate a generational master with the traps he set around the city. Trying to escape, the hero reflects that if things go wrong, his friend will be in fatal danger. With every passing second, the sound of falling rocks gets closer to the team, who don't know what to do. The hero reassures his friend, stating that if the mountain collapses, he will be there to protect her. To be faster, the team needs to keep up with the hero and try their best not to fall or trip on the ground. Energizing his body, the hero punches the wall, breaking part of the rocks. With his indescribable strength, he begins to dig a hole with his bare hands. Even managing to escape through a tunnel, the sound of the rocks continues to approach. The problem is that digging carefully takes time, something the team doesn't have at the moment. The plan this time is to lift the mountain with his two arms alone. Using all his strength, something surprises the protagonist, who realizes there is a powerful energy capable of launching a mountain far away. It seems someone is trying to destroy the cave to prevent anyone from entering or leaving the place. That's why the collapse stopped. The plan worked. Confidently, the hero says that traps don't work on him and reassures his friend. Looking towards the dust, he finds a kind of path they can follow. After a good while of digging, he manages to reach a different part of the cave. As expected, they enter an even larger space within the tunnels. While celebrating their achievement, the girl in red trips and starts to fall to the ground along with the dog. At that moment, a rock begins to fall on the duo of friends. Fortunately, the hero manages to save his best friend, using his own head as a shield, preventing them from being crushed. Even though he was hit by a large rock, the boy only suffered minor injuries and is still fine. Around the entire cave, there is a kind of green material that glows in the dark. The hungry one comments that he has tried to eat this stuff, but it didn't have a very pleasant taste. Fortunately, all this glowing green may be enough to treat the poisoned patients in the village. Stopping to be examined, the doctor notices that her friend has a bump on his head. If he were an ordinary person, his head would have been crushed, but that wasn't the case. The problem is that the boy's resilience makes it so that needles or blades do not penetrate his skin. And to make matters worse, this is a skill he cannot control. No matter how much he wants, objects are rejected by his body. The fighter gets irritated, asking why she was pushed to the ground when the rock was falling on the doctor. The hero's explanation is that his chest is too small to hug both girls and protect them at the same time. When this excuse doesn't work, the hero gives up and accepts the insults he receives. The girl, furious, says she wants to eat meat and demands that the MC do everything she asks in the kitchen. With the help of the doctor, the protagonist says he is extremely embarrassed and apologizes for his behavior towards the fighter. Suddenly, once again, rocks begin to be shattered near the team, who manage to protect themselves in time. This time, the cave is collapsing again due to the force used by the protagonist in the tunnel. Unfortunately, the lack of control and the excess strength of the hero are becoming a real problem for everyone. The retired man believes that the arrogant boy must have already gone ahead in the investigation. He tells the detective that the MC is also involved in the case, as he cannot give up or accept defeat. This frightens the long-haired man, who discovers that Dr. Yumi is also following the investigation. The men on his team are special specialists in such cases and from now on want to find an unsuspecting enemy. Not knowing what to do, the hero says he needs some time to think about his plan. The fighter wonders if it's a good idea for them to stick together as a couple the way they are. Embarrassed, the two shout that this is happening only because they are in panic and need to protect themselves. In the past, the hero recalls that the cave's ceiling was open, prompting the doctor to ask if he had ever been trapped in such places in his youth. In fact, he reveals that this happened 4 years ago, and in that place, there was also the same bright green. Then, he starts to remember what the cave's ceiling looked like on the day he got trapped. When the hero got trapped in the cave 4 years ago, he found a miraculous medicine. By eating this plant, he gained enough energy to climb the open ceiling of the cave. The girl is surprised to discover that her colleague ate the herb without even knowing its origin. It is explained that he had a good feeling when he got close to the wild plant, which is why he ate it. Having been born with a talent, it's hard to explain, as his actions were done by instinct. Fortunately, perhaps the environment still has some miraculous medicine that can help with the escape. By the way, the detectives find the entrance blocked by stones. The long-haired man gets irritated, as he knows this is a trap set for the former leader of the Murim League. However, the assistant knows that the hero will take good care of the doctor and asks him to calm down. Ignoring the advice, he orders that they bring people capable of rescuing the team from inside the cave as soon as possible. His plan is to stay at the location, remove the stones, and try to find the villain who did all this. Some time passes, and the protagonist manages to reach the outside of the cave, passing through bushes. To celebrate the escape, he says they should eat some roasted pork with rice at the clinic. Finally, the rescue team returns to help the detective. More stones fell while trying to open the cave's passage, and no one answers his call. This makes the long-haired man tense, as he believes he should have better protected his friend, and blames himself for this mistake. His assistant says he will wait the necessary time to discover the reason his boss avoids Yumi when he sees her. But his friend informs him that the team is alive and at the moment eating pork bones at some restaurant. In celebration, they are feasting on food, enjoying the delicious flavor. The plan is, after eating, to take the dog back and prepare as many antidotes as possible for the village people. While eating, the fighter says she has matters to resolve with her brother and needs to leave first. Surely the masked man is guilty of poisoning the villagers, and the hero needs to bring him to justice. The blacksmith doesn't know what to do, as he lives alone and has no one to take care of the dog. But this cheers up the doctor, who decides to take the little one back to the clinic and treat him. The animal ate something that made him sick, but with the advantage of having gained more intelligence. Back in the village, the girl is distributing medicines that can only be taken once a day. Even after improving with the medicines, the treatment is not over, and it is necessary to take all of them until the end of the week. The old man thanks the doctor for her help and comments that the praises about her intelligence are true. This makes the girl shy, as she didn't know she was being so praised by the people. The hero feels jealous upon discovering that the rumors were made by soldiers of the Murim League. Helping even more, they deliver a package of ingredients so that the children can also medicate themselves. In exchange for the help, the hero asks them to expand his garden by building fences, stables, and other structures. Now that the urgencies are over, they can finally focus on discovering where the masked villain is. The problem is that neither of them knows where to start looking for the man to find the silver iron. In fact, the protagonist's plan is to try to find someone who knows the whereabouts of this man and make him reveal information somehow. In the carriage, they are heading to meet the medicine thief, who should be at the blacksmith's. She continues investigating the case and should be found at the location where everything happened. Suddenly, the girl appears in the middle of the road and is noticed by the protagonist. This is not a coincidence. She was looking for the protagonist to give some clues about the villain. The reason for all this is that her boss is crazy, and dangerous accidents can happen at night. Instead, she says she is giving the information in exchange for payment of the medicine debt. The first piece of information she will give is about the person who set the trap that caught the team in the mountains. Apparently, it was planned to eliminate the former leader of the Murim League, not the team. Because he likes dogs, the old man would end up falling into the trap upon discovering that the blacksmith's animal was trapped at the site. This irritates the protagonist, who impatiently asks for the name and address of the one responsible for everything. Someone ordered warriors to stay on the road, blocking the passage of everyone trying to reach the cave. These bandits are part of a faction, and their leader should know the location of the masked man. The hint is that their boss has a weak technique and only uses a knife for defense. With a smile on his face, the hero jokes that he is not very persuasive, but in this case, he will make everyone talk. The bald man is shouting at his henchmen for failing at something simple. Suddenly, the protagonist arrives, breaking down the temple door and asks if this is the faction's location. The trap was very well planned by the white masked man, who even hired 2 assassins of reputation. Surely the culprit has been after the former leader of the Murim League from the beginning. However, the long-haired man claims that the problem is not so simple and asks who poisoned the clinic. Probably, the source of the poisons comes from the evil bloody horse. Finally realizing the gravity of the situation, the team notices that they are in serious trouble. The young man asks why this incident is worse than the previous one, and it is explained that the fact that the league's boss fell into this trap makes everything even more serious. He cites as an example the poisoned village, which raised suspicions of the bloody horse's involvement. The boy believes that someone is trying to frame the villain and jokes that the trap failed. One thing is certain, if the retired man had fallen into the trap, everyone would want to hunt down the culprit. And to make matters worse, if the elder manages to persuade the others, a war could happen. Interrupting, the leader says that this must be the work of the Iron Horse, as he is the most likely suspect. It is already suspicious enough that the leader of the Red Demons is also related to this name. This worries the detective, who realizes the seriousness of this mess. The faction has hundreds of soldiers who don't mind committing crimes for a few coins. Even if they are caught, the League would cover up the situation and choose only one to punish. Arriving at the faction's door, the hero asks where the boss is. The bald man gets scared and inadvertently reveals that he is the owner of the place. He remembers that it was the protagonist who beat up his men in the past. Trying to escape the situation, he acts like a good guy and says it is a relief to know that the MC doesn't want to fight. This leaves the boy confused, not understanding why he is being treated so well. well. The liar continues with his act and claims that he will report everything that happens to the guild. Suddenly, his ninjas approach, and a fight is ordered. Fortunately, the scout didn't come to talk and is ready for an intense battle. At that moment, a swordsman jumps in front of him, but with a simple touch, the hero breaks his blade and retaliates. The impact is so strong that it throws the man against the others, defeating several at once. Using his energy, the protagonist states that he is already too irritated. Not knowing what to do, the enemies continue advancing instinctively, trying to attack him. Each punch from the hero breaks teeth and eliminates one opponent after another. Finally, he kicks someone who almost knocks down the bald man. Wanting revenge, the hero starts pulling a pillar with all his strength. Throwing the pillar at the enemies, he states that he is doing this because the faction leader touched someone he shouldn't have. The destruction in front of him leaves the liar in disbelief that there is a master with such strength. With sweat dripping down his body, the hero asks who put his friend in danger. Upon hearing that it is nothing but a problematic situation, the protagonist questions whether this was intentional. His fury is so great that with each step he takes, the ground cracks, and the entire arena trembles. Throwing all the bodies of the enemies into the air, he destroys the ground around. Using his aura intensely, he asks once more, angrily, who would dare to set a trap? The image of his friend flashes in his mind, motivating him even more to take revenge on these enemies. As the liar tries to deny the story, the house begins to be destroyed solely by the protagonist's explosive aura. Amid the rubble, the two remain alive by a hair's breadth. Unfortunately, the man does not know the name of the masked white figure who caused all this, leading the MC to decree his elimination after losing the last chance. Fearing for his life, the man claims the culprit is from a distant sector. Arriving unexpectedly, the fighter realizes that the more anger the protagonist feels, the stronger he becomes. Before being finished off, the enemy states that the girls should have stayed at the location instead of coming. When the girl says everything was funny, the boy's ego is hurt, and he responds that it was spectacular. At least his friend praises his performance and says it was really cool. Criticizing his voice, she comments that he seems cooler when capturing villains. This fight excites the protagonist, who decides to capture the masked white figure immediately. Arriving at the destroyed location, the detectives begin to analyze why the MC did that. This irritates the chief, as his men are not discovering things quickly enough. The trio finally arrives at the place where the supposed culprit is hiding. When someone opens the door, the hero starts to say they are guests who came to collect payment. The boy's plan is working. He knows they will try to escape, exposing who the culprit is. Some time passes, and the doorman finally opens, allowing people to enter. Since no one fled, this means his enemy has a large group of delinquents. The girl notices they are becoming increasingly surrounded as they approach the yellow figure. The boy's excuse is that he followed this man because he feared not receiving payment for the debts. A soldier arrives and states that it would be best to capture the trio and torture them for more information. Without even finishing the sentence, he is pulled back, startling the leader himself. The protagonist appears, asking how they dare think they can kidnap them and not be eliminated in the process. Knowing his enemy is a powerful master, the masked figure orders them to attack. Several trained ninjas surround the protagonist, alerting his friends about the fight. Defending against all impacts, the boy wants to make them regret approaching. Defending against all impacts, the hero begins to prepare an attack. With his magnetic power, he retaliates and launches small sparks toward the opponents. With the purple aura, the strike hits and eliminates the ninjas with speed. In a matter of seconds, the protagonist manages to defeat most of his rivals. At the last second, Yumi warns her friend about the incoming attack. Holding the blade without cutting himself, he asks if his opponent is the real masked white figure. In a low blow, the ninjas approach the girls with bad intentions. Fortunately, the fighter is skilled and launches an ability at the nearest swordsman, causing a massive explosion followed by a flurry of punches to the face. Scaring the rest of the kidnappers, the girl considers herself a master. Impatient, the boy asks them to be careful with the doctor and stop talking nonsense. Once again, a soldier approaches, but is eliminated with an explosive kick. This worries the boy, who didn't want to kick with such force. Unfortunately, the bodyguard survived and is ready for another round. Irritated, he asks how they dared to hit his sacred armor. Noticing that the yellow figure is weaker than it should be, he believes the true villain stands before him. After a misunderstanding, the MC says he doesn't come from any faction, leaving his enemy confused. With a smile on his face, he claims that he actually eliminated all the bandits. Without patience for conversation, the hero asks if the bloody horse is behind all this once again. Not wanting to hear any mention of that name, the warrior charges in with punches. Suddenly, part of his clothing is pulled by the swift protagonist. The rags begin to be energized by the protagonist's blue aura. Wrapping his hand, he pulls his enemy with all his strength like a rope. Then, he kicks him upward, finishing tearing the fabric. As he falls to the ground, he struggles to get up after taking significant damage. Approaching, the hero says he went easy because he wanted to ask a few things, and now he won't do that anymore. Having nothing more to ask, he prepares to strike correctly and punish him. He lands a precise kick to the man's ribs, launching him like a missile into the house, causing a massive explosion in the territory, opening a tunnel. This is being quite fun for the protagonist, who is preparing for more. By controlling his strength as much as he could, his enemy is still alive. Now that he has captured the true white masked one, he can seek the silver black iron. The slow detectives finally arrive at the house and try their best to follow the hero's tracks. Finally, the assistant admits that the protagonist's destructive power is incredible. Lying on the ground, the true culprit is exposed, and the leader of the house admits. This frightens the blacksmith, as it was the very man who sold the iron to him. Finally, it dawns on him that the leader sold the iron with the intention to steal and profit twice. In fact, the little thief is an unusual contact of the elder that raises suspicions in the hero. Trying to understand the misunderstanding, the boy claims that the masked one is a subordinate of the Iron Horse. By having provided hideouts and traps, this proves that the curly was an ally of the Iron Horse. As promised, the blacksmith will make the needle bags and will give one as a bonus gift. Moreover, he will give the destroyed location for free to the protagonist. Time passes, and the detectives arrive at the bearded one wanting to understand the story. They realize that the white masked one had his armor personally made by the Iron Horse. To make make matters worse, the one who sold the iron was the leader of the mansion who hid the ninja. The hairy one is startled to hear that the elder was the one who introduced these bandits at the beginning of the story. This makes him smile happily, as he knows he can use this information in the future. In the meeting room of the Murim League, the corrupt one is talking a lot. His colleague is sure that the Iron Horse is trying to start a war between the factions. Lying shamelessly, he says he has never heard of the Yellow Mansion. He is left speechless upon learning that his colleagues already know about the news of his thefts. The next day, the trio gathers to eat, even though the hero is tired from the previous night. Now, their kitchens are much larger, able to prepare first-class food. The doctor appears unexpectedly and praises Yumi's health. He then thanks the protagonist for his help with his sister, despite the problems. The director also appears wanting to hear this curious story. He knows that someone tried to push his precious daughter to the ground while holding her, Yumi. He states that he wished he had met the boy in the past. He seriously asks why he is treating his daughter this way. When questioned, the protagonist claims he has never fought with his daughter, apologizing at the same moment. He claims to be a very polite and kind boy. Finally, he also realizes who spread that nickname around town. To make matters worse, the director also wants to know why the boy is staying at his student's house. It is explained that someone had stolen his plant and he decided to stay until he was paid. Afraid of going into debt, the friends refuse the payment and the doctor's help. Irritated, wanting to eliminate the problem with the protagonist, he states that he will pay whatever is necessary. Shamelessly, the hero wants to take over the entire clinic, as he wishes to live there with his friend. He becomes annoyed upon noticing that the director found the proposal too expensive. Moreover, he wants to meet who taught the girls better, and in return, will show his cooking skills. Still in the clinic, the old man tries to understand why the protagonist wants to get so close to the girl. For if he has other intentions, something bad could happen. The director is curious to know how his friend ended up getting involved with a fool like the MC. She explains that she made a mistake when she first met the guy, and in the end, they ended up living together. The man is surprised to realize that the quality of the meat is extremely good and top-notch. Then, the hero seasons all the pieces and begins to cook like a true chef. This disturbs the old man, who does not understand the boy's cooking techniques. This is just more proof that the boy is extremely strong, cooking skillfully. Moreover, he also uses his firepower to start a campfire with ease. The director already knew the rumors about the boy, but realizes they didn't account for even half of his powers. Uncomfortable, he claims he can also do that, but he doesn't want to waste his mana on something like that. The girl begins to suspect that her friend kept company all the time, just to learn how to make his potions. But because she likes him a lot, she believes this is nothing but paranoia. People are amazed by the food the protagonist made, praising it as delicious. The strange thing is that the protagonist was, at some point, hidden with the director before eating. In fact, the old man wanted help to make an elixir and asked directly from the MC. But first, I wanted to know the reason why Aomi was expelled in the first place. In fact, the director did this because it would be a waste for the doctor not to have any clinic to sell her services. Lazily, the boy doesn't want to put in the effort to make all the elixirs by hand alone. This greatly irritates the director, who in return decides to teach techniques on how to make an enhanced potion, which means the protagonist will have to work hard until the day he is taught by the old man. However, to make the potion, a sacred herb is needed that took the guild 8 years to obtain. Leaving the meeting, the protagonist states that he is not a hero and that it would be faster for the old man to do this work alone. The duo begins to head back to the clinic while the hero plans what he will cook next time. Interrupting the conversation, the girl becomes very curious to know what the director was discussing with her best friend. He explains that he should make an elixir without receiving any payment, in exchange for passion. This is strange, as the old man is not that type of person and usually pays well for his services. But the girl knows the MC well and understands that he prefers to be left to suffer than to work for a month. The couple meets, and amusingly, both want to have dinner with the protagonist. But since the wife already knew him from before, it would be easier to arrange a date for her. The worst part is that the husband, despite being an important member of the league, cannot even organize a simple lunch. To make matters worse, the girl couldn't keep her promise to the protagonist, making the meeting even more difficult. And she recalls the meeting with the elder, who could have revealed some information. Even being the woman's husband, the man cannot hear her secrets. His argument is that neither of them can exchange the darkest secrets of their guilds. In the forest, some masked individuals are planning what to do with the shadow swordsman. A fat man appears, saying that he cannot let the protagonist resolve the situation alone once again. Excited, he claims to know the boy's weak point, giving an advantage to the villains. Back at the clinic, the hero wants to sell the elixir he obtained in the cave as soon as possible. With the money from the sale, they will be able to expand their homes and build a stable for the animals. Even with the clinic's door closed, someone arrives and surprises the MC. A warrior in red arrives, startling the duo, who do not understand what is happening. Moreover, the protagonist and the boy look very much like distant brothers. In fact, the young man states that the two do not know each other yet. The girl gives her friend a lecture upon seeing him treat the colleague rudely, without any reason. The warrior introduces himself and apologizes for his lack of manners when speaking to Yumi. The boy knew the doctor's name because the rumors had already spread throughout the city. Very hungry, he says he had a hard time asking and searching. Then, the protagonist tells him to stay home while he goes to buy a sacred herb at the market. She assures him that it won't take long, cheering the young man up. The relationship between the protagonist and the boy seems to be very poor. To start with, his family is forcing a relationship with the younger sister. Jealous, the girl understands why the boy is a true villain. The two are becoming quite wealthy and will have enough money to expand their rooms and the house. After that, the boy needs to resolve something and promises to return in a moment. The intelligent dog seems to understand what is being said to him and is suspicious of the red-clad one. Seeing that the girl is treating him differently, the hero raises an objection about the matter. Not wanting to respond, she walks away, only asking the young man's age. The funny thing is that the two are only a year apart and are not that different after all. When asking for help to cut herbs, the girl discovers that her colleague is just a normal human. Her task will be to take care of the garden, as he is very good with spears and brooms. Over time, the place begins to look new, with no dirt around. Finally, the girl starts to think that the two brothers are very very similar, even in the way they speak. She also discovers that her friend comes from a very distant region. The strange thing is that the two do not know each other, even having lived in the same neighborhood in the past, but it is explained that the hero simply appeared one day in that city, suddenly. Unfortunately, the young man was born with a serious illness and only became skilled with spears. Over time, the illness caused injuries and became stronger in his body. When he turns 20, he will pass away, and that day is getting closer and closer. That's why he went out to explore and ended up discovering that his neighbor had been very close all along. His family prepared a small meal for the neighbor guest. Wanting to help, the girl suggests asking the director for assistance, who should know something about the illness. Not caring about his last year of life, the young man starts removing the blades, frightening the girl. Afraid of being used as revenge, she asks what went wrong in the past between the two. Back in town, the hero questions why the merchant still doesn't have the house documents. Impatient, he states that he would hit a lot of people if necessary to finish what he wants soon. At this point, he believes that in the end, he will be the only one cursed. He realizes that if he turns the guild upside down, people will curse him. On the day he discovered his health condition, the doctor prescribed medication in exchange for food. Since he took the potions, he has improved and is much healthier. Suddenly, the group of masked men arrives at the clinic, noticing that the hero is not present. The protector this time is the boy with the staff, who prepares for a fight. Staying firm, he attacks his opponent with precision. He claims he will block all attacks and counter any that use the iron horse armor. He hits the swordsman squarely in the shoulder, sending him flying in front of his colleagues. The piece of iron is thrown to the ground, leaving a hole the size of the force of the blow. It is explained that the boy is called Blue Dragon and is one of the most powerful and youngest masters in the world. With a powerful stomp, he advances with the tip of his spear towards the opponents. Managing to deflect the blow and counterattack towards the masked man's eyes, the boy shows he is completely focused on crushing his rivals. The spear seems to sway like a snake, moving from side to side as it advances. At the last second, he manages to pass under the sword but gets cut in half. The masked man realizes that his opponent is just dodging his attacks, treating the fight like a game. In a moment of carelessness, he is hit in the thigh by the tip of the weapon and ends up seriously injured. This disappointed his teammates, who expected more from their companion. Impatient, the boy announces that if they give up, there is no need to fight. The first masked man throws his weapons to the ground and starts to flee, but is hit by a precise blow. In one go, the boy manages to defeat 3 swordsmen, leaving only 2 to escape. To prevent anyone from fleeing, he throws his weapon towards the back of a masked man. Performing radical maneuvers with his spear, he states that he will not let anyone get away with this. Finally, he attacks the fat man, who was trying to climb a small wall before being hit. This startles the doctor, who realizes that her friend has injured the opponents too much with his weapon. As a doctor, she cannot allow anyone to die in her clinic and orders them to be taken inside. Back at the scene, the protagonist is left confused upon seeing the cart full of bodies outside. The walls of the house are completely stained with the red broth of the defeated enemies. This irritates the protagonist, who believes that his colleague only served to dirty the garden. Moreover, a good part of the house is damaged due to the fight. Even the clinic door is cracked. But in fact, all of this happened because of the protagonist last time. It's not the fault of the young man in red. The MC becomes even more irritated upon seeing that his friend is siding with his rival in discussions. In the investigation, the detectives realize that the thieves were subordinates of the Iron Horse. It seems that the real purpose of these people was to threaten the protagonist for some reason. An unexpected thing is that the Blue Dragon was there to save the day and protect the clinic. The young man wonders if perhaps he could be the new most powerful master of the kingdom. After all, the Blue Dragon became a powerful master at 19, an age when most people still do nothing. After healing, the little red one had his abilities enhanced and became one of the masters as strong as the leader of the demons. Recalling that the young man and his girlfriend had to work together to have a minimal chance against the man. Once again, he wants to understand why all these people end up gathering with the doctor. Immediately, the detective wants to confirm if the person in the clinic is really the Blue Dragon they talk so much about. He goes to the location, lying that he just wanted to check if there was any problem. Fortunately, everything is fine, and people are trying to repair the scratches on the house. The little red one is impressed to find out that the rumors about his presence in the city have already spread. When challenged to prove he is indeed the Blue Dragon, he calls the young man for a one-on-one fight. White Jade does not allow her boyfriend to fight and introduces herself, asking if the dragon knows her. This irritates the boy, who dislikes the way his girlfriend is treated with kindness. It is explained that the red one was envious of Jade when he was sick, as he also wanted to take an elixir and become powerful. A true warrior welcomes another with a good fun fight. Jade knows her friend will feel bad if they fight, concluding it's better to save it for another opportunity. The young man jumps into the conversation and says he prefers to fight than let Jade get hurt. Preparing for combat, the Blue Dragon asks for the names of his opponents, realizing he still doesn't know who they are. Lee introduces himself and begins to draw his blade, claiming to be from the Murim League. The doctor becomes tense, seeing the fight about to unfold in the garden, fearing someone might get hurt. Upon discovering that the young man is a disciple of the Shadow Swordsman, the Blue Dragon comments that he might need to practice a bit more. The lazy protagonist doesn't want to intervene, thinking that the other's fight is fun to watch. Jade worries about her boyfriend and asks if they really need to fight now. The warrior positions himself, trying to land a precise strike, while the ninja jumps in front of the red one and attempts a decisive attack. The boy lands a solid hit on the enemy's staff, who manages to defend at the last second. Then, he tries to attack with a sword strike to the man's back before he loses the chance. This Blue Dragon is very skilled and manages to dodge, leaping high while counterattacking with force. The boy's speed impresses the red one, who asks if the Shadow Swordsman is faster. Continuously striking towards the boy's sword, the dragon wants to see how many blows he can block, but White Jade moves into the fight, throwing punches to prevent something worse from happening. This excites the Blue Dragon even more, who expected exactly this kind of reaction from the girl. Spinning his staff, the dragon proposes that the three of them start a fight together. The fight is interrupted when someone shouts, asking if they are really going to try to expel a client from the clinic. Finally, White Jade asks her friend to stop fighting, as it's already enough. Being the type of person who doesn't shy away from fights, the red one asks if they can continue. Inside the house, the protagonist continues watching, seeming to enjoy the brawl. Getting up, he is impressed to see that the red one has grown a lot since the last time he saw him. Then he asks if it's his turn to fight, instilling fear in his opponent. The leader is informed that the protagonist seems to know the blue dragon, confirming both their identities. It is also known that the red one miraculously healed from a fatal illness 2 years ago. Apparently, it was the hero himself who gave him that special medicine in the past. This means that the protagonist, besides being powerful, also possesses vast knowledge of medical techniques. There's nothing wrong with masters being good at more than one skill, but that's not common. Citing the example of the former leader of the Murim League, who was only good at fighting and hitting. In a meeting, White Jade informs about the red one's appearance and his approach to the doctor. To make matters worse, the protagonist had gone to that place earlier and demanded that the promise be kept. But the owner of the house claims he will not sell to anyone, no matter how many gold coins they offer him. At this rate, the girl's relationship with the protagonist and the dragon will be in big trouble in the future. Finally, the order for the silver iron needles was completed and delivered by the blacksmith. The work seems to have been very precise, making the doctor assert that it will work very well with her sister. Suddenly, the young man appears excited to get a room, becoming interested in the black needles, as he thought his friends were poor and wouldn't have money to pay. The bearded blacksmith seems to be someone known and notices that the spear is different. Upon analyzing the tip more closely, he realizes it is a technique made by the iron horse, becoming irritated and asking why the boy has a material made by an enemy. At this moment, the doctor intervenes in the fight and asserts that the young man is no spy of the iron horse, arguing that possessing an item made by someone else does not mean betrayal. After this, the blacksmith apologizes, realizing he is in front of the great blue dragon. Having accidentally crushed the blade, the hero explains that he cannot fully control his strength. The marks on the tip show that he tried his best to straighten what he had broken, leaving it that way. Even so, he used his firepower and pressed the blade with his palms, applying an impressive blacksmithing technique. This technique is remarkable because only the iron horse was capable of performing it, and now the protagonist can too. Excited by the discovery, the blacksmith decides to work alongside the hero to create a masterpiece that could even surprise everyone. A man appears asking about the rumors that the team was trying to buy land near the house. Coincidentally, the old man introduces himself as the owner of the land. Offering 100 gold coins, the protagonist tries to buy a piece of land from his colleague. The only problem is that the duo only has 300 gold coins, which is not enough to acquire the land they desire. Fortunately, the man is kind and decides to sell 2 pieces of land for just 300 coins, making a sort of special promotion. Always prepared, he pulls out a purchase contract to formalize the deal. While they eat, the red believes he is being treated like a mere servant for doing all the heavy work around the house. But deep down, he understands that this is how good friends collaborate with each other. Being an old acquaintance of the hero, the girl cannot let the young man go hungry. Now the duo is excited to have a large piece of land that will allow for the construction of stables and the expansion of the garden. The strange thing is that the landowner was not this man. Only the clan's owner has the authority to sell. But the protagonist shows the purchase certificate and claims that the old man is the true leader. As he reads the document, the doctor says that the clan leader is a woman and that the sold document is fake. With hatred, the hero asserts that he will eliminate all the criminals in the world until he finds the bandit. The scammer disguised himself as an old man to steal all the money from the protagonist by selling the fake piece of land. This excites his colleague, who is happy with the thought that the plan worked, claiming that things have become easier to handle now that the MC has become a beggar. Before letting the boy go, the shadowy figure demands the 300 stolen gold coins. With all the hatred in his body, the hero decides to deal with this in a rough and irritated manner. But there are many people in the city who could pull a scam for 300 gold coins. Moreover, all the criminals are hiding, making it difficult to find the real thief. Promptly, the girl wants the list of all the scammers in the city who have passed through the clinic. But this is not a solution, as the criminals must have also changed their names to avoid being found. The hero is determined to find this guilty person and end everything as soon as he can. While training with the staff, the Red wonders if it is common for clients to come in the middle of the night. He believes that the scammer is not an ordinary patient, as he walks silently like a cat and carries assassin swords. Suddenly, a girl arrives at the clinic, relieved that everyone is still awake in the middle of the night. But the boy did not notice the thief's footprints, as he thought they were innocent, and is curious to know why the swordswoman arrived in the middle of the night for no reason. The protagonist offers some food to his friend and ignores his colleague. The good news is that the girl came to deliver the list of criminals living in the city to the duo. Finally. In fact, the plan is to hand over the most dangerous criminals to the protagonist, making him deal with the hard work. There are many criminals, and it will take a long time to find the true culprit if they go after them one by one. The next day, the first thief is being punched, while they demand their money back. As expected, he was not the con artist and claims he did not lend money to anyone. The fat man is treating the man this way because he did not lend him any money. He states that he is hurting him because people turned a blind eye when he asked for help. In a cruel tone, he tells the man to make money by robbing people before he dies. At this moment, the protagonist appears, curious to understand the conversation of the delinquents. He is happy because he finally found who he was looking for, putting in a lot of effort when it's something he desires. Suspicious, the fat man stands up, thinking that the person in front of him is careless and poorly trained. He orders his ninjas to attack the target directly. Without moving, the protagonist breaks the sword and counters the first of the advancing swordsmen. It seems that this place is a training center for con artists in the city. The next opponent is a skilled swordsman, eager to fight the protagonist. Before he can do anything, the hero delivers a kick so strong that it sends him flying. This leaves the fat man impressed, as he did not imagine his strongest soldier would be defeated with a single blow. He claims to have several dangerous subordinates outside, ready to eliminate his opponent. At this moment, the red one appears, stating that he has already dealt with all the enemies outside. The thief is even more impressed, having no chance to escape. The doctor, worried about the thieves' lives, fears that the injuries may be fatal. She offers treatment at the clinic the next time the man is in town. town to take care of his wounds. Upon realizing they are in front of the famous doctor, the fat man finally understands that the protagonist is a renowned master. He begins to plead for his life, claiming he will live a different life after this. Continuing the investigation, the hero knows exactly who is in front of him and that this person can help him find the real con artist. This is a relief for the fat man, who realizes he is not the target and just needs to help find someone else. His role will be to memorize the long list of criminals to discover who sold the fake land. Crying out of fear, he thinks about fleeing, as he won't be able to memorize all those names in time. Inside the gate of the place, the hero believes there must be at least 300 warriors. The doorman wants to know who is knocking at the door, wanting to enter in the middle of the night. Impatient, the hero tells him to be quiet and immediately opens the gate. The old man believes the clinic is at the center of the recent situation and wants to know who planned it. His employee is being punished and cursed by his own boss because of his actions. Then, he kicks the boy, stating that it costs a lot to obtain this information. Fortunately, the boy has a solution to recover from all the damage at once. Maliciously, he talks about a place full of crooks. In the present, the hero is destroying everything in his path, wanting to find the con artist. With a single slap, he manages to break the large wooden gate due to his strength. Inside the temple, they realize that the enemies must number over 100 soldiers. The leader of these men asks the MC to reveal his own name after entering the tiger's den, and he is impressed to discover that, in front of him, stands the great blue dragon of the rumors. This disturbs the leader, who tries not to be discouraged by facing a powerful master in front of his men. Trying to resolve it through conversation, he says it's all a misunderstanding and that his temple is open for visits. This only irritates the hero further, as he asks why he destroyed the gate when he could have simply entered. When asked about an elder from the Murim League, the tiger becomes angry at the opponent's audacity. He then orders all his henchmen to capture the boy and imprison him. The orders are to attack, but not to eliminate the hero, since he is with the blue dragon. It doesn't take long for all the soldiers to be thrown in front of the leader as a way to prove the protagonist's power. The blows were so strong that smoke came out from the bodies of the fallen. More and more soldiers are ordered to attack the boy with all the strength they have in their arms, but the MC easily defeats them with his magnificent power as a master. Finally, the leader realizes that it was his opponent who destroyed the gate with just a slap, and he is even more impressed to know that there is no one in the world with a technique as strong as that. Impatient, the hero wants to know why his question was not answered by the enemy. With his ability, he teleports in front of the villain and grabs him by the throat. Unintentionally, he squeezes too hard and ends up making the man faint and drool. Fortunately, the doctor will leave the opponent alive, as long as his body remains intact. Taking advantage of the gap, the villain escapes and orders his henchmen to attack the boy once more. Delivering powerful punches, one after the other, the hero sends the enemies flying away. Seeing that their opponent entered the house, the remaining enemies try to save their master, but they become confused upon hearing noises inside the place, not understanding anything. Next, a large explosion occurs in the temple, throwing debris into the air and cracking the walls. In the next moment, the protagonist drags his target across the floor. To make matters worse, the entire building begins to collapse and destroy itself in front of the soldiers. As expected, the leader of the Tigers is a formidable and reasonably strong opponent. The problem is that the protagonist's hands move too quickly, leaving no time to ask about the elder. He reveals that he came to this place for other reasons and calls all the remaining soldiers. He orders them to start searching for the con artist in search of evidence about who sold the land. The soldiers are confused, as they do not believe anyone would be naive enough to rob the protagonist. Still, the soldiers need to find any clue about who sold the land. They will have only one day to find him, and if they fail, the hero will punish them. Scaring everyone, he states that next time he won't speak as kindly as he is now. The young man's good plan worked when his envoy tricked the hero in the morning. The only thing the old man needs to do is gain possession of the land around the temple. With that, they will be able to use the entire area to lure the protagonist to the elder. Since it plays an important role, the sector needs to be reliable, despite having noisy businesses in the city. He believes his plan will work and that they won't be caught because their targets have no relation to each other. On the road, the trio realizes they dealt with loan sharks and a large violent gang, when suddenly, the MC notices something in the forest and asks to stop the carriage. Walking among the trees, the duo of bandits feels a sudden chill. Once again, the MC asks the thieves to find the con artist and makes threats if they fail to finish the job. For this reason, they find the doctor very good at treating the bandits defeated by her best friend. It is said that the taste of the liquor gets much better when the man finishes his hard work for the day. His only problem is that he won't be able to use the 300 gold coins he stole from the protagonist in the previous days. Seeing his colleague arrive in the room, he offers a drink as a good treatment. The Tigers ask what his colleague did to have money to rent such an expensive room, but he explains that today is his birthday and he decided to treat himself to expensive things. When his scheme is revealed, the man tries to dodge, saying he is not capable of doing something so miserable. He claims that nowadays, few people would fall for scams like that. Impatient, the tiger soldier threatens the man if he sees him running away. Suddenly, a fat man enters the room asking if his friend did this, and blames him, claiming he is the reason he is hurt that way. He recalls the time he was beaten by the blue dragon when he planned to escape. With much irritation, he wants to know who hit him, as the young man seemed too skilled. He states that as soon as he introduced his colleague for his special requests, some crazy person decided to rob the protagonists. Everyone is irritated with a man who realizes he will end up dying if he admits the scam was his. Lying, he says it's all a misunderstanding and that he can't pull schemes every day of the week. He claims that the people from the tiger sector also came looking for a certain thief. The fat man threatens his colleague, asking him not to leave the neighborhood until he returns. He is worried about his own life and regrets accepting the commission. His survival plan is to find the former client before being captured. The duo of bandits needs to do their best to complete the hero's task, as it is a great opportunity. Once again, the detective wants to know what is happening in the city with all this case of thefts and scams. The three gather in the room to discuss what the real objective of the culprit is in doing all this. He becomes confused, wondering why they didn't buy the land around the clinic, but it is explained that they already tried to do that, but the owner of the place refused, no matter how much money was offered. Explaining the situation, they tell the reason they were visited after the punitive expedition at the house. Moreover, it is known that the doctor was expelled from her former clinic for not accepting female doctors. But that doesn't make sense, as the old man allows his own daughter to work in his hospital. There must be an obscure reason behind all this, since Yumi is very well trained by the doctor. Very curious, the man wants to know what kind of secret the doctor has been keeping all this time. Getting up, impatient, he states that it's his fault as he leaves the room. It was all a mistake, and the con artist regrets what he did, afraid of being eliminated. When, suddenly, he is found by someone who approaches impatiently. Going back in time, the soldiers claim they captured the real con artist. The trio arrives in the room to find the 5 most famous land thieves in the city. Among them is the true culprit, who is cold with fear. Analyzing all the men, the hero needs to figure out which face looks most familiar to him. Our protagonist paces back and forth, impatient. He stares intently at the con artist. The tension is palpable as the trickster sweats uncontrollably. But, with hatred, the MC reveals that he doesn't recognize any of those criminals, leaving them all startled. Jung argues with the one who brought those people, demanding to find the right con artist. The trickster smiles, relieved that his disguise worked, but soon his worry returns, as our heroes will check each one's hands. That's when the con artist is found, as the heroes recognize his hand. Yumi quickly confirms that this is the same man from the previous night, while he tries to escape once again with lies. Our protagonist soon grabs him and threatens him up close, finally asking where the stolen money is. Pressed, the bandit reveals that he ended up losing the money. The MC understands what happened and decides to go after those other 2 criminals to recover the money, ordering the trickster to help. Hyung asks for the names of the culprits, but the bandit says he doesn't know their real names. However, when the protagonist grabs him, the weakling quickly thinks of a solution. This irritates the MC upon discovering that there is still one more con artist involved in the story, and it's him we see trembling at the base when he encounters the complete group of heroes. Our fighter comes in with accusations, impatient. Do-hyun complains that Jungwoo didn't beat up this con artist the other day, and his friend admits the mistake while drawing his weapon, promising to beat everyone in that place to redeem himself. Hearing the screams of pain, the doctor and the protagonist comment on how his friend has evolved after nearly dying. At the time, his illness was cured after a good medicine made by the MC, and they were rivals. But Hyung was still much stronger than his friend. After finishing his violent work, Jungwoo approaches. The young man discovered that someone named Oh Jung-taek is behind all this confusion. The protagonist quickly stands up, wanting to head towards the Murim League, but Yumi is worried. The doctor asks if the plan is really to fight everyone in the organization. Our MC has no doubts, but his friend reminds him that their clients come from there. Now that Hyung has been reminded of this, he can't reduce the amount of meat he eats. Yumi also remembers how big the league is, and advocates talking to the suspect before anything. Jung-taek receives the news that he is being sought by the group of heroes and becomes frightened. The con artist also learns that our protagonist is part of the group, being responsible for the leader's coma. The trickster becomes extremely irritated upon hearing our MC's name, and now wonders how his whole scheme isn't working as expected, worried that Hyung may have anticipated all his moves. Desperate, Jung-taek asks where Do-hyun is, and discovers that everyone has also found out about the land con artist. The bandit panics now that our protagonist knows everything. He runs away without listening to the advice of the man who told him all this bad news. As he runs, the idea arises to eliminate the MC before he is found, even if he has to use someone else's strength. Our group of heroes continues discussing their next step. Hyung still thinks it's easier to catch the culprit in the Murim League, while Yumi remains against it, especially since the league won't stand still while one of theirs is attacked. Even explaining that her plan is to calmly talk to Jung-taek, the doctor slams the table and demands they find another way. Jungwoo agrees with his medical friend, but soon his argument takes a sinister turn, wanting to attack the con artist when he is away from the Murim League, upsetting Yumi, who ends up scolding her friend. While her partner still feels the pain in his back, our protagonist ends up agreeing with his plan, even though his friend protests. After so many complaints, the MC gives in and agrees to talk to the con artist first. Now the two are agreeing to be peaceful and want to quickly order a large amount of meat to become even kinder and at peace. At night, Hee-yeon can smell the quality meat on Yumi's clothes and complains that everyone ate without her. The doctor explains that they found the scammers and decided to celebrate a little, but upon seeing some people approaching, she asks the nurse to take care of them, discovering that they are not patients. Finally, one of the figures introduces himself. It's Jin Hwa-young from the Daejung Guild, and she knows Jungwoo. The Blue Spear Warrior also seems to know her and asks why her group is there. In another part of the city, Jung-taek creates another scheme to defeat our MC. He goes to the place where the Elder's secret weapon is hidden, criminals with the highest skills, prisoners of the most dangerous kind. Each one considered a terrifying martial arts master who wouldn't lose against a celestial master and would certainly defeat Baek Do-hyun. Jung-taek now combines his scheme, negotiating the reward for the assassins. The scammer offers a reduced sentence, but they want total amnesty. The thug negotiates the freedom of 2 people instead of all the prisoners, but that cowardly man doesn't know if he has enough power to do that. Even so, the executioner continues arguing that 2 people would be enough. Back at Yumi's clinic, Jin Hwa-young talks to our heroes about the land around the house. The truth is, she has already bought everything. This irritates our hero, since he was the one who was going to acquire that property. Seeing his irritation, the warrior tries to calm everyone down by clarifying that she will let the group rent the land with no conditions. Even with our MC asking the rental price, Hwa-young confirms that it will cost nothing. But Jungwoo quickly rejects the offer. Hyung tries to understand why he is the one rejecting. His weapon partner explains that there is no gift without a cost, and that this woman will attack them for using her land for free. But the fighter explains that this is just a reward for Do-hyun having defeated the Red Demons previously. Jungwoo is surprised by this fact, but our MC only confirms that it was the right thing to do. Hwa-young explains again that she won't charge anything, but this time she speaks in a special way to seduce our protagonist, and then approaches his friend as well. This almost works on the Blue Dragon Spear Warrior, who finds her beautiful, but it annoys Hee-yeon. The The nurse confronts Jungwoo, but the guy is not only quick in combat, he promptly responds that the medical student is much more beautiful. Now Hwa-young is the one who is annoyed, having almost seduced who she wanted but was interrupted. Yumi arrives, diffusing the tension, but the warrior calls her a foreigner, and the doctor returns the question, admitting that she failed to create a good opportunity. Our protagonist starts teasing his friend, since her title only works in the neighborhood. But Hwa-young manages to recognize her name and title, and is surprised that she is friends with Dr. Yumi. Now that the warrior is putting the pieces together, she realizes how extreme that group is, of high caliber. Now that she recognizes the names, she tries to apologize to Hee-yeon, but the nurse remains annoyed. Our hero, who has never been very smart, starts accusing Hwa-young, even without a real reason. Our MC escalates the fight, still not trusting the visitor who is still trying to explain herself, but the warrior understands that the situation will not improve and decides to come back the next day. Hwa-young is defeated, still needing to get closer to that group, and at that moment, she decides not to block him. The next day, she is approached by another group asking for explanations about the rumor of her being close to our MC, but the warrior says that only her land is close. This deeply irritates the woman she is talking to, who is frustrated for not having bought the land. Hwa-young continues defending her point, planning to build a house there and become Do-hyun's neighbor. But this makes the two-tailed fox draw her weapons, and her guards follow suit. The landowner's guards defend her from the attacks. One of them sacrifices himself for his mistress, jumping in front of a kunai thrown in her direction. The fox realizes that this is a trap, and orders her men to prepare. Hwa-young senses the danger and asks her remaining guard to run to Hyung for help, even though she is also in danger. He takes off at full speed, leaving his mistress behind. Then we discover who set up this ambush. The thugs sent by Youngtaek, who also heard the rumor about the young landowner. The woman preparing to fight blames Hwa-young for the situation and her rumors, even trying to obtain her property. The fox complains that she can't escape because of the other young woman, who apologizes and explains that she is also desperate. Our favorite group was resting with nothing to do until the guard arrived begging for help. Now the group pays attention to his words, recognizing who he is. Do-hyun has the idea to save the young woman in trouble and thus obtain her land. But Jungwoo realizes that this is clearly a trap. But our MC doesn't care about that. His partner forgot that he is not human. The group of bandits is now waiting for our hero, confident that they will defeat him. Hwa-young is still trying to deceive those dangerous assassins, but it doesn't work, and the group soon gets confirmation that Hyung has been called for help. The leader of the bandits declares that this will be the end of our hero, who was on his way to the rescue when his group discovers a hidden prisoner. Our MC tells him to come out of hiding. The man emerges surprised by the protagonist's power, who mocks him, saying that even the dog and the cow noticed. Jungwoo wonders if he is the cow next to the group's pet. The mysterious man says that to save the hostages, the group will have to listen to him. Then he tells our protagonist to get rid of the Daehung faction. Do-hyun asks what kind of faction that is. At that moment, Jungtaek understands the bandit leader's plan, who wants revenge on this faction using the MC's power. The assassin is convinced that the strongest master will defeat the organization he wants to destroy. That man who was hidden continues trying to convince Hyung to eliminate the Daehung so that the hostages won't get hurt. But the prisoner's laughter deeply irritates our protagonist, and even with the threats, he doesn't stop. And in one blow, the assassin is thrown far away. But the leader was already prepared for this and sent another man to persuade our hero, convinced that he wouldn't let someone die in front of him. The hostage asks for help with a sword at his neck, but Do-hyun is already plotting his course of action with his partner. The bandit, like the previous one, tries to convince our protagonist to destroy the Daehung faction before it's too late. But the master puts his plan into action, throwing a small stone in the direction of the executioner. But the stone ends up hitting the hostage, sending him flying and leaving the prisoner completely confused. Everyone in the group is shocked, not understanding anything, but our hero admits he missed the target. The leader of the bandits discovers that Yumi is not at the clinic and is impressed by the fact that our protagonist took his girlfriend to save the hostages. Jungtaek says that our hero is not right in the head, but the assassin disagrees. The prisoner assumes that Do-hyun discovered that the doctor would be used as bait and acted first. Now the chances of success have decreased, and they need to strengthen the trap. The con artist who started all this complains that our protagonist figured out all his plans for being someone very intelligent and cunning. But soon, we return to our hero, who hit a victim by mistake, and is now explaining himself to his group. The executioner remains impressed by all of this, but he ends up taking advantage of the situation, getting closer to the target to distance himself from the group, but the protagonist is faster and soon appears in front of him. In that situation, Yumi worries about Hyung's life, since the bandit has a sword. The strongest of all feels awkward, seeing that his friend is concerned for his life. It is at this moment that the villain takes advantage of the distraction and tries to strike our protagonist, but the hero holds the villain's blade as if it were nothing. Unconcerned about the situation, he continues to enjoy his friend's worry, who asks him to be careful with his hands, but Do-hyun crushes that metal as if it were paper. Yumi is astonished by the scene, while Jungwoo confirms that his friend is not human, and Haeyeon thinks about secretly stabbing him. The bandit is completely taken aback, and the group leaves the hostage and the guard behind to continue their mission. In the hideout, the Tails continues to blame Hwa-young for that situation, saying she would have escaped if it weren't for her. But the young woman argues that danger would still be guaranteed even if the woman had fled. But the argument continues. The two do not come to an agreement even in this situation. Hwa-young reveals the problems of her guild and how it is necessary to use Do-hyun to elevate her standing. And even with her difficulties, the young woman reveals that her plan is to get the two strongest warriors. The fox is now mocking, saying it won't be possible to get two celestial masters. The older woman continues trying to argue, trying to arrange who stays with whom, as if they were trading cards, but Hwa-young stands firm. Suddenly the place shakes. Do-hyun enters the shelter easily thinking he was being cursed at. The fox is extremely happy to see him, but the MC yells at her for always avoiding meeting him with the documents. Hwa-young worries about the thugs who are threatening them, but our hero didn't encounter any anyone else on the way. The leader of the thugs watches our protagonist fall into the trap. Then he orders his men to trigger it. One of them throws a kunai that hits a rope and brings down the gate inside the shelter. Now that the three are trapped inside, oil is poured onto the hay. The fox notices first and shouts for everyone to take cover. Outside, everyone feels the impact. Even though the assassin's plan has worked, he knows it won't be enough. Then the prisoner gives the order to set fire, and his subordinates obey. But only now does the thug notice the presence of our protagonist's friends. He underestimates Youngwoo's strength and decides to attack him. The two exchange blows, but the warrior is far superior, pushing the assassin back, who lands far away to regain his footing. But the blue dragon spear gives no rest and continues attacking, combining a series of rapid, uninterrupted strikes. The prisoner steps back again and finally asks who he is attacking. When he discovers he is fighting Youngwoo, he starts to mock, but the warrior remains unfazed and responds in kind, revealing that the group already knew they were all doomed. Outraged, the leader asks how they found out, and of course, the answer is the simplest possible. Now Jungtaek worries about the possibility of the heroes discovering his true identity. The fight is interrupted by the doctor's scream, asking the warrior to save those trapped in the fire. But despite the girl's concern and the flames raging, the warrior shows not a hint of despair. The thug remains confident that his plan worked, despite the weak bait, but he makes the mistake of saying he will now kill everyone, including Shin Yumi. It is at this moment that the flames leap, startling the assassin, transforming into a whirlwind of fire and debris. The blaze turns blue at the base, and soon the entire phenomenon follows suit, until all the fire is launched into the sky like a lightning bolt, revealing in the eye of the whirlwind our protagonist and the two hostages safe and sound. But now Do-hyun is beyond irritated. He calmly asks the prisoner what he said, with the greatest aura of threat. It is soon revealed that the group of prisoners answers to the elder of the Mirim League, and in prison, they could do anything as long as they completed secret missions. But still, life in prison is not good at all, so they accepted the opportunity for special amnesty. In the mission, the leader realizes that no trap, nor the 8 thugs together, would be enough to defeat Do-hyun. The offender admits that the protagonist is a monster, and that if that group reports the prisoners, his life of privileges will end. The assassin orders his group to attack our MC, promising mercy to whoever gets him first. Hyeon tries to help by throwing some needles, but she fails to hit anyone. Meanwhile, Do-hyun advances effortlessly, taking down anyone in his way. One of the thugs falls at the nurse's feet, and she takes the opportunity to hit him with several needles. Another assassin throws knives at our protagonist, but he runs and defends against all the weapons with ease, impressing even the criminal who was attacking him, who receives a punch to the face. As he is thrown away, another thug tries to attack Do-hyun from behind, but the MC turns and strikes first. The fox watches that scene, impressed by the strength of our protagonist, who defeats the strongest prisoners. But she realizes that her rival Hwa-young notices the same thing. Despite her efforts to hide the news about Hyung, she finally admits she is dealing with strong competition. Now fear grips the leader of the criminals, seeing the strength and speed of our MC. As his colleagues are thrown around, he claims to have found a way to end our protagonist. The thug thinks he has become stronger in prison, that the world would be his when he got out, but now he is facing this monster right away. But he is happy, thinking that this could also be a test for Pyeon Sungman. Do-hyun shouts to his rival from afar, telling him to stay still while he takes down another thug. The leader tries to take advantage of the distraction and charges in for the attack, advancing confidently that victory will be his. The assassin prepares his sword, our protagonist prepares his defense, but in a flash, the attack bypasses the MC's preparation. Youngwoo is surprised, as the thug's attack seems to have hit squarely, a blow trained for years. The criminal doesn't waste time celebrating, thinking he has finally become one of the best masters, claiming that his blade split our hero's heart in two, as that is his technique, the oscillating sword. The girls are worried, unable to believe it. Yumi shouts for Do-hyun, while Jungwoo remains incredulous. The warrior holds the doctor who is trying to advance without considering the danger, but Haeyeon moves to save our protagonist. But the assassin insists he has split his heart in two. There is no salvation, until he starts to hear our MC's laughter, who politely asks if that thug has finished his speech. The prisoner doesn't understand how this is possible, certain he made the right cut. Now he sees that his blade failed to pierce our hero's body. Do-hyun now has a frightening aura, revealing that he doesn't just have hardened hands, making the assassin ask if that is a diamond body. But our protagonist assures him that he is much better than a weak technique like that. He has control over his own hardening. The thug still finds this impossible and continues to attack him with numerous sword strikes. Our MC is bored. He wants to see the special technique that was somewhat interesting. With his defense, he almost manages to break the hand and sword of that thug, who luckily has a good blade. The assassin still tries to comprehend how his enemy is so strong, unwilling to accept that he goes beyond a celestial master. He convinces himself that there is no way a world generation master could have fallen from the sky and prepares his special technique again, except that the protagonist is now ready. The thug tries to be clever to escape and aims for Do-hyun's knee, but his blade is caught. Our hero discovers that the technique is nothing special, just a sword that can bend, and with a kick to the stomach, the assassin is sent flying. He is defeated, drooling, and barely able to breathe. Now the thug realizes he is alone. 5 have been defeated, Youngtaek and 2 others have fled. The criminal admits he cannot win alone and decides to run away. Youngwoo asks if our hero isn't going to chase him. Do-hyun asks if his friend can defeat that bastard. The warrior confirms he is a celestial master. The blue dragon spear claims to have the confidence that it will not lose to anyone, but the protagonist knows that this is not a good sign and could be another trap. Now, our hero is once again determined to go to the Mirim League to seek satisfaction. The elder receives news of the troubles, that those 10 prisoners are now fugitives. Pyeon Sungman gets angry for being betrayed, despite treating his thugs so well, until he needs to understand that this is not the problem. Now, there are rumors that that group of criminals were his subordinates, spread by Seong-ho. Of course, the rumors are true, but that doesn't stop the elder from getting angry at those investigating him. In fury, he orders Youngtaek to be summoned immediately. Our protagonist is determined to go after Pyeon Sungman in the Mirim League, but his friend tries to change his mind, so they don't fight the entire league. Again, Yumi reminds everyone that their clients are there, and innocent warriors. Her plan is more sophisticated, to have a justification to confront the elder. It was her idea to start spreading a rumor telling the truth, that the group of criminals answered to Pyeon Sungman to isolate him. Now, speaking with the 2 women who were hostages, she ensures that they also spread the rumor, targeting primarily the elder's wife, who does not have a good relationship with him. Elsewhere, a group investigates the injured thugs, analyzing 2 who were not attacked by our protagonist. They know this is the work of Hyun. The thug has 7 needles in his body and would probably be better off dead. The inspector wants that prisoner to give his testimony upon waking, if he isn't driven mad by the pain. Another thug was clearly defeated by Youngwoo, and Sangho celebrates the number of prisoners he will capture, even though the leader has fled. Surprisingly, he thinks it's good that the assassin has escaped, so the League will actively search for him. His partner will tell everyone the reason behind the elder's decisions. The next day, the fox is back at her base. She is greeted by her husband, who is also a Murim elder, but she is already furious with him, as he always shows up when everything is already resolved. The fight continues. She is very frustrated because of him, since he was the last to find her after the kidnapping. The discussion is interrupted by their niece, who reminds the woman to maintain her social status, which makes the husband very happy. But then the young woman finishes explaining her reasons, and in fact, it would be better to kill that man while inside the house. Now that they are protected, her husband listens to the whole story and becomes furious with Pyeon Sungman, even surprising his wife. She is impressed. It's the first time she has seen this reaction from her husband. Back in the Murim League, the confusion is brewing. The fox's spouse is already there looking for a fight with the elder. Pyeon Sungman asks what is happening and is threatened by his colleague. The trickster is now waiting for something to arrive, a group of fighters who will defend him. Now the villain has the numerical advantage and returns the threat, denying having done anything wrong. But Taejun knows that the captured thugs revealed everything. Pyeon Sungman blames Youngtaek for kidnapping the wife of a man like him. The elder begins to plan an escape from all this through violence, but is interrupted by a messenger. He brings the news that outside the palace are 1,000 warriors who came after hearing the rumors. Now with no advantage at all, Pyeon Sungman panics and puts all the blame on Youngtaek to try to escape once again. But his lie doesn't work on Taejun, who already draws his sword, even though the elder is speaking some truth. Fortunately, the angry husband is calmed by one of his allies, who reminds him that if there is a war, the red liquid horse and the iron horse will benefit. Another ally argues that a world dominated by assassins would be hell, and that everyone needs to stay united. They promise to investigate this case and uncover the truth so that Taejun lowers his sword. The outraged husband reluctantly agrees, but does not stop threatening the elder, promising to make him pay. Pyeon Sungman suggests talking after the misunderstanding is resolved. Our group of heroes is in a restaurant, all relaxed after eating good meat and having good tea. Do-hyun suggests finishing all the work of the day so that the next day can also be relaxing. What a diligent guy. Yumi is cheerful, and her friend notices this. The doctor is enjoying herself since there is no danger. Youngwoo notices someone watching the group. The woman manages to hear what the spearman said and gets irritated. No one wants to talk to her, but she asks about the whole situation with the group of criminals since the Murim League is in conflict over it. The woman confirms that nothing bad happened, but this is the calm before the storm. Our protagonist asks why she is there. The young woman wants to exchange information to find out if the true culprit is Youngtaek or Pyeon Sungman, but our MC denies having any information. She doesn't seem to believe it, and Do-hyun just wants to know where his target is now. In his mansion, the elder receives more news. His employee managed to find who he was looking for. Youngtaek has been found, and he is in trouble. The con artist tries to explain himself by blaming others, but Pyeon Sungman is furious. His position is at risk. The elder becomes increasingly enraged, to the point of raising his hand against the trickster who begs for his life. The powerful man hears his plea, albeit reluctantly, and reveals that the only way for Youngtaek to be spared is to take the blame for everything. Of course, this shocks the trickster, so he would have created the group of assassins all by himself, while the elder knew nothing. The trickster's sentence could be up to 10 years, but if he accepts the deal with the elder, he will be released in 5 years. Youngtaek tries to plead for a lesser sentence, but Pyeon Sungman is emphatic, and will eliminate the trickster if the deal is not accepted, but the trickster agrees. Suddenly both feel a powerful tremor. The elder tries to understand something, but his gate is already being smashed down by Do-hyun with one hand. All the guards shout that there is an intruder at the entrance of the mansion. Our protagonist is already irritated since no one opened the gate when he asked, and only now does he ask if this is the house of the person he is looking for. An important meeting is taking place. The inspectors decide whether to infiltrate Pyeon Sungman's mansion. Sangho clarifies that the elder will likely take refuge in a place that is difficult to invade, but Taejun doesn't want to hear about another solution. He says there is no time, and Pyeon Sungman has already managed to persuade the other elders. The inspector asks his partner if there is any way to get in, and of course his friend is already well informed about that, but if the guard is too heavy, it won't work. Sangho decides to go with everyone to check this other entrance and stands up first. Back at the mansion of the elder who is an enemy to all, the main gate is in pieces. Do-hyun shouts, calling the owner of that place. One of the house staff yells at our protagonist. No one would destroy a gate just because it was locked, but our MC confidently responds that he is right there, which further irritates the guard. The hero continues to provoke, calling that man a chatterbox and calling for the elder again. Do-hyun threatens to force his way into the mansion if Pyeon Sungman does not come out to explain himself. In the secret room, the villain wonders what could have happened to be so thunderous. He quickly thinks of the possibilities. The gate was destroyed or the house collapsed. But in any case, he believes that the only one capable of doing this is the former leader of the Murim League, summoned by Taejun. Outside, League soldiers sneak hidden in the forest. Jungwoo soon notices them and asks his companions what they should do with these warriors. Hyun asks if he can win. The spear wielder confidently claims he can handle at least 100 men, a whole unit, until everyone hears another shout, calling for another elder. It is Pyeon Sungman looking for the former leader, believing he is responsible for the destruction of the gate. Then the elder notices our protagonist standing there and asks everyone who he is, but the guards have no answer. The owner of the mansion continues to argue with his employee, who explains that he was about to apprehend the MC until he said he was the target of the trap. Pyeon Sungman assumes that Do-hyun is part of some guild and that Taejun sent him while the former leader broke the gate. The elder orders his men to separate and search for whoever he thinks broke his house. His loyal guard understands and attentively follows all orders, but our protagonist interrupts the villain. This deeply irritates the soldier who was receiving his orders, provoking him to draw his sword. But his master stops him and orders him to first do what has already been requested. Silently and secretly, the man sheaths his sword. Finally, Pyeon Sungman introduces himself and asks who he is speaking to, and Do-hyun states his full name to introduce himself as well. The elder recognizes the name and becomes furious. The old man shouts that he knows our MC defeated and captured the entire group of prisoners and that he was lying about almost dying. But our protagonist is smarter and catches Pyeon Sungman in the act, who tries to escape from what happened. But Do-hyun will not let it slide, provoking him again by mentioning Yoongtaek's name. Finally, our favorite martial arts master asks what he wants, if the elder really ordered the assassins to capture him and take hostages. Again, the coward tries to place all the blame on the fraud who started all this, even though the prisoners said he is the culprit. Our MC explains that he only came to talk about this, but had to break the gate that no one opened, and continues to provoke the elder. That's when Pyeon Sungman truly becomes enraged by the insults and orders his guards to attack the protagonist. His right-hand man relays the order to everyone, and so they all charge to attack at the same time. In response, with a stomp on the ground, Do-hyun launches debris that hits all the guards, defeating them all in one blow. The elder is shocked, calling it a bath of the red liquid. Now Pyeon Sungman concludes that our protagonist is the one meticulously destroying his plans one by one, but with such a scatterbrained MC, he doesn't even recognize his own actions, as they haven't been meticulous. The elder does not believe it and thinks that Do-hyun is actually pretending to be a fool to deceive him. Finally, the old man believes that our protagonist was the one who destroyed the gate. Now Pyeon Sungman realizes that this is the man who ruined the entire scheme with the horse of the red liquid, the whole plan to get rid of Taejun, who interferes with everything. Higher-level soldiers are called to battle. The two charge forward with speed, promising to avenge their master, but both are easily defeated. Do-hyun grabs the faces of both and slams them against the stone floor, crushing the guards. Now our protagonist advances with a surge, but the elder calls another trio of more powerful masked soldiers to face him. The three advance with agility and claws in hand. The first takes a punch so strong that it breaks his mask and sends him flying, while the others prepare their attacks. But our protagonist quickly breaks a leg and an arm of each, incapacitating the soldiers. The guards writhe in agony as Do-hyun explains that he was going to resolve this in a conversation, but the elder attacked him first. Pyeon Sungman claims that this is a lie and orders all his warriors to fight the MC, attacking at the same time. But one of the more powerful ones already shows his insecurity with this plan. The elder tries to analyze our protagonist's fighting style, realizing that he relies more on his strength and speed, rather than martial arts. Now the elderly master prepares to fight himself, believing he can defeat our MC with martial arts that go beyond simple movements. His men are now excited to finally see their boss's technique in action, speculating about his powers. Pyeon Sungman calls Do-hyun to the fight, and the young man goes without hesitation. The protagonist throws his punch, while the elder was already expecting that simple attack, but something goes wrong. Our MC lands his blow first, right in the old man's stomach, sending him flying without understanding what happened. The battle begins, but even with his tiger technique, Pyeon Sungman is still surprised by the protagonist's punch breaking through his attack. The elder is shocked to see Do-hyun use the tiger defense, and soon after is hit squarely. Our MC is only annoyed for almost tearing his friend Yumi's gift. Pyeon Sungman falls on his backside but quickly gets up, irritated, talking about his tiger technique. The protagonist keeps provoking, saying that it was more like a cat for being so weak, and that the enemy was lucky not to have torn his clothes. The elder does not give up and prepares a second attack with another technique, sure that Do-hyun will not be able to use his tiger defense. The soldiers recognize this as the vulture technique, famous for having defeated powerful assassins with a single blow. The old man advances, hopping, preparing his strike. Again, our protagonist readies his reliable punch, which makes Pyeon Sungman believe once more that he has no technique. The elder leaps into the air like a vulture, dodging the punch and coming down with his claws on top of his rival, but Do-hyun easily adjusts his strike to hit his enemy, who maneuvers to dodge, yet still gets hit in the back. Pyeon Sungman feels the painful blow but manages to land on his feet. His men are now filled with hatred for our protagonist and worried for their master. Our protagonist admits that his enemy is quite strong, with a lot of energy, and asks what his next technique will be. The elder cannot believe that Do-hyun managed to change the direction of his attack, and does not imagine how powerful he is, admitting that he cannot block him. At that moment, soldiers from the Murim League emerge from the forest to offer help. Jungwoo warns his friend that 500 warriors from the League have come and asks what they should do now. Again, our MC reminds that some of them are clients and cannot take such a beating. Yumi also reminds that they haven't done anything wrong, and the target is that elder, which helps our hero realize that if the League fails, the people are in danger. To resolve this, Do-hyun calls for Yoongtaek, but Pyeon Sungman says that the conman is not in his mansion. The protagonist threatens his enemy once more, but to the elder, he has never been nice. But our MC clarifies that it is because he is nice that the soldiers who insulted him are still standing. Pyeon Sungman is trembling with rage, as Do-hyun has subdued his men alone, and thus Taejun will gain some advantage. But the elder remembers that he is part of a powerful and united group. Thus, he tries to argue that our hero has insulted the entire Murim League with his actions, even insisting that he was only there to talk. But to resolve all this, a new group arrives at the discussion. It is Inspector Sengho and his allies who found Yoongtaek hiding in the mansion, and now they will officially clarify all of this. Pyeon Sungman still tries to escape, claiming that this is being set up against him, but the detective reveals that many people saw him enter without the conman. The elder tries to find out who these witnesses are, but soon one presents herself. It is Elder Taejun, and 300 more men who confirm the story. Now the villain is cornered, furious, and unable to fight anyone. Yoongtaek is also trembling, awaiting his fate, while his master plans to keep his promise. Now Do-hyun asks if that is really the conman he is looking for, and feels relieved believed to have found him there, without having to go to the League. Sang-ho assures that they started investigating first, and that people were starting to be in danger, even though our protagonist did not want to kill him. Jung-tak tries to plead for salvation, but is quickly put in his place with a single shout. Our hero is irritated with the League's actions, while the inspector wonders how strong he is, and will only find out in a fight. Sang-ho notices Yumi there too, while the doctor tries to recognize his face that seems familiar to her, which puts the young man in a panic. Do-hyun interrupts the conversation to find out if the doctor likes guys who look like the inspector, but his friend quickly replies that she does not, which does not stop our protagonist from making a drama. Yumi absorbs all of that and explodes, shouting for everyone to hear that our MC is also handsome. Everyone present is left speechless, waiting for what will happen next. Hyung is the first to react, breaking into a smile and asking if that was serious. The doctor quickly regrets what she said and tries to backtrack. Our protagonist seizes his moment, while his other friends completely disagree with Yumi. The doctor is blushing and hiding her face. The embarrassment was immense. The inspector returns to the topic, saying he will take the con artist, and Do-hyun pretends to give his permission for that. Before everyone leaves, our protagonist asks to speak with Jung-taek after the investigation is over. Fortunately, Sang-ho allows this to happen in the future. Sometime later, Pyeon-sungman still feels all the shame he went through, the humiliation. With hatred in his eyes, he vows that he will not stand idly by about this. The elder wonders if his lackey will betray him, and reassures himself, thinking that this won't happen. The worry is eating him up inside. His peace will not last long. His conclusion is that the situation needs to be reversed to get rid of our protagonist, and for that, he only has one choice: leave everything to the horse of the red liquid. The elder's meeting starts off heated. Pyeon-sungman rages that all of this is false accusations, but Taejun assures that the inspectors are already investigating the case and will uncover the truth. The veteran grits his teeth in anger at his colleague and looks around, but everyone ignores him. He realizes that his position is in danger and needs to hurry, even if the Murim League is brought to ruin. At Do-hyun's home, finally, his amount is returned. Hwa-young tries again to make life easier for our protagonist, but he prefers to keep paying her. The young woman laments that she should have an advantage talking to him, but now she owes her very existence. She can't ask for anything. Our hero continues celebrating all that funding, able to build another home with a fence and a flower garden that Yumi wants so much. Do-hyun is super happy, believing that what he has will be enough, and that's when Hwa-young decides to act. The young woman shares that that amount will not be sufficient considering the cost of the work for that, but the doctor says that Youngwoo is the one who will help. The woman is startled to hear that, worrying about the status and honor of a celestial master doing that task. To add to the shock, Do-hyun stands up and decides to start the construction immediately. Hwa-young finds herself annoyed at the door once again, while she listens to the group interacting inside. Later, preparations begin. Our hero gathers pieces of wood while directing Youngwoo and his men around. Now that it's night, a mysterious figure walks through the city. In the store, they ask him what he wants to buy, since he's not from the neighborhood. The person asks for red sealing wax, so as not to have to use anything violent. The shopkeeper is now suspicious, but the mystery of who he is talking to continues. The one speaking is the elderly Pyeon-sungman, who asks the seller to be quiet. Now the employee tries to understand how Do-hyun disrupted his master's schemes with the horse of the red liquid. Finally, the merchant tries to understand what that master wants there, what he needs from his gang, and then he finally reveals what he wants: for someone to contact the horse of the red liquid to eliminate Baek Do-hyun at any cost. The seller argues that doing this in front of the Murim League could cause them problems, but the elder cares little for what he thinks. Finally, the employee understands that order, but still complains that his easiest job is now over. And to finalize the message, Pyeon-sungman says that when the criminal starts his work, the veteran will cooperate and provide official support to get rid of the protagonist. The next day, the two-tailed fox group is wandering in the forest when Ari says she has a bad feeling. The martial artist notices something in the distance, motionless bodies on the path. She makes everyone stop and jumps to check what happened, despite her aunt's protests. She lands near the bodies, trying to talk to them, but something makes her search for a specific person, for Yuri. The warrior is shouting that name when her aunt approaches to ask what is happening, but soon the fox realizes that those people on the ground were with Yuri, and her niece reveals that they were poisoned. Ari says they need to save those people to also find the boy who is missing. In the clinic, Yumi enjoys her request fulfilled. Next to Do-hyun, she says she likes flowers, but she likes the garden even more. Our protagonist tries to understand, and the doctor imagines being there after treating someone, but soon the MC realizes that this was something the medical professor did to seem cool to his students. With a clever comment, our hero makes the doctor laugh, but Hee-yeon quickly realizes that the comment was about her father and yells at both of them. The couple tries to escape by saying that the doctor is actually very brave, but the nurse isn't buying it. The two decide to simply pretend that nothing happened there, when suddenly someone bursts into the clinic shouting for help, telling about the situation on the road with the poisoned. Recognizing the name, Yumi immediately rushes to assist those in need. Taejun is in his office receiving the news that the 300 men are ready. He storms out of the room furious that someone has kidnapped his youngest niece, but when he opens the door, he comes face to face with Pyeon-sungman, who asks where those 300 soldiers are going. The kind old man simply replies that they are maintaining security and orders the villain to get out of the way. But the old man insists that he needs to go through the formal process for that. The rules and processes that Taejun loves so much, the evil elder says mockingly. But this causes the fox's husband to draw his weapon, believing that Pyeon-sungman is deliberately delaying him. But the other elders ask everyone to calm down. On the road, Yumi discovers that this is poison from the red liquid horse, while Ahri tries to understand why they took her sister. Do-hyun recognizes the name of the gang and wonders if they are trying to target him again and if this is just another scheme. Our protagonist blames himself for this happening to a family he cares about, and soon our MC starts shouting curses at the kidnappers, promising to save the sick child who was abducted. The inspectors leave the Murim League. Sang-ho talks to his men, impressed by what has happened. Soksu shares the same impression. The two agree that it is something quite complex. The detective leads his colleagues to investigate the place. Back in the forest, our protagonist is eager to catch the criminals, but no one knows yet who is responsible for the kidnapping. kidnapping, so they need to wait for one of the poison to wake up. The MC still wants to help. Yumi asks Do-hyun to bring water for when the guards wake up, and the young man promptly leaves to do so, requesting Youngwoo's company. As the boys head out to assist, the doctor tries to reassure Ari by telling her how capable her friend is and that he will surely save her sister. By a nearby stream, the spearman fills a jug with the liquid while commenting on how anxious he is for someone to wake up so they can discover the culprit. The protagonist looks around and tells his companion to return alone while he fills the container. Do-hyun walks along the riverbank, trying to lure the red liquid horse in case this is a trap. Our hero remains frustrated, needing to do his duty and find the child. In the forest, Seoksu leads his investigation, despite his colleague believing it would be better to check who is present in the woods. But the detective correctly deduces that his partner wants to talk to his girlfriend, Ari, but the investigation needs to remain secret. The two now try to imagine what the red liquid horse's objective is. One possibility Seoksu sees is that the gang is aiming for the elixir intended for Yuri. Of course, the inspector admits that there is also a chance that Do-hyun is the target. Suddenly, he notices something. There is someone else in the area. In one moment, the two are alone, but in the next, a mysterious figure covered in shadows appears. The detective identifies that silhouette as Jo Jae-gang. The young man admits he thought this offender was inactive, but his boss quickly tells him to forget that incorrect information. Since one of his special abilities is the 3 lines of life and death, and that is like the gate of life and fatality, they will perish if they try to escape. With more assassins surrounding the two workers, the apprentice asks where they will go since fighting is not an option. Seoksu says that man is called the Gate to Death and decides to attack him, while his colleague calls for reinforcements. Even with the young man worried that it might be too dangerous, the inspector takes action. The officer feels the pressure of the moment as the enemy pulls out his weapon to defend himself. The detective and the undead exchange sword blows, with Seoksu managing to slightly injure Jae-gang. Finally, his partner heads off to call for help, promising to return soon. Drops of the red liquid hit the older man's face. The soldier's attacks continue, but without hitting. His rival prepares and launches a great charge that makes that brave man duck to evade, but his spirit is not defeated. Soon after, he is ready to advance with a shout of total strength, trying to cut him in half. The zombie easily dodges by tilting his head back slightly, frustrating the investigator. Suddenly, Seoksu feels something. His body loses strength as the iron-like liquid that fell on his face reveals itself to be poison. As he remembers the blow he managed to land on Jae-gang, he understands that this person has toxin running through his veins. Wondering if this is really the warrior with venomous fluid from the red liquid horse, the soldier cannot believe that this man actually exists, cursing his organization. When the young man returns with Sengho and more reinforcements, there is no one left at the scene. But the inspector soon notices bodies on the ground that were injured by his friend. Seeing a trail of fallen opponents, the detective understands that his colleague followed that path, and the most dangerous of all is following him. The three run to help Seoksu. Near a stream, the officer counts how many enemies he managed to injure, but he is now running out of energy. The poison is devouring his strength. He cannot control it with his power. A day or two will not be enough for detoxification. The zombie warrior appears in front of him, asking if that is all he has. Seoksu asks how he was found so quickly since he used the river water to cover his tracks. The enemy reveals that this is a special spirit poison. His sweat and breath will slowly mix with the substance, and he can feel it to track. The detective can only laugh and curse his rival. Trying to gather information, Seoksu talks about the fluid in Jae-gang's veins and states that blue skin is a side effect, asking how the man is still alive. The zombie admits that the inspector knows a lot about things, but that it wasn't important there, limiting himself to glorifying the red liquid horse faction. The soldier does not miss the chance to provoke and curses the gang leader, which greatly irritates his opponent. Seoksu does not stop acting tough, telling his antagonist to stop deceiving him if he is not going to spare him while thinking about combat possibilities. But his sword is about to break, thanks to the contaminated liquid as well. The soldier finds himself not knowing what to do in that situation. Even though Jae-gang is his enemy, the blue-skinned man admits that the detective is a distinguished warrior and asks for his name. But Seoksu refuses to answer, preparing to give his life in that fight, asking only for his partner to avenge him. His adversary is confused, trying to understand the name somehow. But the detective is already concentrating all his strength on a single chance for survival, but he cannot guarantee success. And even so, he is ready to attack, until he is startled when he hears a familiar voice, but from someone mysterious in the shadows. Happy to see a familiar face, Seoksu asks who that is. Now, the detective recognizes the figure stepping out of the shadows, being Baek Do-hyun, our protagonist. Jae-gang is also startled to see the MC and questions if it is really him. Being sure it is, the villain starts to laugh, confessing that he was worried about having captured the wrong guy, but discovers he got the right one. Seoksu is grateful that the hero has appeared, even though Hyung only knows his face, which confuses the protagonist. The inspector tries to explain, however. The warrior reveals that the familiar face belongs to Jae-gang, which shocks him. The blue boy revolts, asking if our MC really knows him. Do-hyun recalls his features, but not the name, and asks where the blue skin comes from, since it wasn't like that before. The detective clarifies to our hero who that individual is and that he is part of the red liquid horse, which irritates our protagonist, who seems to be pursued by the organization. Jae-gang is disoriented, not remembering who our favorite martial master is. After reflecting a bit, he remembers that he was found almost dead earlier, however, with no memories of anything. Now, the villain reveals that his task was to capture our protagonist, but he did not know who he was. This can only mean that fate favors him. Do-hyun sees no reason for so much laughter, while Seoksu begins to evaluate the events, recalling that his investigation started when our hero defeated Jae-gang. The investigator was unhappy for not having enough data, questioning whether it was a coincidence from the beginning or if this was a simulation by the MC. Our favorite fighter begins to approach the criminal, remembering how he subdued him the first time. Such a situation deeply irritates the blue-skinned individual, claiming it to be a great lie. However, as soon as he finishes speaking, he receives a powerful punch to the abdomen. Do-hyun throws him away with a single movement. To provoke, he asks if his memory has returned, until he realizes this might have a real effect. Seoksu Seoksu is quick to alert our protagonist about the risk of that villain's fluid, and that our MC needs to sanitize his fist promptly. Jaegang rises up laughing, asserting that it doesn't hurt at all. The detective notes that the regeneration of that fighter is very accelerated, as even the cut from his blade has already healed. Do-hyun calmly states that this kind of injury is easily remedied with acupuncture. The villain begins his offensive, shouting that he is immortal and cannot be harmed by mere impacts. He prepares the attack and strikes our protagonist, who merely raises his hand to stop him. With the same hand, the MC holds Jaegang's shoulder, who mocks how stiff his joints are, until Hyung starts to squeeze him and the metallic red begins to ooze. Our hero decides to test just how resilient he really is, delivering another solid blow. The shock is so powerful that his opponent is lifted off the ground by the intensity, yet lands on his feet as if nothing happened, asserting that it doesn't hurt at all. Seoksu is amazed by this fact, but soon understands that indeed the villain feels nothing due to the toxin in his arteries. Do-hyun lifts him by the shoulder, leaving the criminal perplexed. Once again, he delivers another blow, asking if it really doesn't hurt, and the blue-skinned man spontaneously confirms that nothing affects him. Our protagonist begins to unleash a series of repeated impacts, always questioning if he suffers, and always receiving the same negative response, until Jaegang starts to notice something unusual happening in his body. Now the villain is contemplating just how powerful our MC truly is, who visibly has never undergone training and seems so gentle. The criminal assumes that his soft hand is his vulnerable point and takes a bite. However, his fangs cannot pierce the skin. Even this undead fighter is frightened by our protagonist's hostile energy. Jaegang's eccentric initiative is to lick Do-hyun's hand, which he throws away in disgust. The villain manages to stay on his feet, although he is clearly injured, coughing continuously. Our protagonist cleans himself with some foliage, yet remains nauseated, promising more punishment. The weakened criminal commands his subordinates to charge at the MC, however, they all hesitate. The undead reiterates the instruction, but nothing happens. Do-hyun anticipates and delivers the first impact, striking the ground and generating a stone offensive that splits the earth. All the less powerful thugs flee in fear. Even our protagonist is left confused, waiting for them to confront him. Jaegang is now isolated, cursing his fleeing subordinates. Suddenly, that powerful villain also attempts to escape, but our MC will not allow it. Unfortunately, Do-hyun is hindered, as Seoksu urgently needs help. Fortunately, Yumi is already recognizing how vigorous the inspector is, given that ordinary individuals would have perished from the toxin. The investigator is motionless on the ground, while the clinic assesses him, finding that this is an even more lethal substance than the previous one. The doctor is stunned to identify who poisoned that fighter. Desperately, she remembers to tend to her partner's hand, yet he tries to reassure her, saying he could ingest poison with a spoon and remain intact. Yumi still remains anxious, holding Do-hyun's hand, but soon she realizes there are no symptoms. The doctor continues to care for her partner, as this is indeed a very potent toxin. However, our hero asserts that toxic substances do not affect him, with a cheerful expression. In a dark cave, Jaegang is prostrated, confessing that he has failed in his task. His superior is deeply enraged, calling his subordinate a dog, demanding also the fulfillment of the promise that the blue-skinned man made. Now the shadowy figure manifests his anger, throwing in the fighter's face that he has failed at something very basic. The fight continues as that figure showcases even more of his devastating potential. Sengho continues to investigate the area, finding the water pot that our protagonist carried. He understands that someone has been there, also seeing the hole in the ground left by the MC. The detective and his men head towards where the larger group is. Meanwhile, in the cave, the shouting continues, all due to the failure of the poisonous warrior. The defeated villain explains what happened with his enemies. However, his boss hardly believes his words. Now the leader is also interested in the detective, even asking for his name. Fortunately, Seoksu was clever and escaped without revealing his name, which greatly irritates the gang leader. The boss wonders how someone so smart became so foolish. He asks so much about the reason for his employee's failure that Jaegang himself begins to doubt himself. The leader admits that he only keeps the blue man around because he is the first special warrior that worked out, and he needs to study the subject more. Soon after, he orders everyone to prepare to capture our protagonist. Back in the woods, the inspectors continue running to find the group. The youngest is really hoping that Seoksu is alive. His arrival is noticed by the warrior himself and by Ari, who calls his name, while the young man calls for his boss. However, he trips and falls face first to the ground with a loud thud. This makes the detective ask if the youngest is okay after the fall. The young man laughs and feels emotional that his colleague is alive. However, this moment of reunion makes Ari very angry. After all, she is dating that fallen young man. The girl starts to mock her partner for tripping, which excites the boy and makes him want to get stronger. His girlfriend demands that he become stronger than her. Youngwoo listens to the conversation and remembers his youth when he also had an ambitious plan like that. Until a certain protagonist hit him, Sengho catches the MC's attention. The detective thanks the hero who saved his friend. However, Do-hyun says he only did what he was supposed to do as a normal person. Now, the inspector considers himself in debt, and the protagonist, always playful, says that other people owe him, no one pays, and even asks for payment at that moment, throwing a hint at the two-tailed fox. The woman is hiding her face out of embarrassment for seeing her debt grow so much, not knowing how to pay our hero. The lady is now discussing staying in that place. She is talking to her niece, who wants to go out to look for her sister, while her aunt forbids her because it is too dangerous. Do-hyun, listening to the conversation, knows he can't stay still if the child was taken because of him, and then he offers to find the girl with Ahri. Sungmin, the young inspector, also offers to go along. This delights his girlfriend, as he says he can't leave her alone on this mission. Yumi also decides to join the group, since the child may need medical care after all. Youngwoo also wants to help, and his partner Hee-yeon quickly offers as well, since it would be boring to return to the city alone. Sengho analyzes that strong group that has formed, feeling calm. Even the red liquid horse wouldn't leave, so the doctor would be safe. Seoksu recovers and tells his friend that they can leave now. His companion agrees. A group of soldiers is lying in wait in the forest, while the gang leader receives a report. There was smoke near the Jincheng Guild. The chief thinks it is to cure spirit poison, and curses them for being so mistaken. His lackey explains the truth. With an evil look, the red liquid horse asks what the smoke was, and discovers that our group was simply roasting meat. This deeply irritates the leader, who starts shouting. Angry, he orders Jaegang to go check if it really is our protagonist roasting meat. If it is, the order is to attack. However, the blue warrior remembers how much he suffered and has no desire to go. With a shout from his boss, the villain kneels and accepts his orders, even having just recovered. And of course, it is indeed our favorite group of heroes having a barbecue and praising our protagonist's food. The two lovers agree that the meat is really good, preparing to eat more since it belongs to their guild. Yumi also praises that meat, and Do-hyun insists that she eat more. Jungwoo becomes worried since the poisonous warrior was there not long ago. The protagonist calmly admits that he made the fire precisely to attract the villain. The spearman then talks about a shadowy figure right behind him, asking if that is the terrible warrior, who is alone. The blue man is standing still and hungry, mouth agape from exhaustion. His desire for the meat is great. He knows it's better not to get beaten again. However, he can't resist and asks if the meat is really tasty. Do-hyun proudly confirms it. Sungmin already pulls out his weapon, recognizing the bandit, worrying his girlfriend. Yumi, as always polite, invites the villain to sit and eat, since he knows our MC. Quickly, the blue man reaches the campfire and grabs a skewer with meat, startling the young inspector. They talk about how fast that bluish guy is while he nearly drools over his food. Do-hyun tells him to sit somewhere else, since there is poison inside his body. The villain reveals that he can't control it. Only now does the rest of the group slowly begin to understand that this hungry guy is the very poisonous warrior. The bandit takes a piece of meat, and for a moment his body melts from how delicious the food is. Jungwoo finally asks if that is the feared warrior they heard about. Hearing the question, Jaegang responds by stating his name and explaining that his power came from the red liquid sword, but he didn't know his current level. The hungry guy asks politely if he can eat a little more, and of course the group's doctor allows it. While the meat is getting ready, the gang leader appears at the camp. He calls for our protagonist, promising to punish our hero himself. The blue warrior looks back with meat in hand, caught in the act. His boss, naturally, asks what his employee is doing there. Jaegang starts his answer stammering, unsure of what to say. By the campfire, Yumi comments that the red liquid's horse is a very bad guy for sending someone hungry on such a dangerous mission. The blue warrior neither agrees nor disagrees, but remains sad. The conversation seems to bring him down more and more. The doctor tries to understand what the poison does to his body. Jaegang begins to tell his origin story. In his tale, his body was a mess after being defeated by Do-hyun. At that moment, the red liquid's horse extended his hand, promising to heal his wounds if he became the poisonous warrior, an experiment that only succeeded 3 times on animals and is extremely dangerous for humans. Jaegang recounts that the test worked and that he became stronger, but somehow lost his identity in the process. The blue man reveals that no one warned him that his skin would change color. His subordinates avoid him, and he thinks to himself that he probably became dumber too. The warrior admits that if he had known he would be happier before all of this, he wouldn't have accepted the experiment. Yumi, feeling sorry for all that suffering, says that the bandit should leave his gang and start a new life. But Jaegang reveals that the toxin runs in his body. No matter how good he is, he can't avoid the damage from the substance. That's why his boss cleans the poison from time to time. The red liquid's horse has his life in his hands. Starting his monologue, this person reflects that there are bad people in this world, like Sengho, who runs away when the villain tries to catch him. Then the red liquid's horse himself reveals that he organized a siege around that group so they wouldn't escape, and it would be better if they didn't even try. Do-hyun slowly stands up, admitting that the fire was his plan to call the gang, without any fear. And the protagonist starts with his provocations as soon as he meets the leader of the band that has been bothering him for so long. The chief is curious about the response he received, and realizes that his poisonous warrior is roasting meat too, and begins to doubt his loyalty. The red liquid's horse calls the 4 greater guards, and 4 men quickly appear to carry out his orders. The gang charges into attack with their swords ready. Jungwoo takes the lead to attack those bandits, preparing his spear. His friend tries to understand the reason. The spearman says that the MC can't show his abilities now. He needs to leave it to the red liquid's horse. The fight begins 4 against 1. The blue dragon's spear is fast, dodging the blows from his enemies, and even when it seems he has lost, he has an escape with his special weapon. With a prepared strike, Jungwoo hits one of his rivals squarely on the shoulder with his blade, attacking the next almost simultaneously, without rest. The spearman swings his weapon, commenting on the rumor that if the 4 great guards attack at the same time, they can defeat a celestial master. However, this is certainly a lie, as with just 1 blow, he dominates 2 of the fighters. Jungwoo spins his spear and prepares his fighting stance, and with courage, he calls his enemies to fight. The red liquid's horse also mentions what he heard about the spearman's power, but is sure that the information was wrong. The good warrior is still eager to continue climbing the ranks. The leader can no longer stand looking at him while thinking about the strength of our protagonist. Quickly, the boss begins to worry about the injuries he might suffer in a fight against our MC, but the most important thing now is to gather more information, even if it's little, and so the big bad guy asks Jaegang to join the fight. The blue man obeys immediately, drawing his sword from its sheath. Jungwoo is not surprised by the betrayal. He knew it would end this way. The poisonous warrior tries to be nice and gives the spearman a chance to flee, but the secondary hero charges in for the attack. He throws his weapon to hit Jaegang, but the big blue guy dodges all the blows effortlessly until a single attack lands on him, and a small drop of the red liquid nearly falls on Jungwoo. But he dodges, and even when facing a blade, he still successfully defends himself. Using another technique, the zombie exhales a puff of poison. However, the spearman manages to deal with it by jumping back and almost hitting his enemy, who dodges the blade and moves away from the target. Jungwoo admits he is at a disadvantage because of his opponent's biological weapons. The nurse then arrives to humiliate him and try to showcase her skills. But before anything can happen, Sungmin steps forward in the battle, impressing Ahri and irritating Haeyeon, who lost her turn. The young man approaches confidently, but Jaegang finds that a great disrespect towards him. But again, something sudden happens. A dagger appears cutting through the air, passes by the blue man, and aims right at the new inspector's eyes. However, the soldier manages to defend himself with his sword, even though his arms feel all the impact. His girlfriend arrives with her own technique to help him. The two can barely hold the weight, but in the end, Sungmin's sword breaks while he protects his beloved from falling to the ground. The dagger finally hits a tree, impressing Youngwoo. Now even the warrior is thinking that that old man might be stronger than our protagonist. The leader loses patience and orders all the weaklings to get out of his way. With that, finally, the one we were waiting for will enter the scene, saying he should have done this from the start. With a smile, he calls everyone weak. Yumi is already trying to take care of the fallen lovebirds and asks her friend how long he can hold off the villain. But calmly, Dohyun says he will defeat him for good. Now that it's his turn, our protagonist slowly approaches his rival. However, at that moment, Jaegang freezes in place, trembling. Dohyun looks down at him and tells him to just watch what happens. The MC starts to provoke the main villain, telling him to stop watching and draw his sword, to stop sending his men to do everything. This strikes a nerve with the gang leader. The chief gets angry at the disobedience of his blue warrior, while the protagonist keeps getting closer. Dohyun prepares another good taunt, but before he can continue, his enemy is already readying his attack. His strike is so powerful that it even cuts through the pages of history, and it hits our protagonist squarely. The first to scream in fear is Yumi. Sungmin recognizes that move. It's the spatial cut of the red liquid horse, and his girlfriend already expected that our MC wouldn't be able to win. Even his friend the spearman admits that this was also what he expected. Jaegang finally rejoices, as that was what he expected too. The chief sheaths his sword, victorious, saying that our protagonist was only good at talking. But while he savors his supposed victory, Dohyun's voice cuts through his thoughts, simply saying that it's hot. The MC asks for treatment while blowing on his chest, which has gained a simple red mark that is heating up a bit. The doctor is also the first to ask if her partner is okay, and he confirms with a laugh that it's nothing. But he feels sad that the shirt he received as a gift from the doctor is now torn. Yumi quickly reveals that this is not important, and she can buy another. She just wants her hero not to get hurt. Now the woman has an idea, and for that, she calls Youngwoo. She orders the spearman to stand in front of the group, Haeyeon by his side, and the injured couple behind everyone. The nurse's plan is that if the protagonist gets hurt, his friend will take the risk and rescue him while she drives the cart. The warrior is astonished by the plan. Her idea is great. Youngwoo attacks in front, clearing the way, while the nurse observes everything from above. Ahri is on defense, preventing the red liquid horse from following them, and her boyfriend will drive too. The spearman realizes that this plan is very good, a real battle tactic, and wants to know where his friend learned that. However, to her disappointment, Yumi reveals that it was just a simple childhood prank at the playground. The red liquid horse is now confused, not understanding how his rival survived, only to receive the answer that it is natural for his body. The boss believes that the iron horse is helping the protagonist, but of course, that is not the truth. Even so, the villain cannot believe it. To prove it, the MC curses the iron horse a lot, causing his enemy to flinch. Dohyun is already irritated while the red liquid horse promises that he will regret it, and that the winds will obey him. With that man's liquid, the very wind becomes his sword, and it will only stop when the enemy is defeated. Sungmin recognizes that move again. It is the 21st wind sword of the red liquid, and asks the protagonist to dodge. However, it is already too late. The attack has been launched. The MC begins to block the cuts with his arm using his brute strength. The blow leaves a massive trail of destruction. The entire nature feels the impact as the leader puts away his weapon again. The dust is high, but gradually it fades, revealing the scratched arms of our protagonist. The red liquid horse is startled. That should be impossible. The sleeves of the MC's shirt are all torn, showing his strong arms. He even admits that the blow hurt him a little finally. However, he is stopped when his rival simply says that this is not good. He becomes so dumbfounded that he stops and tries to understand. Dohyun explains simply that one makes an attack and the other counters, but that is already the second attack from his enemy. The red liquid horse gets angry and shouts that this doesn't matter to the masters. However, he soon becomes startled with the protagonist right in front of him, ready to punch. The villain still blocks the punch with his sword, but the MC simply pushes the blade with his fist. The villain wonders why this man is so strong, and with that single blow, he is pushed back several meters. However, the moment he manages to stop, the next punch is already right in front of him. Impressed by his speed, the red liquid horse tries to dodge, but the blow manages to hit and tear his shoulder. An explosion occurs, and the assassin is thrown far away again, even though he kept his feet firmly on the ground. He notices the destruction his wake has left and that his shoulder now hurts. The man becomes angry, realizing he has been wounded. The screams begin, but Dohyun is only impressed by the power of a 10th generation master. The young man is excited as he did not control his strength, and yet his rival endured. The boy is having fun. His chosen guards are now shocked that the master was dominated by the protagonist. Even Jaegang cannot believe he fought against someone like him, admitting it is a miracle he is still alive. Youngwoo begins to apologize, saying he always believed in his friend. Sungmin understands that his boss was right. Dohyun is the new master of the 11th generation, and his girlfriend is worried about his guild. Yumi breathes a sigh of relief, believing that the red liquid horse is not a big deal, shocking her nurse. Haeyeon clarifies that that villain is indeed a big deal, but our protagonist is an even bigger one. The bandit now grits his teeth in hatred, cursing the MC. The villain finally admits that our protagonist is much more powerful than he expected, but that was about to end. Dohyun recognizes that attack, and definitely does not like it. The red liquid horse reveals that it is the same technique the captain of the guards used, and now he will show the true one. His sword catches fire, and he presents the true technique of the red liquid sword. The blade reaches the heart of our protagonist, because his enemy knew he would block the blow in the same way as before. Predicting his movements, the red liquid horse strikes our hero. The bandit smiles, thinking he has succeeded. succeeded. However, the protagonist's hand holds the tip of his sword. The bandit is startled and wonders if Do-hyun did that on purpose. But for the villain, that does not matter. He prepares his blow again and attacks his enemy. With a shout, he lunges forward with his sword. Then, an explosion occurs, and his clothes explode in tatters. Yet the protagonist absorbs all the impact with his hands. The villain's guards are already singing their boss's victory. However, the truth is that his sword broke. The MC's body only shows a few scratches, and the leader cannot understand how that happened. The protagonist is excited and admits that the blow was a bit stronger. Yumi is clearly worried about her friend. She shouts, asking why he is getting beaten up, and tells the boy to use his head. This gives a great idea to the MC, who charges at his enemy, headbutting the villain in the nose. The doctor is impressed by his reasoning. The impact sends the red liquid horse's head back. He holds his sore nose and stays on his feet. However, he is furious about what just happened. Do-hyun looks back at his friend and says he used his head like she asked. The doctor trembles with frustration as her friend says the enemy's nose is hurt. Hee-yeon joyfully says that if someone tells her to use her head, she will do the same. The villain curses our hero and calls one of his guards to hand him a sword. The thug admits he misjudged our protagonist and prepares to make him pay. The MC, even in this situation, continues to taunt his rival. However, the villain asks if all parts of our hero's body are as tough as he believes. Do-hyun admits he has never tested his legs. The enemy spots the weak point he will attack and tries to strike his sword right between the protagonist's legs. Yumi screams again, telling her friend to stop getting beaten while he holds the thug's blade. The criminal stares in shock as the MC prepares another punch and tries to twist his wrist to hurt him, but the punch breaks through this defense like it's nothing, hitting the red liquid horse in the face, causing an impact that pushes all the surrounding nature back. The villain is outraged that Do-hyun didn't wait his turn to attack, but the protagonist explains that he remembered being hit twice before, and now they were even. Only the doctors realize that the MC did that on purpose to please his friend. The assassin is beyond furious, screaming that he will definitely kill Hyung. The villain pulls a poison pill from his pocket and puts it in his mouth. Our protagonist doesn't understand anything, but his enemy starts to tremble, letting out a scream of agonizing pain and gaining sinister red eyes, showing that all the power within his body is escaping. Do-hyun's doubt is whether his body will also explode from that. However, the thug doesn't care, and with a simple movement, launches a cutting wave towards the MC, leaving destruction in its wake. That attack leaves the protagonist worried, trying to flee, but the wave hits his leg, tearing his pants and leaving another scratch. This time, Do-hyun is concerned, wondering what that is, and surprised that he feels real pain now. The red liquid horse smiles wickedly, trying to understand if he has become stronger. Our protagonist stares at him. Now the battle has gotten serious. The protagonist gets irritated with the repetition. However, unexpectedly, the villain charges with a prepared lunge. The thug strikes again, with more powerful offensives, but Do-hyun simply punches the attacks to defend himself. He realizes that several cuts are coming in his direction, and decides to parry them all to survive. The red liquid horse, who is sinister, is already celebrating his victory, but once again, the MC holds the medal in his hand. Youngwoo reveals that this is actually the 28th blow defended. Sungmin and Ahri are impressed with the protagonist's defensive strategies. The young man believes his girlfriend can perform the same protection with her technique. However, she admits that her whole body would tremble in that situation. The thug now taunts, asking to return to the agreement of one punch at a time, but when the hero breaks his sword, he realizes he is dangerously close, and retreats with a leap to distance himself. Do-hyun follows his escape, with another punch prepared. Even if it's a simple and clear attack, it's still too fast to defend against. However, he is the red liquid horse, and with his power, he sets a deadly trap. The protagonist's lunge advances, but this time, his enemy's magic is ready. The impact of their meeting creates an electric explosion. His friends have to hold on to avoid being swept away by the wind created. Even with his power holding our hero's punch, the villain realizes it's still not enough, and takes another direct punch to the stomach. The entire forest feels the shock as the criminal is thrown into a nearby rock. The red liquid horse is now sunk in the crater created. Do-hyun seizes the opportunity to taunt his rival, who struggles to get out of the hole, already cursing the MC. Now he is trembling, his body losing control. And when our hero approaches slowly, the red liquid horse admits he has lost. Yumi manages to explain where that antagonist's weakness comes from. The two enemies face each other at that moment. The bandit trusts that he has a bit of power left, and believes that the protagonist's strength has diminished. The horse of red liquid cannot accept that he has not managed to discover anything about Do-hyun before that moment. Now the villain starts to flail, directly asking the MC why he is the target of so much torment. The protagonist replies that it was the subordinates of that assassin who started all of this, he who disturbs the group. He talks about his right-hand man and all the other killers who attacked them, but the horse of red liquid reveals that he doesn't even have a right-hand man, and all of this is a misunderstanding. However, that is not enough for Do-hyun. He wants to continue the fight. His opponent prepares, the aura of both explodes, until Jae-gang interrupts them, saying that if the battle doesn't stop, they will lose the child they are looking for. Ari explodes with the confirmation that they kidnapped her sister, but the blue warrior calms her down, saying that the girl is in a safe place, and he will tell if the group lets his gang go. Covered by leaves and trees, a girl has just woken up in a cart. Ari opens the door and jumps into the embrace, leaving her sister confused. Do-hyun is also confused, as he believed he had been searching for a child all this time. The horse of red liquid now rests and reflects on his opponent. However, no one knows where he came from, according to the blue warrior. The villain now reflects on the battle, but he finds it pathetic to think about all of this. Then he orders Jae-gang to join the rest of the gang, and asks the blue soldier to ensure that the iron horse won't know anything about what happened. And with a mischievous smile, he says that he shouldn't be the only one to suffer. Someone places a small cup on the table. It's Pian Sungmin, wondering what happened in the fight he planned with the horse of red liquid. He pours a bit more drink into his pot, and drinks with pride. Elsewhere, voices are heard inside a room. A man discusses our protagonist. The two-tailed fox is talking too. It's her guild debating whether Do-hyun is a fraud or not. However, Ahri reveals that he is much more powerful than he seems. The elderly man is very shocked by the level of strength of our protagonist. The woman is also very impressed that he defeated defeated the Horse of Red Liquid. The group needs to execute their plan soon, but it seems impossible. Her niece also participates in the desperate talk. Back at the hospital, Hyeon talks to her father. He gives news that the care the doctor provided is working well. His daughter doesn't understand why her friend was expelled from school, and her father, cornered, tries to change the subject. The girl doesn't accept it and remains sulky. In the inspector's room, Sengho discovers that our protagonist defeated his main villain alone. Seoksu is very impacted by what happened. The younger officer tells the whole story he witnessed, even mentioning how Do-hyun withstood several powerful attacks without suffering any damage. The detective ponders these revelations. He tries to better understand the relationship of our main character with his spear-wielding partner. His colleague suggests going to the residence of our main group. Everyone agrees that Seungmin should go to their residence to investigate, also sending an assistant to help. In the clinic, Ari prepares new clothes for our MC. Yumi notes that the box is very elegant, while Ari says it took hours to choose the gift. Do-hyun thinks the outfit must be silk since the present came from very rich people. But when he opens it, he sees that it's just a normal shirt. Sad, the protagonist still tries to compliment what he received. However, he realizes that the packaging itself seems to be more expensive than the piece. The young inspector tries to defend that she picked some fabric that looked like the previous one. Then, Hyeon arrives and says that her father wants to meet our hero. The MC doesn't understand why this is happening, but his colleague is very excited about the news. Seeing that the doctor is happy, Do-hyun ends up agreeing to go too. The next day, both are astonished by the food they will have for lunch. Her friend's father says that he is someone responsible for making studies and many incredible medicines. The protagonist tries to tease the older man by talking about his daughter, but the doctor's response ends up irritating Hyeon. The girl tries to understand which side our MC is on. The man cannot believe that they are both joking so much. Now that they have finished eating, the patriarch has something to ask. Yumi insists on making him listen. The specialist then begins to talk about Yuri, and her older sister asks if it is still possible to treat her. The doctor replies that yes, obviously, but if the girl is not taken care of soon, there will be a collateral problem. And only on that specific day, during a full moon, is the moment when she can be cured. And if that doesn't happen that night, there will be no turning back. Ari agrees that the treatment must happen that very day. The problem is that many people know about the elixir. Even Do-hyun understands that if the secret is revealed, the doctor will become a target. What that gentleman needs is a master who can protect him during the process, and our protagonist is the perfect candidate. That night, the Horse of Red Liquid receives the news about the cure, and if the leader drinks the syrup, his improvement will be immediate. The bandit then declares that he will be there in person, and his poisonous warrior needs to prepare. Similarly, the Iron Horse also learns about the elixir and lets out an evil laugh, deciding to steal that technology as well. At the clinic, everyone is in their defensive positions, but our protagonist feels an endless itch. Even so, he notices something he finds interesting. Back at Yumi's clinic, Youngwoo is annoyed that he wasn't taken to eat as well. He gets upset seeing that even the dog was taken, and he wasn't. However, to his surprise, Haeyeon brought a takeout for his partner. At the moment he eats, he realizes that the food is delicious. At this instant, Pyeon Seungmin also learns about the meeting, and slowly the elder begins to piece together the puzzle, finally fully understanding the doctor's plan. He notes that he is in a very difficult situation, and sends his henchmen to find out what will happen. The villain relaxes, trusting that the chaos of that night will take care of our protagonist, and he realizes how tired he is of all this confusion, remembering at that moment that the con artist gave him a list of fighters who might be interesting. Soon, the League's investigation begins, and the detective is received by our MC. Yumi also recognizes that soldier. The warrior promises that he will catch whoever caused problems for the doctor. The doctor quickly changes the subject and checks if the young man's daughter needs any care. The father explains that his father-in-law is a master and also helped the girl improve. Yumi gives the news that she is now completely healthy. Elsewhere, 3 bandits gather and plan to steal the elixir. One of them reveals a very big problem, stating that our protagonist will protect the hospital tonight. However, the leader reveals that he already knows our protagonist's weakness, saying that his weak point is a soft heart. But suddenly, the wall of their hideout is broken by a body. The boss pulls out his weapon and asks who has arrived there. A giant shadow appears in the hole, saying that the bandit did a good job. The leader begins his attack, saying that the giant is after the elixir too. However, with a punch from the bigger man, his sword breaks. Then he truly realizes who he is fighting. The giant is the Iron Blade Fist, one of the 4 celestial guardians of the Iron Horse. His name is Kwak, and he reveals that his boss needs the elixir too. That night, Yuri reveals that she is a little scared of the process, but her older sister manages to calm her down. The great doctor decides to start the treatment now. Yumi will help him while Do-hyun protects everyone outside. On the outside of the hospital, all entrances are guarded. The security is better than they imagined. That giant joins the group of bandits and has infiltrated the hospital as well. At an opportune moment, the 3 plan to invade the clinic and take the elixir. The killers plan the best route, but then that steel-fisted one starts to get super scared. He saw our protagonist standing guard too. We go back a year, when this villain encountered our MC. He and his gang were planning to rob our hero, despite the giant trying to stop his group. The leader, who is also one of the 4 celestial guardians, decides to continue with the robbery to make medicines, but now he hears a scream of despair, and when he looks, Do-hyun is already attacking his henchmen, as always. The boss orders the strongman to go behind the protagonist while he attacks from the front. Kwak then runs to follow his order, and making a lot of noise, the bandit doesn't stop running, finally arriving behind our MC, feeling calm, because surely his boss will defeat the enemy. Then the Iron Blade strikes its attack, and the Iron Fist is scared. When he saw that his master was launched into the sky, and shortly after suffered suffered memory loss and loss of abilities, causing the strong man to become the leader of the 4 celestial guardians, also admitting that Do-Yun's face gives him nightmares every night. Now he wonders if he should disappear from there, but at a point not too far away, 2 shadowy figures are sneaking along the wall. It is the horse of the red liquid, also executing his plan to steal the elixir. The 2 long-haired men converse in low voices. Jo Jae-gang says that as soon as the horse of the red liquid enters, they will have to retreat, but it is suggested that he enter and pretend to be a customer while trying to hide his face so people won't suspect. Since the guards sometimes cover their faces, it will be less suspicious to enter this way. The young man mentions that the mask belonged to the soldiers. Jo Jae-gang thought it best to buy one to avoid raising any suspicion. For the silver-haired man, it hurts his pride to have to sneak into someone's house. But to achieve his revenge, he needs the elixir, so there's no time to lose. Meanwhile, Toxin begins to growl fiercely in a specific direction. Hyung doesn't understand why the little dog is so furious. However, his friend points to someone who seems to be the reason for such anger. And stopping to analyze better, the person is indeed familiar. Desperate, the individual in disguise begins to think that it will be impossible to escape if the boy notices his presence, and he is fully aware that being hit by any blow would end his race. It's even possible to hear the suspect's eyes turning. Now the 2 boys are quite suspicious. Moreover, the guy's appearance alone is already quite suspicious. But since the guy is wearing a uniform of the clinic's patients, the girl says she will examine him. The young woman argues that everyone ends up making sincere comments after going through their acupuncture sessions. Pyo Jung-woo interrupts the 2's conversation saying that some clients have arrived, but already firmly holding his sword, Jo Jae-gang suspects they must be people wanting to steal the elixir. There are 5 individuals moving very quickly in that direction. All are wearing ninja uniforms and hiding their faces. The leader of the ninjas orders them to ignore the boy with the spear and do their best to get past the white jade. As he spins his spear, Pyo Jung-woo becomes more irritated with the invaders because he realized that the little thugs are ignoring him. With just a thrust of his spear in the air, the bandits start to fly. Then the boy throws his weapon towards one of the enemies, which hits and ricochets off another invader, hitting both in just one attack, and soon the spear returns to its owner like a boomerang. The young man strikes the tip of it on the ground, placing his hand on his hip and boasting about his skillful moves. The disguised patient observed this and is now dumbfounded. Hyung crosses his arms, thinking there's no reason for his friend to brag since he just took down some weaklings. After seeing all this, the suspicious patient begins to feel even more shocked because he realized that Dr. Seong Sushin's friends are more incredible than he imagined. While looking around, the man starts to search for escape routes. But before he can run, the little dog begins to sense some suspicious movement. The young man is still incredulous about having so many weak enemy soldiers arriving. However, he remains alert to the movements of the suspicious young man nearby. Trying to play it cool, the fugitive says he is just an ordinary patient. But with his eyes rolling, body trembling, and everything else, it's impossible to believe him, so Hyung asks the guy to wait, as they will have a meeting soon. Meanwhile, the boys observe that the walls of the place are reinforced against invaders. And in a quick strategic meeting, the warriors decide to split up to protect the perimeter. Nearby, the 2 villains are also discussing strategies. The silver-haired man laments having let his guard down. Otherwise, Baek Do-hyun wouldn't stand a chance against him. But if he can get his hands on the elixir, all his wounds will be healed, and he will become even stronger. While they were talking, a few more ninjas appear invading the place. The man becomes furious upon seeing that others are after the elixir he desires so much. However, the heroes are already in position waiting for the invaders. Soon, the bandits begin to split up to deal with the warriors. But, in our spear-wielding warrior's opinion, it would be more fun if all 7 came together. As the ninjas approach, the girl throws some needles in their direction, which catch the bandits by surprise, and soon their bodies begin to burn. Meanwhile, Young Ari prepares a powerful punch, hitting the thief squarely, and saying that no one will enter. Hyung observes everything and sees that his friends are fighting very well. Irritated, the girl says that the boy should fight even if it's just for Yumi, and obviously no invader could defeat the boy unless it was a great horse. Optimistic, the young man questions whether a great horse would really be a match for him. Nearby, the 2 hairy men are already prepared to put their plan into action. Like a true specter in the shadows, the villain makes his first move, but he is caught off guard by something that stops him. Like a supernatural force, something makes the man freeze in mid-air, and he falls hard to the ground, surprising his partner. It seems the side effects of his internal injuries are still active. The great horse strikes hard at the man's abdomen. With a trembling voice, the man says that as soon as he climbed the wall, he was able to see the target building. Jo Jae-gang praises his companion for being able to see the building even with such a quick movement, but he is quickly corrected by the boy, who asks him to lower his voice, because that damn guy is in the building, something that makes him tremble with fear. At that very moment, the girl screams from the top of the roof, but the 2 have not yet been seen. The warriors are searching elsewhere. Worried, the masked man suggests that the 2 retreat immediately. With his pride shattered, the man does not want to accept leaving like this, but he just had an idea. The ninjas begin to run towards their objective. Then, some individuals jump over the large wall. One of them orders to find the location of Baek Do-hyun first. The spearman is alert and realizes that the bastards are after Hyun, but our young man is so powerful that he can defeat them with just one strike of his spear. Then, the tip of his weapon comes very close to the face of the leader of the invaders, who falls sitting on the ground, unable to defend himself. The boy questions what made them attack with such pathetic skills, and the man explains that it's because of the elixir. Despite being terrified, the invader says he knows that Hyun never kills his opponents. At that very moment, the boy appears, saying that it seems he was underestimated. With a flaming aura of pure rage, he says he was being generous all this time because the thugs were funny, but apparently, they did not deserve such generosity. His friend holds him back and asks him not to do anything foolish driven by anger. While the 2 argue, the invader can only sit there crying. Then, the girl appears and says she will just give a little prick with her needle, but the bandit's scream can be heard from afar. This makes the 2 long-haired men reconsider their decision not to retreat, but the silver-haired man is still not satisfied with losing to a bastard like Hyun, and he says that as soon as the elixir is stolen, he will achieve his revenge, explaining to his colleague that they are not the only two invading the clinic. Therefore, they cannot just stand by waiting for others to steal the sacred elixir. A scream interrupts their conversation, warning that the elixir has disappeared. The desperate employee says he put the elixir there, but the object simply vanished. Young Ari says they need to find the culprit, as he can't have gone far yet. Hyun is convinced that the suspicious patient was responsible for the disappearance of the elixir, accusing him of being the closest suspect to where the object was stored. Pyo Jungwoo approaches and says he will search for the lost object, but suddenly he finds a pair of gloves that leaves the boys confused about what it could be, and Hyun believes that this patient is a subordinate of the chief horse. The chief horse himself then hears his name and realizes that one of his men managed to enter the place. Jo Jaegang says that all the henchmen except the messenger were prevented from entering by Hyun, and that probably this messenger is not on their side. To defend himself, the patient says he believes the person they are looking for is Kwak Taekyu, and this man has iron claws. Those iron claws are weapons that you can obtain with money, and the material is thick enough, yet very light, more than a knife. Not everyone can make such a weapon, except Iron Ak. It is truly a work of art made of iron, but Hyun is not interested in that and asks about the elixir that he believes the man stole. But suddenly, a voice shouts that the elixir has been found, leaving the suspect very relieved. The employee himself says he was mistaken about where he had stored it and thought the thieves wouldn't find it because he hid it very well. Hyun and the redhead are shocked at how foolish this employee is. But while they talk, a scream warns that there is another intruder. Hyun believes they must have heard the boy was there and are underestimating him. He asks to stay and protect Yumi and for Jungwoo to go help Haeyeon. The suspicious man is relieved, as if they had checked his gloves, they would surely reveal his identity. The big guy knows he needs to escape from there as quickly as possible. Hyun seems to be somewhat fed up with the situation. The night goes on, the moon is full in the sky. At the secret base of the Iron Horse, we hear words of relief. Some men are gathered in a room. Suddenly, a sword bangs on the door and a knight says that Kwak Bushon has grown. The big guy asks what those men are doing there. These tough-looking guys were sent by the Iron Horse, and they believe that someone like him, so weak, shouldn't have been given the mission to retrieve the elixir from the secret base. One of the armored men asks what happened, and the boy with the bull haircut warns that the blue dragon of the spear was there, so they had to retreat. Sneering, the knight questions the decision to escape just because they were afraid of a master. A long-haired warrior says he really wanted to fight the blue dragon of the spear, and it seems the time has come. With a mischievous smile, one of the warriors with a huge shield says he will block that damn spear. The big guy knows that the spearman is very strong, but if some members of the celestial kings of the Iron Horse go to fight, they have a good chance. Imagining if 4 of them attack at once, that bastard will surely die. Then, excited, the boy shouts that he is also one of the celestial kings of the Iron Horse and will fight on the front lines. All the kings then get excited and morale is high, saying they will take down that unfortunate spearman. Meanwhile, a bald ninja is on top of the wall, but is quickly grabbed by the collar. The silver-haired horse throws him to the ground, having done the same with several other warriors, saying how annoying this is. Soon the masked man says it's better to hide, as they might end up being caught by Hyun. Thoughtfully, the man asks if that's really what his partner wants, saying he wouldn't need to hide like this if his wounds had already healed. His masked partner says he knows that, but it's better to find a good place to protect themselves. Meanwhile, the big guy, who was disguised as a patient, now starts to climb the wall in heavy armor and with a confident smile on his face, as if seeking to defeat the hero. After taking out some intruders, the spearman wipes his hands while talking to the girl. In her opinion, treating the bandits lightly will make other intruders always underestimate them. Then the girl starts to approach one of the bandits and sticks her needle right in the boy's ear. He widens his eyes, looking at Hyun with a pained expression. The screams can be heard from afar from the castle. Screaming, the bandit says his body is burning and the intruders outside start to get scared. All the new intruders begin to want to retreat, thinking they are torturing people there. Pyeon Sungman is drinking a liquor while laughing and saying the drink is sweet. Meanwhile, Toxin starts barking madly with a lot of anger. More intruders can be seen arriving on the rooftops of the castle. Now the one who arrived is the big guy who was disguised as a patient, who starts laughing and saying he's back. Not very surprised, Hyun realizes it's the guy from before, and it seems he brought an entire gang with him. The boy asks his little dog to show he's really angry, to bark more firmly. Staring at the celestial kings of the Iron Horse, he asks if they are scared to see his dog. The big guy starts to want to introduce the king knights, but his hi is cut off by the boy saying they are just more thieves. With a manic look, the spiky-haired man steps forward and says the little dog would never scare them and that the boy shouldn't treat them like thieves. Looking at the little dog, Hyun says the guys are calling for him, but Toxin still seems quite irritated. Not quite understanding, the spiky-haired knight questions what the boy is trying to do. Laughing, the young man says the guy is just a little dog barking too, and that he barks very well. Meanwhile, the chief horse and his masked partner are watching everything. The two start looking at the new intruders who just arrived. Because of their swords, spears, and iron gloves, they seem to be unusual warriors. Not just any thief has such heavy armor and shields, and it seems the 4 are from the same gang. There's a possibility they are the celestial kings of the Iron Horse. Laughing, the silver-haired man seems to recognize those warriors, and suddenly he starts to laugh as if he has heard an absurd joke. To prevent the others from hearing his voice, the man covers his mouth with his hand. Despite believing at this moment that Hyun is no longer a problem, as he will face those strong warriors, the masked man praises his master, as everything was premeditated. The two are hiding while the boy faces the Iron Horses. Meanwhile, one of the heavily armored warriors points his sword at the young man and says he heard he is a new master of the generation. Hyun says he has no idea why everyone is calling him that. And to mock him, the armored knight says the young man looks very ragged and does not live up to his reputation. Knowing that his opponent is strong, the enemy then starts to throw some soft talk to see if he can discover his abilities in a different way. Meanwhile, another armored knight asks the big guy to go and try to defeat him. But since the big guy got scared and didn't want to accept the challenge, one of the warriors with tied hair asks the one holding the shield to take the honors. The squire then steps steps forward and says he will be the first to fight the young man. But as he approaches, he is surprised by an extremely quick movement from the boy. Soon he puts his shield in front, trying to protect himself, confident that the shield will withstand any attack. As soon as the boy's attack makes contact with the shield, a deafening noise can be heard, and the knight is thrown back with a force. Surprised, Hyun says he thought the shield would be able to withstand the blow, but it seems that Old Tin is a bit weak. The remaining knights realize that the boy managed to defeat 2 of them in just 1 blow and are dumbfounded. The big guy already imagined it, because he believes that boy is not human, and Young Ahri is happy and says that is what she expected from Baekdo. The young man feels uncomfortable and asks the girl not to call him that way, but ends up getting distracted. She shouts for the boy to look ahead, throwing his shield in his direction, and if the young man doesn't dodge, he could end up getting cut. But if he dodges, the shield will come directly towards the castle, so the young man is confused and decides to dodge. Meanwhile, the long-haired knight comes running towards him, imagining it will be the end of his opponent. Angry, Ryun punches to deflect the shield, shouting if his enemy thinks he is a puppy to throw something like that. The shield comes back hard towards the king knights, hitting the ground near the squire. Soon after, the lancer begins to unleash several consecutive attacks, until, in a quick movement, Hyun manages to grab his enemy's spear, staring at him with a firm expression, preventing him from continuing his attacks. However, meanwhile, the other ponytailed knight approaches quickly, but with his other arm, the boy manages to block his sword, even though his opponent executed the attack with both hands. Hyun manages to handle all 3 knights at the same time, throwing them away, and thus, the ponytailed warrior remembers the girl calling him Baekdo, and identifies him as Baekdo Hyun. Irritated by all these rumors about himself, the boy puts his hands on his hips. Then, the armored knight realizes that the young man managed to break his sword with just his hand. Looking at his companions, he realizes that this battle will be quite difficult. He then decides to signal for the warriors to retreat. Suddenly, a voice interrupts the situation, asking if they are the celestial kings of the Iron Horse. It is Youngwoo who approaches asking if 4 of the king knights attacked him, and it seems Hyun looks quite easy to deal with. This leaves the young man extremely irritated for thinking he is being underestimated. The spiky-haired knight realizes that the situation is becoming increasingly dangerous, and tries to look around to find an escape, heading towards Haeon, knowing that the girl is the daughter of Dr. Seong Sushin, and deciding that it is a good idea to take her hostage. As soon as she notices the enemies approaching, Haeon grabs some needles and throws them at her opponents. The spiky-haired knight notices the projectiles heading his way, and breaks hard to avoid being hit. But suddenly, his squire companion steps in front, and most of the needles end up hitting his shield. Meanwhile, the lancer is also engaged in a battle with Youngwoo. The big guy keeps his gaze fixed on the battle. Now he knows it is too late to dodge and needs to stop the projectiles. The man then begins to charge a blow that has a bluish aura, moving his arms in a circle, avoiding the needles. However, one of them ends up hitting his thigh. The man feels the sharp pain, observing the wound. Entering the young man's bloodstream, the poison spreads. Screaming that he is one of the celestial kings, the warrior says, "This is nothing," and he advances towards the girl who threw the deadly needles. The girl seems quite frightened by her enemy's advance. But before the big guy can hit the girl, Hyun appears and kicks him in the head. As the heroes are very fast, the enemies fail in their mission to capture the girl as a hostage. But the treacherous knight with spiky hair pushes his squire to deal with the situation. The squire has a lot of courage and shouts that he has an impenetrable shield, something that proves untrue, as with just 1 punch the young man manages to destroy it, crushing it with great ease, surprising its bearer. Meanwhile, the spiky-haired knight runs, surprised to see his companion lose so easily, but Haeon steps in front of the knight, catching him off guard. However, the man is determined to escape, thinking that as soon as he reports everything to the Iron Horse, all the heroes will be dead. Before he could flee, Hyun steps in front with a quick movement. In desperation, the knight swings his sword right at the young man's neck, but the villain's face suddenly changes, seeing that the boy merely held the blade of his sword as if it were nothing. Mockingly, the young man still asks if the man isn't going to hit him with that weapon. This greatly irritates the spiky-haired knight, and soon the man prepares for a different charge, crouching down. But his movements are no match for our hero, who is already preparing a punch right to his face. A punch that sends him flying as if he were a light piece of paper. He falls on the other side of the arena with a loud noise, but soon gets up, thinking about how to get away from there. Suddenly, his face changes, as if something has happened. It's Hyun, who stealthily positioned herself behind the guy, and stabbed his body with several needles, which are now embedded in his buttocks, causing great pain. This makes him scream, greatly irritating Hyun, who delivers a strong blow to his head, enough to knock him out right there between the 2 boys. Still with an irritated expression, the boy looks to the side, and sees that his friend Young-woo is fighting another spear wielder. The spear hero is determined, saying he will be able to deflect all of his enemies' attacks. The long-haired warrior also manages to defend against the attacks coming his way, but suddenly a scream can be heard from afar. The 2 stealthy long-haired ones are hearing everything and believe that Dong-hyun has come out victorious. The chief horse really hoped that the celestial kings would manage to steal the elixir, but it was just an optimistic expectation. Suddenly, a bark is heard from Toxin. The little dog is right there and seems to have located the bandits, as the barks begin to get closer. Since he is not an ordinary dog, this makes the chief horse think he should also have a dog like that. But the long-haired man confesses that he actually never liked dogs. Now the 2 stop walking and fall silent. The silver-haired man convinces himself that he cannot give up yet. He explains that he will prefer to find an opportunity next time, and they should retreat, not leaving the city, but rather waiting at the base that the messenger arranged. As Baekdo-hyun exterminated the 4 celestial kings, soon the Iron Horse will be around seeking revenge, and the white-haired horse wants to see the red liquid horse destroy the boy with his own eyes. The masked man praises his companion, saying he is meticulous, and the 2 begin to retreat. Finally, dawn breaks and a new day arrives at the castle. A uniformed man approaches and says they have cured Yuri's illness, and now the girl can live healthily from today on. Gratefully, Young Ari bows several respectful times. The girl will awaken tonight, and then it will be possible to meet her. All 4 celestial kings of the Iron Horse are now chained detained and imprisoned. Hyun says he doesn't know what to do with these guys. The other boy suggests they leave them with the Murim League, with someone trustworthy there, so now they need to decide what to do with these bastards' weapons and armor. The boy decides to take them and sell them for some cash, but Hyun is not planning to go to a blacksmith. He has a list of people who considered him an easy target, including Hyun's brother, so he will find them and take revenge. The first stop will be the Baediok faction. We see a sign at the entrance in front of the building that says Baediok. An old man is talking to another man about the results from the last night, and thoughtfully, the gentleman comes to the conclusion that he has no choice but to leave it be. The other man asks if Seong Sushi would believe that, but the conversation is interrupted. Someone is counting pillars outside. The old man does not recognize the person there and asks if Seong Sushin sent him there. With an awkward smile, the young man replies that he did not. Astonished, Seungman asks who that boy is and how he dares to walk in the garden without greeting him first. But Hyun responds that this is exactly what the men did last night. They jumped the wall because they underestimated him. Now the old man's expression has changed and he seems quite frightened. Angrily, the young man strikes a pillar with one of his hands, saying that he really wasn't sent there, but that he came on his own. Still gripping the wood with his fingers, the young man says he would take them one by one, but this was annoying him. And then with a shove, the boy destroys the pillar, causing part of the house's structure to collapse. Soon the building ends up being completely destroyed, leaving the two men in despair. Heading towards the next building, the young man says there are only two more left and tells the two to wait there. The girl who is with Hyun asks if he isn't going to leave at least one building in case it rains. Upon learning that it is Baek do Hyun, the gentlemen are once again left speechless. As a form of threat, the boy holds another piece of wood and asks if the two are not happy to know who he is. Joining his hands in a gesture of apology, the man says he heard that the young man is quite generous and asks for his forgiveness. But it was too late. His house has already turned into 1,000 pieces. At that moment, Pyo Jungwoo appears saying that his friend should take the opportunity to stretch his arms and thus use the weapons more efficiently. Yumi explains that if the protagonist keeps destroying everything like this, he will end up becoming a villain. Despite the old man's sad face, Hyun says he is just destroying some pillars. Now the young man approaches the next building asking if he should continue, and with ease, he removes a piece from the pillar, observing the wood and saying that it is a waste. The old man watches his whole house wrecked. Giving a warning, the boy says that things will not end like this next time. Despairing, the old man looks back, but a cracking noise catches his attention, and suddenly the entire structure is destroyed in several parts. Now the boys are in a carriage deciding the next place they will visit. At the Baeksan house, someone shouts asking who the bastard was that said there was no need to worry about Hyun for being a nice guy. Upon learning that it was Youngshik who said that, the mustached man says to kill him. He warns that rumors say Hyun is destroying the sex one by one, but suddenly the man's eyes widen, and none other than Hyun is standing there holding a wooden pillar. The ponytailed man says he has heard a lot about his reputation. Irritated, the protagonist asks if the mustached man is being all friendly just because of what he heard around. Letting his emotions show, the man confesses that it was not his sect, but Youngshik who caused all this. However, Hyun argues that the boy said he received orders to go there and is also a victim. Thinking that the mustached man is making fun of him, the protagonist kicks the pillar of the building, destroying it. Incredulous, the man is left speechless, and then kneels on the ground, begging for mercy. Hyun asks if the man is also a Baek, and the man replies that he is. Trying to convince the young man, the mustached man pleads to see him as someone from his family. But mentioning family matters out of the blue makes the boy even angrier. And now he has decided that he will not leave anything standing and will destroy everything. Yumi and Hyun just watch that whole demolition with heavy hearts. Hyun notices their expressions and asks what the reason for that is. The girl says that the young man has never talked about his family, and she was thinking about that. And the girl with pigtails prays that the merciful Buddha allows the protagonist's family to be in a good place. It has been a while since the young man returned home, but he believes that his relatives are well. Hyun does not understand why the girls keep looking at him with such a perplexed expression. Yumi asks if his family is healthy. The protagonist says yes, since they eat a lot, they are surely healthy, and that when the young man's body is well, he can feel the things that are close. When he was young, the boy would go up to the mountains and find many cool things. The little boy searched the mountain for things to feed his family until one day he couldn't find anything nearby anymore. So he started going further and further away. He ended up entering a cave full of shiny things where he found the elixir for the first time, and that's how he met Youngwoo. The two boys lived in the mountains. Yumi asks if they were healthy. Hyun says yes, but he often forgets to bring things for his little sister. The girl says that the boy's little sister must be very cute, but the protagonist doesn't seem to agree much with that, because in reality, back in his hometown, there is much talk of a very crazy woman, and that is his little sister. The four celestial kings appeared while Baek Do Hyun was protecting the Seongsu clinic. It seems that the Iron Horse doesn't know that the red liquid horse lost to our MC. The men there are discussing the involvement of the horses and the celestial kings from last night. Since it was Do Hyun who captured the kings, the clinic will act only as an intermediary. Seoksu asks if the boy can ask Hyun to leave the kings with them. Meanwhile, a hand slams hard on the table, and someone asks why they are fighting among themselves. Seongman is irritated and knows they need to investigate the celestial kings and locate the Iron Horse. But no one knows for sure how many men the Iron Horse has, so it's quite delicate. Moreover, even the red liquid horse has appeared. Proof of this is that the man found Jo Jaegong, one of the henchmen of the red liquid horse. Shungman is confused, wondering if the red liquid horse will really want to deal with Baek Do Hyun as promised. Unfortunately, they lost sight of Jo Jaegong, so they couldn't find the whereabouts of the boss. And pointing a finger at the man with the white beard, the other guy says it's all his fault. Additionally, Seong Sushin demanded that they find him in exchange for delivering the four celestial kings. Worried, Seongman knows knows that if they discover who is behind all this, he won't be able to get away. Far from there, we see our protagonist talking by a campfire, and Yumi shares that she had a tough life when she was 12. At that time, all the girl wanted was to eat meat. This makes Hyun reflect on his friend's past and if something very bad might have happened. But he decides not to ask until she feels comfortable sharing it herself. Suddenly, the carriage stops moving. Some people are blocking the way. The men say they are from the Murim League and came because of a report. But the boys argue that they did nothing. They are just getting back at those thieves who invaded. One of the men says he understands the situation, but it's not appropriate to go around destroying sex like this, as they have received several complaints. Hyun looks at his friend and says they are only being treated this way because they are giving warnings, so they should go back and talk to the guys again. However, the complaints did not come from the already destroyed sectors, but from another sector. Excited, Yumi realizes that they might have made a report out of fear of being next. Getting down from the carriage, Hyun asks to compare the name of the person who made the complaint with the names noted in his notebook, but that is not allowed. But just as the protagonist was about to argue that he is being falsely accused, a voice asks them to follow the path. Young Ari approaches saying that she is also a victim, so they should go for revenge together. Hyun says he is also a victim, even though he isn't hurt. He explains that since his heart is soft, he gets hurt very easily. With a serious expression, the protagonist orders them not to interfere and to pay back what the Jincheng Guild owes him. Young Ari gets nervous and asks the boy to teach her a way to pay. The boy asks if it's not possible to deal with this problem together with the Murim League, since her family is from a merchant group and her aunt is a great negotiator. Moreover, Ari's uncle is the elder of the league, Lee Taijun, so he will surely be able to fix this. Now about the 4 celestial kings that were left at the Xiangsu clinic. As soon as they find out who is behind the whole incident from last night, the kings will be handed over to one of the elders of the Murim League. Therefore, the boy would like to inform Elder Lee Taijun, as he is the last conscious elder in the league. Hyun looks at Hyun and asks her not to forget to tell the elder about this when she goes home. So everything is settled. The protagonist really prefers to leave them in the hands of a good man. Since they need to earn a bit for the league, it's better to do the rest later. But the boys aren't going home now. They're going to the blacksmith Cheonsu. A while later, we see the pile of weapons and armor, and the boy asks how much all of that costs. The boys start explaining to the blacksmith where they got each of those materials. Shocked, the man can hardly believe that Hyun managed to deal with 2 of those celestial warriors, truly worthy of a master of the generation. But the protagonist doesn't like being called that. The boy's humility leaves the blacksmith emotional. Returning to the subject of the materials, they are so destroyed that they might have to be sold as scrap metal, but the man thinks it's still possible to use that spear. Youngwoo suggests putting it on the other side of the shaft, and then it will have a double point, something that seems uncomfortable, but possible for the great blue dragon spear. This gets the red-haired boy quite excited. Since he was responsible for defeating the celestial king of the spear, Hyun gives permission to use the weapon as he wishes. Thinking this applies to her as well, Haeyeon gets excited wanting to use the sword. Although the protagonist dealt with the entire fight, it was the girl who delivered the final blow. Scolding her friends, Yumi asks them to stop fighting and learn to share. Then the girl continues excitedly thinking that the other half is hers. Now Hyun hands the blacksmith the mysterious pair of gloves that are in perfect condition. The gloves are made to allow for perfect hand movement, and the material is thin, yet very tough. The blacksmith knows they were made by the Iron Horse and would be quite expensive, but the boy doesn't wish to sell them. He wants Yumi to use them, and if they are too big, they should be adjusted for her. For with these gloves, the girl will be able to protect her hands not only from poison, but also from other dangerous things. Embarrassed, the girl says she can handle it with her needles, and that if any problem arises, she can treat it slowly. But Yumi's hands are quite small to fit into a warrior's glove. Teasing the blacksmith, the boy asks if the Iron Horse was able to make them, but he can't even adjust them. And then he makes it clear that he is counting on the man's services to handle this challenge. But the blacksmith says it will take a lot of work. In exchange, the man wants Hyun to do something with him. However, the protagonist says that if he asks for his services, he will end up regretting it, as the boy is not very good at making swords. But with fire in his eyes, Han Ju-yeol insists, saying that together they can make anything. Our boy still insists that the man will regret this, but he agrees to do one thing and asks not to blame him if he does it wrong. It's the beginning of a new day. We see the new base of the red liquid horse. The man with long silver hair is waiting. It's been too long, probably, as he is starting to get bored. The 2 arrived as quickly as they could, but they have nothing to do there. It's better to stay there instead of going to the new mansion, as if the Iron Horse shows up for his revenge, they can watch up close. The red liquid horse asks about Hyun, if they can't attack him without the Iron Horse. Jaegang hasn't figured that out yet, but he is looking for information. So there are no choices but to wait. The silver-haired man asks if his companion is hungry. Because he was, to maintain the body of a warrior of poisonous fluids, one needs to eat more than a normal person. The boy remembers the food from before, and that it was quite tasty, and he leaves the base looking for some lunchbox around. Since the red liquid horse is in a safe location, there will be no complaints, and the 2 will stay in separate rooms. Suddenly, a little girl comes out from inside a building. Politely, the girl greets the masked man. Then the boy asks if the child isn't afraid because he is wearing a mask, but the little girl says her uncle taught her not to judge people by their appearance. Adjusting his mask, the man thinks that even his colleagues despise him, and all of this is because of the bastard Hyun. The masked man says the girl has a good uncle. Then he asks Minseo if there is any place nearby that sells food and is very good. The little girl recommends chicken skewers, and taking the boy's hand, she says it's really delicious, leading him to where they sell the skewers. Back at the blacksmith, a new weapon is being forged. The entire forging art is very meticulous and has many details. The man asks Hyun to use his chi to heat the iron. The logo of the weapon starts to change color, becoming incandescent, surprising even the blacksmith as the temperature is already quite high, until it can't take it anymore and breaks in half. The blacksmith turned even purple upon seeing that situation. That metal was not weak. On the contrary, it was much stronger than common metals. But Ju-yeol still didn't give up on making the weapon, and says he was surprised by the amount of IQ the boy has, Soon the man runs to get more material to make a better sword. With a new piece of metal, the blacksmith asks the boy to try heating it. The material turns the perfect color, and the man asks Hyun to gently pull the ends. However, no matter how much delicacy he used, the metal ends up getting too stretched. Meanwhile, Jungwoo and Yumi enjoy the backyard a bit. Now on a new attempt, Juyol asks the boy to place the metal on the anvil, and to hit it using his hands instead of a hammer, trying to be as careful as possible. But when trying to squeeze it with his hands, the metal ends up breaking. Outside, Yumi has fallen asleep, and the lancer continues training. With a desperate expression, the blacksmith asks the boy to stop. Apparently during the hammering part, it's better not to let the boy do it. That said, Juyol begins to do his work. The last step is to cool the piece using his IQ. For Hyun, it's a somewhat difficult task. The metal is cooling and starts to show its original color. Juyol admires his new creation with shining eyes, but the protagonist's hand slips and the metal breaks in two. Yumi has already woken up from her nap, and Jungwoo seems bored. Still sleepy, the girl starts downloading the soul. Meanwhile, the masked man buys several chicken skewers. Since he got some extras, he decides to gift the little girl one. The red liquid horse watches that pile of skewers and doesn't seem very satisfied, but his partner assures him he heard about a little girl who finds the skewers delicious. A child who even lives nearby and is quite communicative. As soon as he takes the first bite of the chicken, the man's expression changes. Proud, he simply closes his eyes and says, "It's not bad at all." And he worries if the little girl suspected the guy, but he was masked. We see the little girl all happy, stretching her arms to her father. As she is holding a skewer, she tells her father that it was the uncle who lives next door who gave it to her. The house next door had been empty for a long time, so someone must have moved in. The man thinks if he should bring some rice. That same night, some tools and pieces of metal are on the floor. Juyol is disappointed, saying that the blade isn't cutting, and he remembers the boy saying that if he made a knife, it wouldn't be able to cut anything. But he was so confident that he thought it was possible even before starting the other weapons. It's already dawn after a long night of work. Since a sword was made that can't cut anything, there's no way to sell it. The shopkeeper asks who Juyol teamed up with to make that weapon, and as soon as the blacksmith says the boy's name, the man's eyes widen. Trembling, the man asks if it's the same Hyun he heard destroyed several sects that day. Yumi is preparing tea and asks if the blacksmith did a good job, as she would like to see. Somewhat upset, Hyun tells that he tried to sharpen the weapon with his hands, but couldn't. And in the end, it's just a metal that looks like a sword. Given these conditions, the boy says he prefers not to return to that place anytime soon. Jungwoo is happy he asked the blacksmith to make his spear earlier, which turned out quite technological and interesting. From inside the spear, it's possible to detach a dagger. Yumi got her gloves, and Jungwoo got his spear, but Haeyeon ended up getting nothing. However, the boy informs that he was responsible for making a blade for the girl. The weapon wouldn't be different from a bar of iron. The two start to argue, as the girl would like a new abdominal shield. After much complaining, the boy agrees to make one for her, but only after finishing his revenge list. In the Jisa sect, someone shouts for Baekdo Baekdohyun, and you can see from afar that the building exploded from the inside. The same happens in the Hyun sect, and also with the Godok sect, where travelers can see the palace exploding in the distance. Then the protagonist now observes his notebook, and points forward, saying that there is the next target. Two travelers talk, gossiping that the Baediok and Baksan sects were completely destroyed. The rumors are already spreading among the villagers and travelers of the town. A restaurant attendant says that Baekdohyun has been destroying several sects since yesterday and will destroy even more. But the man says that this rumor is different from what he heard before. The woman explains that it's because the boy has another nickname, also known as the Disaster of the Night, and the Muram League is doing nothing because they really see no reason to interfere. However, we see the leader of the league complaining about what Hyun is doing and saying they need to deal with the boy immediately. But the other man says it is the protagonist's duty to protect the elixir so that it is not stolen from the clinic. Moreover, it was the boy who managed to defeat two of the Celestial Knights, like a true master of the generation, and this revenge is something agreed upon with the Seongsu clinic, which allowed it to happen. It's better for the league not to interfere in this. Ari talks to her uncle, who really wanted the league to do something about Do-hyun's actions, but the girl asks him to let the thieves suffer the consequences, since they even climbed the castle walls to steal the elixir. Additionally, if her uncle solves all the problems, Do-hyun explained that he would give him the 4 Celestial Knights. Knowing this, the man stands up and gets quite excited, saying he will never let anything happen to the boy. As long as he doesn't kill anyone, the boy can trust him. Later, the man thinks the problem is solved. It's a shame the young man's powers were revealed, but better things will come from this. Meanwhile, the leader of the Muram League knows there is nothing he can do about Do-hyun's actions. Far from there, at Ji-yeon's sect, the protagonist is destroying another building. And finally, the young man has completed all the lists in his notebook. Night is already falling at the Yumi clinic. Our doctor is dissatisfied, as it has been a while since she was away, and there must be many patients waiting. After everything that happened, Hyun suggests a dinner by the river tonight and a boat ride afterward, but the girl remembers that the boy promised to make Haeyeon's stomach shield, but he says it can be done the next day. Then, all excited, Yumi grabs the protagonist's arm, saying she really wants to go to the river. Sometime later, Youngwoo realizes that his friends are not there and wonders where they went without the boy. Soon after, Haeyeon arrives asking what will be for dinner today, but she also notices that there is no one there. Since they didn't find the other friends, they think about going out for dinner by the river. Later, upon arriving at the river, there are many boats and people around. Hyun suggests they take a boat ride afterward, but eat something there first. As they approach a spot, a friend raises her arms and calls for Baek Do-hyun. Yumi doesn't understand why the place is so crowded and asks what day it is today. The girl with the two says that this river has a legend, that there was an extremely strong master. When this man shot his arrows, the river's water would rise and follow behind. One day when the bandits arrived, the master destroyed everyone in the river. Nowadays, this victory is celebrated a lot, and they say that the couple who rides a boat at night will be protected, and their relationship will grow even deeper. Excitedly raising up, Hyun asks to go immediately for a boat ride. Embarrassed, the girl tugs at the boy's clothes, saying that there aren't any empty boats yet. Curiously, she asks if the boy shot an arrow, the water daughter would also follow behind. Putting his hand on his chin, the protagonist says that maybe he would just break the bow if he got one. Then, the girl concludes that the young man wouldn't be able to perform such a feat, but the proud hero says he could do it. He just needs to throw a stone in the river. However, the red-haired girl asks them to drink the rice wine she ordered earlier. Coincidentally, Hyun says he loves that drink. Far from there, someone is lurking. A henchman approaches a man and says they found Baek Do-yun's whereabouts at a river outside the city, but not too far from there, and that the boy is not alone, as a festival is happening. This is great because the more witnesses, the more the lesson will spread. Looking back with a malicious look, the man asks them to prepare the iron ship, as the hunt will begin. The festival is lively. The sunset is starting. A man tastes the rice wine and finds it delicious. On the boat, the girl asks to get a cup too, but apparently this couple is distancing themselves a lot from the others. With a mischievous look, the man asks to go to a quieter place. So the girl looks and sees a swamp nearby, wondering if it would be a good place. Suddenly, an iron boat passes over the two. The lovers manage to save themselves, but the little boat they were in turns into pieces. A grim-looking man emerges from the iron boat and says to destroy everyone and turn them to dust. The bandits will turn that little boat festival into a nightmare. The couple talks about this being the work of the Iron Horse, and the girl asks what the Murim League will do about it. But the League is very busy investigating the situation at the Sungsu Clinic, so no one will be able to come help them. However, the man is there because he took a day off to be with his precious little thing. Far from the couple, a silhouette can be seen from atop a tree. It's a young man who says he can see the iron boat speeding and that it will soon reach where the civilians' little boats are gathered. Smiling, the bearded man asks them to destroy as many civilian boats as possible, and that everyone should keep in mind that this destruction is Do-hyun's fault. The two protagonists hear the shouts warning about the Iron Horse. Many people are in danger, and the girl asks what they can do to help, but Hyun says he could only throw a punch if they were in front of him. Disappointed, the girl says that then, there is something the powerful Hyun cannot do. The proud boy gets upset by that remark, and says that if they lost that little cup, it would be dangerous, since the protagonist is very good at guessing and throwing things, so he will simply throw and guess. The Seiki cup lands in the river waters, and continues flying, passing by the couple who fell into the water, awakening the legendary fury of the Dragon King. The man on the iron boat notices the flying cup, which passes by his side. Hyun has a lollipop face, as he missed the target. That was close, but it would have been better if he had hit, but the girl who was with the two says it's not over yet. The water flowing behind the cup ends up hitting the boat and capsizing it. Excited, Yumi cheers that the bad men's boat has sunk. As expected from Do-hyun, he missed the technique, but ended up hitting the target. All excited, the girl says he is handsome. Putting his hands on his hips, the boy boasts that he is more handsome than Kwon Seong-ho. Meanwhile, in the water, several pieces of wood can be seen. The lovers know that what passed by them was not an arrow and wonder what it could be. But looking back, the man notices something that scares him. In the distance, the young man can see the silhouette of Baek Do. Then he realizes there is no more danger, since Baek Do-hyun is here. But suddenly, all that optimism disappears from the boy's eyes, because two more boats appear besides the one that was sunk by the protagonist. The poor couple starts desperately trying to get out of the way of the boats, but the little Seik cup that Hyun threw ends up hitting the boat squarely this time, creating such a strong impact that it knocks several men into the water. Smiling, the protagonist celebrates and says he has always been good at this. The boy always practiced on little birds when he was younger, but when Yumi starts to praise him, the boy becomes suspicious. Changing the subject, the girl points out that a new ship is arriving. On the horizon, the new iron ship can be seen just behind the couple of lovers. The girl is disappointed because she bought this outfit just to wear it on this occasion, but now it's all wet. The man says the outfit will dry soon when they reach the riverbank, but then the girl realizes that the villains are coming. The two start trying to paddle with their hands to get away from there. On top of the iron boat, the man knows they won't be able to dodge, so the ideal is to block the cup. In the way they practiced, all the crew members raised their paddles, and united this way, they believe they could even stop a war general. The formation of the men is perfectly aligned. But even with all these efforts, the cup ends up destroying the entire organization. Then, with fire in his eyes, one of the crew members prepares a strike to block the little cup, but it's nothing more than a kamikaze operation, as the boat is completely destroyed. The man in the tree notices that the boats are sinking, and on top of that, the young man couldn't identify the object that is attacking the boats. This irritates the boss, who calls his henchman an incompetent bastard. And after all this confusion, no boat is left. With hatred in his eyes, the bearded man asks who had the stupid idea to use boats. But just as the boy was about to say it was him, the man calls for the Iron Squad and orders the men to show how frightening the squad can be. The Iron Squad prepares for the attack. All the civilians run in desperation, knowing the reputation these soldiers have. However, suddenly, a spear is thrown. The Iron Soldier manages to defend himself with his sword, but the spear starts to return like a boomerang. Everyone knows it's Youngwoo, the famous blue dragon of the spear, hero of all, who arrived alongside Hyun. Then, the soldiers end up believing it was the boy who destroyed all those boats. As they are part of the Iron Squad, it may be difficult for just the two boys to deal with all the enemies, but the girl knows that they can't run away and leave the civilians there without help. The two heroes start to argue, thinking about who could have destroyed all those boats. One of the soldiers begins to reflect on why Youngwoo appeared suddenly and that now he will have to execute the plan, ordering his soldiers to kill everyone there and make it clear that they are doing this because of Do-hyun. Now all the civilians start to hear that the confusion was caused because the Iron Horse is attacking innocents behind the protagonist, since the boy ended up insulting the Iron Horse, who ordered his soldiers to spread death all over the place. Hyun gets angry and says that since these guys are so loud, she will silence them once and for all. Youngwoo smirks, saying that his friend hates being underestimated, so he will show up soon. But our boy is drinking a bit more rice wine, all happy, saying that it's what he expected from Dongdongju. The protagonist prefers to enjoy for now and says he will deal with those wrongdoers later. Yumi is very worried and says that people will get hurt if the confusion continues like this. But anyway, the hero knows that Youngwoo is there, so it's alright. It's better to drink for now and enjoy the fish stew they already ordered. The leader of the Iron Soldiers starts laughing, saying that Do-hyun is too cowardly to show up. Meanwhile, the man continues shouting, saying that everything would be fine if Do-hyun hadn't bothered him. The girl looks at her friend and asks if Hyun still hasn't appeared. Bravo! The leader of the soldiers says he has waited long enough, so he will start killing everyone. But suddenly, a small jar starts approaching the commander's face. He quickly manages to block it with his sword, but the blow was so strong that it pushed him back, and the impact made him fall, sitting on the ground with everything. The civilians don't understand anything. Some cover their faces in fear. Hyun appears and says he couldn't drink his wine properly because of those noisy guys. All the people there then get excited and start cheering for the hero. Bravo! The boy looks back and says that none of this is his fault. Then the civilians get worried that the boy was listening to everything. One of the men says it wasn't their fault and that they didn't complain about anything. Convinced, the protagonist approaches his friends and asks if he needs to help deal with the bastards. The army commander appears furious and asks how the boy managed to hit him so hard. But if the boy thought that was strong, the young man will show him what real strength is. However, the protagonist's stance is not enough to scare them, and the soldiers advance. The villain is already very close and shouts that he will catch him. Before he could do anything, a fist approaches the man's face, and Hyun's hand lands squarely on his opponent's face. Soon the boy looks at the other soldiers and asks them to come, but Youngwoo is faster and runs towards the enemies. The guy was just watching before, but now he started to act. Our powerful spearman looks back with a terrifying gaze. The soldiers are intimidated and shout for everyone to stay away from the spear. Suddenly, the tip of the weapon opens and reveals a chain, making the spear suddenly longer. As expected from the blue dragon of the spear, everyone cheers, and through the cheering crowd, Hyun passes like a rocket, hitting one of the iron soldiers directly in his stomach, making him fly back like a bowling ball striking the pins. And mockingly, the boy asks his friend why his skills aren't improving, because if he keeps dealing with the thugs one by one, it will take too long to finish the job. But if the young man distances himself a bit and sweeps them all at once, it will be much more efficient. From up on the hill, the boss watches his soldiers being exterminated, and he thinks they should have brought the special forces along, as the Iron Squad was not enough. However, they are right in front of the Muram League's nose, so they couldn't bring too many troops to avoid being noticed. These comments irritate the bearded man, who says he doesn't need to hear advice from anyone. He soon states that he will deal with those insects alone and calls his henchmen, but it is possible to see one more person arriving at the battle. The boss looks on, trying to figure out who it is, and his eyes widen. The man is extremely surprised. The approaching person is a muscular young man with very familiar white hair. It seems to be Ham Juksuk, who is all excited to join the fight. With a smile from ear to ear, he asks the enemies to come at him. A thug is thrown into the air. The white-haired man is enjoying that fight a lot. The elderly man says he couldn't let those guys cause a mess at that festival. Our protagonist asks if he can really leave now, and the older man confirms he will take care of everything. The MC runs off with great happiness, as he can now have fun. The old man starts to feel he has been tricked. He continues in the battle, punching all the thugs. Jungwoo is also there participating in the fight. Hee-yeon helps with her acupuncture. The Iron Horse hears his men screaming in pain. His companion sees that his henchmen will be annihilated if they don't join the fight now. The leader can't understand why his plan isn't working. The two think that our protagonist is betraying his wife. They argue, seeing that in any situation, they are at a disadvantage. One cannot lose, even if all their soldiers are defeated. The leader is deciding to retreat, now that he has many reasons. However, suddenly, the dog from our group starts barking and running around. Yumi asks Do-hyun for help, as the little dog is too fast for her. Our hero picks up his friend in his arms and takes off chasing the creature. The MC thinks that's great, and promises to give the animal good food. Hee-yeon sees her friends running, and calls Youngwoo to follow them. They wonder if they can leave that old man alone in the battle. However, his strikes seem super powerful. The white-haired man boasts about being so strong, but he wonders why he feels so bothered. The Iron Horse doesn't believe that his target is approaching of his own accord. He realizes he can save his reputation in that situation, and trying to appear cold and calculating, says that this has always been his plan. The protagonist can see silhouettes in the distance. The doctor asks to be put down finally. However, Do-hyun is enjoying being like this. Now that Yumi is on the ground, her friends arrive on the scene. The leader gets irritated with the dog's barking, and throws a knife in its direction. Fortunately, the little dog jumps and dodges. Even so, the MC grabs the dagger. The dog doesn't stop showing its anger. Its owner tries to understand the reason for so much rage. However, it is Do-hyun who manages to unravel the mystery and understand everything, and he gets confused, thinking he is facing a subordinate of the Iron Horse, not the leader himself. The protagonist talks about all the problems he faced with this gang, but the boss informs him that he never wanted to get in his way. However, the last group really went there to punish our MC, but he didn't even notice. The leader seems happy that his enemy recognized his plan, but nothing went as it should. Do-hyun starts his provocations, irritating the villain, which is already enough to make him advance with his sword. But soon he is startled by Do-hyun's speed, and tries to strike anyway. He grits his teeth, not understanding the situation, and admits that his rival is faster than expected. Now the villain notices Yumi watching that fight, but decides to force the direction of his sword. Seeing that the protagonist's strength is shocking, he responds that it is simply the strength of a man. The Iron Horse admits that his enemy is stronger than expected, and yet he manages to mock the MC, continuing to force his sword, declaring himself the most powerful person in the world. His blade cracks with the tension created, and soon breaks into two pieces. He takes the opportunity to retrieve his sword, even if it is half of it, but he returns with a new attack. Do-hyun stops the attack with his own hand, slapping the villain's palm. With the shock, the thug assumes that our hero is finally using his strength, but the protagonist calmly denies this. The villain prepares a special weapon on his fist that manages to cover his entire hand with metal, even extending blades from the tip to finish off. tough. Youngwoo warns that that attack is better to be avoided. However, according to the boss, it is already too late, and his attack has already been launched. Dohyun can only sigh in that situation. The Iron Horse's strike has the power to topple mountains. His attack is called Celestial Fist Impact. The boss is sure he has defeated the protagonist with that single punch. However, despite the great shock, there is no effect. The leader cannot believe it. The MC only felt a tickling pain, while the blades of the gloves completely bent. Yumi, as always, is worried about her friend in so many dangerous fights. The Iron Horse is surprised to discover that the protagonist also fought against the Red Liquid Horse, wondering where he is now. Now, with this new information, the villain becomes thoughtful, and he finally understands that our hero is a new generation master. Even though Dohyun completely denies the title, the bandit finally manages to understand the reasons behind the enemy gang's actions, and this makes him let out a very loud laugh. The protagonist confesses that he is confused by that reaction. The boss trembles as he declares that his rival's tricks will no longer work, for being a real man, and thus his other hand is covered in metal. Man to man, he challenges Dohyun for victory. The MC gets excited, wanting to trade punches one at a time again. However, that is a trap set by the villain, who prepares even stronger attacks than the first. Now that the protagonist has accepted, the villain begins to charge his blow, and charges forward with his fist ready. His advance is swift. The MC stands still to receive, and manages to defend himself by raising his guard. The impact pushes away all the nature of the place, breaking even nearby mountains. The MC's friends protect themselves from the flying pieces of stone. The wind from that impact carries everything away, but the Iron Horse reveals that this was not the end of his attack. His glove works again, and transforms into handcuffs that bind Dohyun. The villain celebrates that he has managed to catch his enemy. Having to finish that fight quickly, the bandit decides to use his secret weapon. The assassin challenges our hero to break those handcuffs with his brute strength. However, as soon as Dohyun begins to try, his enemy starts to worry, admitting that those things are harder than he thought. The villain celebrates his victory again. Our protagonist feels sorry for ruining such a valuable treasure. However, he has no choice, and despite the bandit still thinking it impossible, with a little more strength, the MC manages to break the handcuffs. The Iron Horse is furious as the steel bracelets fall to the ground in pieces, and at that very moment, the protagonist is already preparing a punch for his face. But the villain manages to react quickly, hitting the MC's punch with his own iron fist. He still feels the shock of that super strong blow, which even managed to tear his clothes. Dohyun finds it wonderful to test. The boss reveals that his best skill is with the sword and asks for someone to hand him one. However, before he can get any blade, our protagonist is already in front of him with another punch ready. The villain barely manages to dodge, and with the same movement, strikes the MC's ribs. His blow is stopped when Dohyun changes the direction of his punch to hit the hand coming towards him. His enemy needs to retreat to recover, and holding his painful fist, he asks how the protagonist managed to do that. The Iron Horse tries to understand how that strength is possible, but can only curse the MC, trying to find out how the kid managed to break him. Dohyun gets furious about that and curses his enemy back. The villain tries to explain himself, however, our hero is already hitting him. Still confused, wanting to understand how the protagonist mimicked his ability. The MC does the same thing again and changes the course of his punch. The Iron Horse's eyes widen in despair, and he takes a very strong punch to the stomach, sending him flying for meters in the air, but he manages to land safely on the ground. He shows how hurt he is with the red liquid coming from his mouth. Yumi cannot bear to see that, while our protagonist boasts as well. The doctor concludes that she needs to send her friend to study. Finally, the villain trembles upon seeing that his armor is marked by the punch he took. Youngwoo comments that this is the celestial armor that cannot be pierced. Hee-yeon reacts, wanting to know more about the subject. The spearman tells that the Iron Horse is the only one who possesses that protection. There are rumors that the Red Liquid Horse does not fight against this other leader because of it. The nurse notices that the steel seems to be damaged now, and indeed the area of the belly is dented. The Iron Horse is shocked that his armor has failed. Dohyun understands that his enemy is only better than the others because of this special suit. The villain admits that the hero is stronger than him, and he runs away, grabbing only his sword on the way, telling the others to buy time. The protagonist is angry that his enemy chose to flee. Now his henchmen begin to attack. However, the first is easily defeated. The MC defends himself against the second, and defeats him easily as well, with a blow to the head. The Iron Horse finally stops. The protagonist asks why he fled. However, instead of answering, the villain begins to prepare his attack, and tells his rival to block if he thinks he can. However, Dohyun already knows that technique, where running makes him stronger. The thug explodes his surroundings with his aura, yet the MC reveals that he defeated someone who used that same technique before. Now the Iron Horse threatens his group of friends, but the Lancer confirms that he can dodge that attack. It just gets difficult if he has to carry the nurse. Yumi's dog won't stop drawing attention. The doctor realizes that the creature wants to escape, and calms it down. Our hero is confident that he can withstand that attack, not stopping to provoke his enemy, calling him out for a fight. The villain is now using his full power in that strike, breaking the ground with every step he takes while running, advancing with his sword against Dohyun, who focuses and prepares his punch once again, striking right at the tip of his rival's blade. That causes another loud impact that sends waves of wind. However, the protagonist's clothes tear once again with that blow. The Iron Horse screams non-stop, showing his effort. The entire forest around suffers from that immense display of power. The MC's clothes tear more and more. Now he is also screaming as he struggles, and finally, with a beam of light and tearing all his garment, the protagonist thrusts his punch forward, hitting the villain in the stomach once more, causing a lot of pain. The thug is launched far away, still with energy, to the spot where he took the hit. He goes so high that when he starts to fall, he lands in a river in the forest, sinking in the river like a stone. His body doesn't respond, and as he sinks, he wonders if he will really drown there. Even knowing he can't let that happen, the Iron Horse continues to sink. Yumi quickly asks if her great friend is okay, and even with his clothes torn, the protagonist confirms that he is fine, with a smile on his face. His plan to buy more clothes is simply to steal from the defeated enemy. enemies. But the doctor admits that she is not worried about the price of the clothes, but our hero is still quite slow and doesn't understand his friend's concern, which irritates her. And still, the doctor worries about the villain's death. Youngwoo says that if he died, many people would be happy, but a generational master would never drown. The Lancer is impressed with his friend's performance in that battle. Do-hyun admits that that enemy was stronger, but his concern is with his own reaction, unable to believe that he actually screamed during the fight, which confirms the suspicions that he is not human. Suddenly they hear a scream. Even the puppy looks to see who it is. It's Jung-seok arriving, in search of the Iron Horse. The old man asks where that villain is. Finding out that the thug has already been sent far away, the elderly man scratches his chin thoughtfully, frustrated because he should have captured that murderer. The two start a discussion, as Do-hyun doesn't believe that man defeated the same enemy he did, but the protagonist can't stop provoking, and ends up making Jung-seok want to fight him now. The MC doesn't seem interested at all, but the old man wants to battle anyway. Our hero then accepts the challenge and prepares for the fight. Fortunately, Yumi manages to prevent the fight, but with one last provocation from the MC. The old man explodes at this, calling for a fight again. However, the doctor brings the perfect argument that makes the man stop with that. Suddenly, Jung-seok notices someone behind him, and already irritated, asks if that nobody also works for the Iron Horse. He denies and says he is a victim actually, even almost giving himself up under pressure. While Jung-seok tries to uncover the truth, Yumi requests that her friend go home soon. However, the boy wants to keep eating with his friend as before, but she orders that they finish the meal at home, since the MC is practically without clothes. And so, he quickly invites everyone to his home to eat meat. On the banks of that river, the Iron Horse struggles to emerge. He coughs and spits out all the liquid he swallowed while underwater. Trying to catch his breath, he admits he almost died, and he can't believe he nearly couldn't get out of the water. A little girl finds him and introduces herself, asking if that man is a beggar. The Iron Horse can't believe the audacity. The child asks if he doesn't live under the bridge, and the chief tries to say he lives in a mansion. The little girl then offers him a skewer she is holding, and the villain surrenders to his hunger with his stomach growling. He accepts the food, even though it's not his usual fare. The villain can barely understand how to eat that, but he can't believe how delicious that skewer is. It's good enough that he wants to make the dish last longer, eating slowly. The little one still chats with the villain about her favorite food, but when he goes to ask for another, the little girl runs back to her mother. The Iron Horse watches the girl run, and begins to suspect that child has already started training. However, he stops thinking about such things. There's no time for that now. He believes that the Murim League will launch a military search if they discover he is nearby. He even worries that our hero might be looking for him too, so it's very dangerous to leave the village. Finally, he realizes how miserable he looks, and understands the little girl who called him a beggar. He decides to stay in the village, but at the moment, there is no possible hiding place. And he shouts to the world that the blame for all this mess lies with Baek Do-hyun. Finally, he decides to go to the most secret place possible. Elsewhere, the red liquid horse walks outdoors, enjoying the nighttime peace, enjoying the fresh air he is able to breathe outside, when suddenly he hears someone greeting him. It's that same little girl, talking to the second gang leader of the night. She reveals that she is his neighbor. Seeing her manners, the leader thinks about giving her some money, but has nothing. Changing the subject, he asks what a child is doing outside so late at night. She tells him what happened by the riverbank. The villain agrees that the other thug was rambling, as he didn't know who the child was talking about. Then our favorite group finds the girl. She runs excitedly towards them. Yumi, always worried, asks if the girl is still sick. The red liquid horse closes his eyes and relaxes. He feels the grass near the wall, feels the wind blowing through the area carrying leaves, and wonders if he has been living too busy all this time, realizing that staying quiet and doing nothing isn't so bad after all. In a different place again, a blacksmith murmurs to himself. He complains about how he is being exploited in this economy. One of his employees arrives in his office announcing someone. The professional invites the stranger into his room. However, his subordinate tries to warn him that his appearance is not quite that of a guest. It's the Iron Horse entering. Gumsan, the blacksmith, orders all his employees to go home immediately, even going so far as to kick his subordinate out of his office, and locking the door upon returning inside. The worker explains himself, but still, the leader demands a demonstration of loyalty. The blacksmith bows his forehead to the ground and promises to satisfy his master's hunger by going to the best restaurant in town. The villain has a craving for what that child liked to eat the most. The Iron Horse is content to go to the restaurant the next day. By the next morning, the leader is much more dressed up, unrecognizable. He prepares to leave with his assistant to the promised place. In the hideout of the red liquid horse, he shows his new disguise to Jaegang, a fake beard. The blue warrior says it looks very good and tries to understand the reason for it. Now that he is disguised, the poisonous soldier can take his master to the best restaurant in the area to celebrate. And coming out of a successful sale, the group of heroes decides to celebrate with a feast. Hyun knows a good place to go on that occasion, so everyone agrees to go to the best restaurant in the village. That same child from the previous night is the one standing there, greeting the customers arriving at the restaurant. In this case, it's the red liquid horse and his poisonous warrior. The leader of the big gang needs to borrow a bit of cash from his employee. However, just enough for some snacks for that little girl. Jaegang tries to see a greater meaning in that action, thinking he needs to please his master with money. That is the best restaurant in town, called Iltesulrajongi, and inside it, the Iron Horse grows increasingly impatient, but fearing that everyone there will die, his subordinate strives to calm him, and if something happens, the identities of the two will be revealed, and Gyumsan will lose everything he has built there. And to his luck, a table with food has just arrived in front of him. The blacksmith demands that those dishes be delivered to his leader, even if they were meant for someone else. But the other person is simply the horse of the red liquid, and his guard will defend him. The Iron Soldier sees the enemy master, but does not recognize him. The two begin to argue incessantly, each with a master more hungry than the other, and even being paid to deliver the food, the blue one refuses. The blacksmith tries to intimidate him using his fame in the city, but it doesn't work. In a fit of rage, he pulls his weapon, and with his hammer, he charges to attack. But, with great skill, Jaegang cuts the enemy's weapon, and also charges to attack. Gumsan cannot prevent him from from getting hurt. But with a flick, the Iron Horse defends his man from that blade, and does not fail to show how dangerous he is to weaker people, even holding the sword of the blue man, and ordering his employee to retreat, as he is not strong enough. The man now joins the discussion, giving his opinion. However, the horse of the red liquid enters the conversation, already angry and grabbing his sword. The Iron Bandit gets irritated by the words he hears, recalling their encounter the previous night, and he prepares a powerful blow right there, charging with his fist closed. But his rival catches the punch with one hand, and the impact blows wind through the restaurant. Now the Iron Horse begins the session of provocations, trying to understand that power as well. The horse of the red liquid ends up doing the same. In the midst of his threat, the bandit from the metallic group hears the name of our protagonist and freezes. Our group of heroes has just arrived at the establishment, and they are hungry. The two villains are now terrified, realizing that the strongest man is in that place. The assassin of the red liquid seeks news, yet the truth is, they need to get out of there. His soldier guides his way to a quick exit. The Iron Assassin reaches the same conclusion as his rival, and he starts to leave right away. The waiter is angry with the behavior of those people. It is at this moment that the group of heroes arrives, hearing that they are going to throw food away. Yumi does not understand the reason for that, but her friend explains that it is because it is a very fancy place. However, the doctor already begins to haggle the price of the meal. Our protagonist is even impressed with her cleverness, but the waiter needs to ask the owner first. The woman who works at the restaurant is surprised to hear the name of the MC, and equally surprised to hear the name of her doctor friend. Now the boss is in a big problem. The waiter argues that it is okay to break the rules just this once, for them who are heroes. The madame agrees, and the employee complies with her order. In the hideout of the horse of the red liquid, the leader tries to understand why his enemy is in that place. But, with the words of his warrior, he begins to consider that it might have just been a meal schedule. The blue man concludes that it is better to avoid fancy restaurants from now on. On the other side, the Iron Horse is furious with his lackey, but the blacksmith didn't even know that Dohyun was an enemy, and yet, his boss throws him to the ground. The leader keeps making excuses for his defeat, and his companion also swears that from now on, he will avoid fancy restaurants. Our group leaves the restaurant happily and with full bellies, and even though the protagonist wants to return there, Yumi quickly puts an end to that dream, and convinces the MC to avoid those fancy restaurants. As always, the confusion is set again, in the basement, in a dark and poorly lit place. A shadow discusses the battle from the previous night, in which Jung Seok was involved. It is Sungman, and he believes that Dohyun would have died there if it weren't for the former leader of the Muram League being wrong again. And who is listening to all this conversation is Jungtaek, trapped in that dungeon. The elder seems frightened as he says that everything bad that happens is the fault of our protagonist. At the headquarters of the Muram League, Sungman is relieved. However, none of his problems have been solved. His colleagues and all the powerful people are against him. However, he is so full of himself that he believes this is envy. His desperation is clear, as he cannot find anyone braver than our protagonist. He can only think of the horse of the red liquid to defeat him, and in his hideout, the venomous soldier stands guard, happy that he will be able to serve his master. Meanwhile, he becomes a suspect when he gets close to the Muram League, due to his mask. Even worried, he hears a noise, someone accusing another of theft. It's that child causing a ruckus in the streets. The girl recognizes Jaegang from afar, thanks to his mask. This leaves the fighter distressed, who apparently had never thought of that. The man the girl accused runs after her demanding an apology, and being very clever, she asks the venomous soldier to take care of that guy for her. The little girl continues with her complaints, and the adults keep denying. Jaegang tries to understand that situation, and that little one. However, with the fight heating up, the unknown begins to draw his weapon. He is furious with that girl, but in the blink of an eye, the masked man takes him down with a single blow. The guy falls to the ground with a broken leg. Jaegang humiliates him. Now his partner also draws his sword. However, he can't handle the speed of that fighter, being thrown far away after taking a punch, which makes the last partner run away, but he isn't fast enough either, and has his neck grabbed and his face shoved into the ground. Now the fighter realizes something while fighting. With his enemy on the ground, he understands how Dohyun feels in his fights, and with everyone down, several stolen bags soon appear on that street. The girl was right. Jaegang is calm. He didn't even break a sweat. With that, all the people around treat him like a hero. The soldier is not used to so many genuine compliments. The child's smile shines beneath the mask. Already in the hospital, Haeyeon holds a piece of metal. The MC tries to take the item back from the annoying girl's hands, but the nurse decides to tie the iron plate and test it with Youngwoo. The spear wielder is worried, but his colleague assures him that everything is fine. He touches the iron with the tip of his weapon, and even though it was a light contact, the girl is still thrown far away, falling onto the sandy ground. But she gets up and soon attacks her partner. The boy has to scramble to escape from her needles. Only by mistake, one of the needles hits Youngwoo and ends up catching the puppy, making its owner, Yumi, angry. The younger nurse is very regretful, while the doctor takes care of her pet. Dohyun teases that it's a cheating dog. The venomous fighter now returns to his lair. He remains distressed for not being able to keep a close watch on the Muram League, when suddenly, he is surrounded by the rest of that gang he defeated earlier, but they make the mistake of threatening the little girl too. And before he could notice what was happening, one of them already had a punch in his face. Jaegang's blow lands perfectly. Only now does he realize something within himself. He remembers the venom coursing through his body. The others are scared to see their leader defeated in one move by that soldier. However, now, the gang begins to feel the effect of his poison that spread through the air unintentionally. It's a small amount, yet he needs to end it quickly. He charges in without thinking twice, and starts unleashing his blows mercilessly, crushing the faces of all those rascals, defeating them all at once. With the substance gone, the group falls to the ground defeated. Again, the people appreciate his good deed as heroic. The fighter confesses that he might get addicted to that nice feeling. Shungman was among the crowd and saw everything. Now he starts trying to guess who that guy is. Even with the mask, the veteran notices the soldier's blue skin, and soon understands who that young man is. And without knowing that they have already fought, he imagines that the venomous fighter could put an end to Dohyun. Jaegang is being described with many achievements to his name. Sungman truly believes he has a chance against the the protagonist and invites him to a meeting. The fighter is worried about revealing his identity, but the elder insists that the fighter drink something. Protecting himself, the venomous man gets straight to the point. The old man from the league tries to ease the tension. However, the blue one isn't falling for his talk. Finally, Pyeon Sungmin introduces himself, which doesn't surprise his guest. However, knowing who he is talking to makes the guy tremble with rage, since a lot of bad things are his fault. Jaegang manages to lie about the reason for his trembling. The elder begins to boast and reveal new information to the blue villain, even revealing about the Iron Horse attack. After that, the blue man leaves in despair, shouting in his hideout. The horse of the red liquid notices his audacity in opening his door without asking. However, the matter is urgent, and even if the leader tries to make a joke, he hits the mark. The news still makes him stand up in shock. Now the boss celebrates that finally his plan is yielding results. However, when he gets excited to finally see who his opponent is, he discovers that the Iron Horse has fled. The man is first left speechless, and then the two can't hold back their laughter. But now that he realizes he was there in that little room for nothing, the irritation against Jaegang comes to life. This makes the fighter kneel to apologize, and from the ground, he also spreads the lie that the bandit fled when he saw Jungsuk. Although it seems real, the horse of the red liquid wants to be sure. However, knowing that Do-hyun was also there, the villain is sure of the truth. The fighter asks if they can finally go back. However, his boss responds with a frightening aura that intimidates him. Now, the leader concludes that it is not a good time to take revenge on Pyeon Sungmin, but his lackey reveals that he has an idea on how to make that revenge happen. With this effort, the horse of the red liquid rejoices with his man, promising great rewards when the two return. The next day, at Yumi's clinic, Hee-yeon continues testing that shield for the stomach. The nurse asks the protagonist to make one for her brother too. However, the MC declines this service as he has already done too much, which leaves his colleague amazed. Hee-yeon is very interested in the process. The two start to joke with each other, and suddenly they are off to buy meat once again. However, at the butcher shop, they discover that there is no more meat and are devastated. The two try to understand what happened. The seller vents that her shop is about to close. Do-hyun worries that some gang is bothering that woman. However, the girl reveals that it is not that. The problem is with the supplying farm that was invaded by bandits. The protagonist gets angry about that situation. His outrage is clear and very loud. Almost the entire neighborhood hears. Yuma is worried about Youngwoo, but he doesn't seem to be suffering much, since at the center of it all is his companion. In the hideout, the master stands up irritated, angry because his lackey couldn't do something very simple. The horse of the red liquid turns and leaves annoyed, while Jaegang is politely called a warrior by someone. That is the owner of the place, and he also talks about the problem with the farms. That story deeply irritates the poisonous man. The fighter now paces back and forth trying to come up with an idea. When that child enters his hideout, she delivers the wanted bandits on a tray, and the blue guard will take the chance to gather more information, promising to catch all the crooks for that little girl. Taejun tries to think about what Pyeon Sungmin's plan might be. However, he comes across a familiar name. The elder becomes even more curious about all of this. In his mansion, Pyeon Sungmin laughs like a villain because his plan is working. The father of that child is startled to see the mask, and his daughter introduces the poisonous soldier as their neighbor. The guard recognizes the masked man's effort and thanks him. Jaegang is also kind to his neighbor. Meanwhile, Do-hyun is shouting angrily about those farm bandits. Youngwoo doesn't believe that all that desire for justice is just about the meat. However, the protagonist doesn't rest for a moment. At the Jincheon Guild, the population is gathered against the bandits. There are 200 people outraged by the situation. The fox soon sees one of her rivals, Hwa Young. The young woman also invested money in the farm to expand her business. However, the older woman understands the plan of that other guild right away. The heiress tries to change the subject, even though her rival hit the nail on the head. The fox continues her interrogation. However, she even finds it good that the rival guild is having so many money problems, until the two are interrupted. It's Jung-hyun introducing himself as the detective of the case, and he also introduces his neighbor, who is secretly the poisonous soldier. The fox manages to lie well about her true feelings. The first to arrive at the crime scene are the heroes of our group. Hee-yeon trembles at the wickedness of the bandits who took all the animals and people from the farm. However, Youngwoo explains that the criminals just don't want to raise the animals themselves. Yumi tries to find out if they will really find this gang. However, our protagonist has a different idea to track down the gang. The doctor's dog is the one who will find the trail, and at that moment, the animal is already running across the terrain looking for a scent, returning to the group's cart just to guide everyone to its track. Now, the other civilians arrive at the farm, and Jung-hyun begins his investigation, understanding that no one was killed to avoid problems with the Murim League. The inspector finds 4 interesting paths to follow. Now he tries to understand the real objective of the people. The fox helps him decipher this mystery. On the way, our group finds a cow left on the ground. The bandits left it there and left. Youngwoo understands from the remains left that the gang is probably made up of 50 criminals. But for our protagonist, it doesn't matter how many there are. Soon after, the inspector passes through the same scene and confirms the likely number of wrongdoers. The fox is very impressed with the detective's skills. Jung-hyun reveals that he can also perceive the traces left by the hero's carriage, and soon he understands that there is another group chasing the bandits. However, not knowing who they are, he worries about the people in the carriage. Ari also worries and offers to go ahead and speed up. However, the detective explains that it could be a trap, so no one should go alone ahead. The dog barking with hatred is a sign that it has found its target, and he is correct. The group comes across someone about to finish off another cow. The bandit leaves his sword resting on the ground and tries to understand who the newcomers are. Do-hyun does not hide that he has a lot of money at home. He really just wants to provoke. The robbers are taken aback by his honesty, and soon they begin to approach with their weapons drawn. Youngwoo prepares his spear for the fight, but the criminal laughs at that weapon, and while trying to say who that group is, a scream interrupts him. It is the boss who has no patience for his subordinates' lack of judgment. However, even being the leader, he only believes that that group of 4 is pretending to be strong, and if not, they are incredible masters, so it's better to be careful. The bandit is astonished by this thought. However, for him, everything our group has is horrible, from the carriage to the dog, believing that incredible masters would be using incredible things. The boss begins to provoke with his confidence. The protagonist, without a hint of desire, asks who they are. The leader tries to make a threat, but nothing affects the MC's boredom. Now Do-hyun's threat is much more effective. Hee-yeon prepares her needles, and she starts to threaten the bandit who challenged her. The gang does not take her seriously, which irritates the girl, and she throws dozens of needles. Even so, the criminals do not take it seriously. However, when the girl throws more, and the needles start to curve in the air, and head straight for the gang, everyone begins to fear the impending rain of stings. The screams scare the horses of the civilian group. Worried, Jung-hyun speeds up the group, believing that innocent people are in danger. Even with the fox asking him to slow down, the situation is urgent. The woman realizes that the screams are familiar. Her niece agrees that the noises are from Hee-yeon's victims, and so, everyone begins to understand that the group of heroes is there too, even our poisonous warrior, who starts to tremble without knowing why. The rain of pain falls on that gang. The bandits who do not fall to the ground with the needles of death are hit by Young-woo's spear. Hee-yeon passes through the gang, distributing more suffering. Amid the screams and bodies, Do-hyun walks calmly. The boss goes into a panic seeing that and prepares to flee. However, before taking the first step, the protagonist is already behind him. The MC says he can run. However, with a crazy look, he reveals that he just wants to see what happens if he tries to chase the bandit. The warrior buries his face in the ground and begs to be spared. When the people arrive at the scene, the poisonous soldier is startled to see Do-hyun. However, he does not understand why the hero is there. Hee-yeon gets angry. She wants the credit for having defeated so many bandits, and argues that defeating many is more important than taking down the boss. The blue man is afraid of being discovered and decides to sneak away. The detective now tries to understand why our protagonist did that. The hero reveals that because of those bandits, the price of meat has gone up, and he couldn't just stand by. The warrior is surprised that his neighbor knows Do-hyun, and now he doesn't know what's going on anymore. Hee-yeon finally comments on the mask, saying that it is very stylish. Now the masked one is surrounded. He can only stand there. He tries to feel relieved, thinking that now that the gang has been defeated, everyone will return. However, the protagonist says they are not done yet. The MC calls the bandit boss, who responds immediately, and reveals that the gang was ordered to commit that crime. The investigator asks who ordered this, but the leader has no answer. Do-hyun goes to the end of the situation and calls the inspector, and everyone in that group decides to unite. The only one defeated by this is our poisonous warrior. The fox decides to send some men to help, and the blue one sees a chance to escape. However, the guard cuts him off before he can say anything, and when he sees all the men so excited about the mission, the warrior can't do anything. His neighbor looks at him with a motivated face, waiting for his excitement too. Later, the people discover that the bandits are using a village as a base and want to know what happened, but when the chief tries to make a joke about the situation, the detective kicks him in the back. The group decides to take the situation calmly, since there isn't much information. However, our protagonist doesn't want to know. He wants to go ahead and have a little chat with the criminals. Nevertheless, his friends offer to go along. Even so, Yumi doesn't like the idea of the spearman at all, even threatening her companion, which makes him change his mood pretty quickly. The fox decides to stay to block the gang's path. However, the MC gets irritated with her unwillingness. This makes the woman accept and decide to join the direct attack. The group manages to at least plan to gather information by entering each house in that village. However, right at the beginning, the protagonist already wants a break, just sending the dog to look for people. The puppy puts his nose to work, and from side to side, he starts to sniff, finding something and calling the MC right after. Everyone finds it strange that the dog is leaving the village, until it reaches a very suspicious cave. Our hero thinks a bit about that at its entrance, and imagining the chaos it would be with everyone entering, decides to go alone, doing what he can to calm his doctor friend. His footsteps echo in the walls of the empty cave. He passes by more dark entrances, until he finds what seems to be people, but to be sure, he lights a torch, which surprises and reveals the people in that place. Our hero says he has come to save everyone. However, when he tries to introduce himself, the villagers already know him as the Night Disaster, which makes the MC proud, seeing that the rumors about him are everywhere. The other people hear our protagonist's laughter from outside, and comment on his new nickname and the conversations that revolve around his name. Do-hyun returns with the prisoners freed. However, the group doesn't have enough soldiers to take the innocents to the Miram League. The detective understands that this separation was part of the gang's plan. However, the inspector realizes that it is very dangerous to separate now. It would be better to give up, but our protagonist doesn't want to hear it. He tells the dog to show where the bandits went now, and promises one more special detail for his dinner. The little dog salutes when he hears that. He is ready for the mission. The dog quickly finds some suspicious grass. The fox is amazed by the animal's instincts, while Hwa-young goes crazy over the little creature's skills. Hee-yeon takes the opportunity to try to scare the young master. Now that they've found something strange, the detective will analyze it first. However, the MC has no patience, and starts yelling for the rascals to come out of their hiding spots, saying that they are already caught anyway, so they might as well reveal themselves. And he was right. A shadow comes out from behind the leaves, and other criminals come out too. The forest is crowded. One of the bandits tries to provoke the two-tailed fox guild. Leaving our hero confused, he calls the defeated chief, who is all tied up, and the cowardly leader is going to ask Do-hyun's question to the rest of the gang. The guy hops over to the criminals. However, when he gets there, he starts to boast, saying he lured everyone there. He tries to scare them by asking if anyone knows who that group of bandits is. However, the MC doesn't care to know anyone's name. The guy tries to say that those guys are from the Red Liquid Horse, but is cut off by someone saying that, in fact, they are from the Iron Horse, which leaves everyone lost, but the gloves don't let him lie. Back in the village, the blacksmith apologizes for being so famous, and his boss reveals that there are people waiting for him, and when the chief is healed, he plans to call his men to take the city where he is hiding, because the first thing the Iron Horse wants to do is punch our hero. Hwa-young quickly accepts defeat. However, the detective knows they have a chance and can't die there. Yet, the bravest group is super calm, and with that, the inspector knows that everyone will return home safe. The leader of the bigger gang orders the attack, and all the boys charge forward, but of course, they boy also start taking hits. Jungwoo uses his spear and begins with his moves. However, there are a lot of people in front of him, so his friend comes to lend a hand. She jumps and throws her needles. Jaegang also takes the opportunity to vent his anger on those scoundrels, since it's their fault anyway, starting to hit the attackers as well. But as he can't use his venom, he finds himself surrounded. The spearman is also being pressured by the many fighters. Hee-yeon discovers that they are wearing metal protection, so his tips can't pierce either. The boss remains confident, even seeing that his rivals are quite strong. His thoughts are interrupted when one of his men is thrown in front of him. It's our MC taking down several thugs at once and attacking each one. Do-hyun realizes who the real boss is there. The leader is very worried about the protagonist's strength and decides to prepare his fighting style. While 3 of his soldiers block our hero's path, our MC gets rid of one and holds the swords of the other 2, but in this distraction, the villain takes the chance to advance with his blade. However, Do-hyun kicks the metal and breaks it into pieces, also grabbing the necks of those thugs from before, banging their heads together right into their boss. The pain makes him scream very loudly. Yumi and Hwa-young watch the fight, however. The young master thinks she is in love, which makes the doctor's face change completely. Later, the doctor assures that no one is in danger anymore. The fox is already ready to take the rascals to the Murim League. The protagonist and his friend make sure to collect all the iron protection from the fallen. This makes the older woman excessively happy. However, the nurse also wants her share, since she also took down a few. Hwa-young is upset for not having made a deal earlier. The detective brings good questions to be addressed, and the fox is quick to accuse the young master of hiding something. Under pressure, Hwa-young needs to start talking, that her plan involves expanding her guild and spending a lot of money, having even firm plans for her spending. Since she didn't expect the Iron Horse to rob a farm, almost everything is gone. Yumi still finds it strange that this happened, but when Do-hyun asks, the gang leader explains everything. They actually wanted to punish the protagonist. However, he didn't know that the MC was right in front of him, and that truly terrifies him, even making him throw himself on the ground. Our hero wonders if this villain has already gone to the other world. Thus, they discover that a request appeared while that gang was waiting, and the thugs decided to make some quick cash. However, the protagonist still wants to get to the bottom of this, to the person who made the price of meat rise, once again encouraging everyone to continue their search for the culprit. In his hideout, the red liquid horse can't stay still. He is worried about his warrior when that child visits him again. She tells about the adventure Jaegang got involved in. This irritates the villain who doesn't know the reason. However, his mood is restored when the girl reveals that she has soup. Now, the leader enjoys his soup in peace, along with the child and her mother. The 2 stare at him while he eats. The villain is tasting a fantastic soup. Back in the forest, a conversation takes place. It's the fox sharing her plans with her husband, but he soon panics when he hears that Do-hyun is leaving the city. His wife explains that this is why their niece will follow him. Her husband's idea is to keep our hero's return a secret. However, the fox doesn't understand the reason. Pyeon Sungman once again receives wrong news, but also learns about the MC's trip. The elder dismisses his lackey now that he can rest. A new plan begins to form in his mind. In the forest, Jaegang is managing to eat, despite the difficulties. Do-hyun's meat delights everyone. Everyone wants to eat as much as possible, which displeases the protagonist, who wanted everyone to eat normally. However, the meat runs out that same night, and the next day, they are all hungry. Jungwoo guarantees lunch at his house. The MC gets excited about the idea, but Yumi already knows what awaits her, and is sure she won't have a good lunch that day. Even though her friend tries to argue, she knows well what will happen. The 2 boys discuss where to go for lunch. However, when they arrive in the city, they go to a restaurant anyway. To do a good deed, Hwa-young promises to pay for that day's food. However, Yumi convinces her to save her money. The Lancer, seeing the material he has to find the culprit, realizes it will all be very complicated. Nevertheless, the protagonist already has a plan in mind, since his friend knows where the gangs are in that city. Jungwoo takes the group to a possible gang location, and as always, Do-hyun charges in head first. The soldiers ask who is there to open the gate like that, and without taking much time, they already start shouting in defeat, making the MC conclude that this is not the right place. Thugs scream in pain in another location, and then another group gets beaten in a different place. And with all this chaos, someone manages to talk to the Lancer's father, Pyo Sung-soo. Thus, he discovers that major gangs in the city are being destroyed. He doesn't believe his own son is involved, and he doesn't understand why this is happening. When he becomes worried, the old man discovers that his son is not alone, and listing all those involved, that group is indeed quite strange. Sung-soo believes the girls are crazy about the Lancer. However, the truth is that his closest friend is already mocking him. Nevertheless, the boy insists that he is strong, and when Hee-yeon compares him to the protagonist, Jungwoo needs to remind her that the man is not human. In another location, from the Yuhan gang, the group approaches. A man greets them politely, but he is actually very worried. The Lancer and the young man argue a bit. Do-hyun discovers that everything in that city is a bit confusing. The loyal puppy starts indicating that he has found something. Yumi tries to calm him down, but nothing works. The dog takes off running. However, he only goes to Jungwoo and tries to jump into his lap. The dog's paws are in close contact with the young man. Even the MC makes jokes about that moment. However, his owner understands the animal wants to show the documents, and when the Lancer shows the papers, the dog confirms. The doctor talks to the puppy for more information, and the animal starts using its sense of smell to give it to her. The doctor finally understands that her pet smells the doorman on the documents. Now that he is distracted, the young man inadvertently gives himself away, and our MC catches the slip, provoking and gaining more and more evidence of guilt. The man tries to convince Jungwoo to do something about it, but he knows very well that there is no way to stop his friend. Even with the thug squirming, the Lancer doesn't move a muscle. The nurse quickly seizes the chance to make fun of him, but unfortunately for her, the young man there recognizes the name, and is shocked to fully understand who he is talking to. The protagonist continues calling out the leaders he defeats. However, this one cannot confirm if that man is really the offender. At least he admits that his voice and body are familiar. That's all the MC needs to know to decide that this guy is the culprit. Saying he has proof, our hero is confident. The thug tries to think of how to resolve that that situation, despite being caught, trying to stall the people listening to him. However, that doesn't work for even a second. The young man is getting cornered by the MC's talk. The nurse tries to tease again, but this time she is the one being teased. However, she is so slow that she believes the comment was made for the dog. Yumi is frustrated with all of this, and irritated, she accuses our protagonist of making a mess again. Do-hyun shifts the blame to the thug in front of him, starting to threaten him with a good beating. And the culprit is finally revealed. It is the Chilsong Guild, which shocks Hwayoung, even though she has no contact with that gang. Naturally, our hero's idea is to go ask the faction's master directly. Before that, he decides to instill a bit more fear in that young man's life. And so, the fighting begins, along with the screams. In his mansion, the master of the guilty guild learns about the other defeated groups. The old man tries to find out all the details, believing there is a romance among the young people in the group. It's the only way he can understand what is happening. However, he soon realizes that there may be a traitor involved in all of this. The old man decides to prepare for the arrival of powerful masters. He gives an order to his employee. His plan is already in action. One of the people he needs to see the most is Sung-soo, the father who is also trying to understand what his son is doing. His plan is finally to go talk to his child, also planning conversations with each of his friends. However, he remains confused about Do-hyun's behavior, discovering that the protagonist can destroy buildings with his own hands, and he begins to fear perhaps knowing who he is. In desperation, he sends his employee to find the protagonist alone. The old man is terrified by the MC's name. Sung-soo also gives orders to other soldiers, making sure everyone has the same duty, and he runs in search of his daughter. The arrival of the group of heroes has already been announced outside the Chilsong Guild Palace, with guards shouting that their end has just arrived. However, according to the protagonist himself, no one came to attack anyone. The guildmaster is furious. None of his guests responded to the call. Therefore, he needs to think of 2 dirty plans to get out of this. However, at the entrance is Pyo Jonghwa, Jungwoo's sister. Do-hyun needs to push away the girl who is in love. The other 3 women in the group don't seem impressed. Thus, the red-haired girl asks her brother what those women are doing with our protagonist, for the older one to clarify that most of them have no such relationship with the MC. However, Do-hyun needs to intervene in the conversation so that Yumi doesn't misunderstand about that girl, which makes the redhead want to know much more about who the other girls are, and she finally discovers that she is the doctor, needing to convince herself that the two are similar. However, the protagonist is quick to interrupt this, which doesn't stop the doctor from already being crazy with jealousy. The MC tries to convince her that this is just a misunderstanding, which makes Yumi start to tease the girl, and the two begin to argue. Our hero tries to understand how that girl became like this. However, his brother doesn't help, and naturally, they reveal that Do-hyun has a brother who hunts bears with his hands to make soup. In the forest, this relative scratches his ears, making soup after hunting a bear, as his brother just mentioned. This man lives in the mountains, out of touch. However, if he found out where his brother is, he would definitely go after him. The guild guards rush to the gate. However, the leader stops his men, and tries to understand why that bunch is fighting among themselves. With that chaos, the leader tries to take advantage to resolve it, and asks to join the conversation. Finally, Jungwoo's sister realizes she is embarrassing herself, and says she will go home and tell everything to her mother. The end of the fight is bad for that villain. However, in his attempt to make friends, he already ruins everything. Do-hyun gets tired of talking and goes straight to the point, and due to his interruption, the old man starts cursing. The leader needs to see the interaction between the two friends to understand what is happening, and thus he realizes that this is the very night disaster. Now that he knows everything, he proposes a polite conversation to avoid misunderstandings. However, according to Yumi, that man is trying to deceive everyone, which makes our protagonist jump to conclusions immediately. Our MC then begins to explain his problem. However, the leader acts surprised to throw everyone off, and to discover the truth, our hero is willing to talk to each of the guild soldiers. However, now the merchant really doesn't know what the protagonist is talking about. Even so, he begins to tremble with fear. Yumi looks at her friend enchanted, until another person realizes how complicated that situation is. The merchant thanks the presence of an elder to help him. That is Yu Jung-hoon of the Celestial Twin Blades, but he is not here to help the guild, revealing that the older man is actually looking for someone, and he has found them. Ari comments that this is a very respected man. He is one of the strongest men in the region. Unfortunately, a meeting between him and his aunt would not be positive, and he is also not there to talk to the spearman. The protagonist and the nurse also think they are the important subject, and therefore, they start to argue. However, in reality, he went to meet Jung-hyun. That man is his father-in-law, and their story seems quite tangled. The detective explains the reason for being in that city. However, the elder's anger was already prepared. Again, the inspector needs to explain his motivations. However, the rivalry is already well established. Everyone is unable to react upon witnessing that conversation. The discussion doesn't stop. In fact, it only gains more tension. However, Do-hyun politely asks them to fight elsewhere, as he needs to talk to that suspicious merchant. However, the clever leader tries to use the elder to defend himself. Unfortunately, his plan begins to work, and he starts shouting at the two most powerful in the group. However, the elder needs to say once more that he is not there to help him. Jung-hyun is tired of this confusion and all this conflict. He really believes that Do-hyun is responsible for the mess, and so, the protagonist already starts a fight. The MC remembers who initiated a fight in the same way in the other city, and he goes straight for the attack. However, the old man manages to retreat quickly, and is impressed by our hero's speed. Seeing that he will really need it, he starts to draw his swords. Do-hyun admits that the old man looks really cool wielding his blades. The doctors comment on that officer and his family. However, when Yumi mentions that child's name, his attention turns to the doctor. The old man is annoying our protagonist by pointing that sword at his friend. He is surprised to discover his full name, recognizing that Yumi saved his granddaughter's life, finding out that the MC also helped in saving the child. The doctor manages to make him realize that he is fighting someone who saved a member of his family. Now the old man tries to understand the rumors about our hero's routine, who proudly talks about how much he can sleep in the morning, which makes the old man upset, thinking that Do-hyun lives a lazy life. However, the protagonist knows he doesn't need to train hard hard, counting that even his younger brother, who did nothing with his life, can defeat a bear with nothing in his hands. Now, the tension is already disarmed. There's no sense in fighting anymore. The old man sees that the doctor is not lying, and decides in fact to pay the MC for saving his granddaughter. Now, the master is on our group's side, and he also wants to know the truth, threatening that leader if he doesn't know absolutely everything. The leader confesses that he destroyed the farm because it was an important place for the Daejung Guild. The young guild master demands to know the reason for that attack. Our protagonist is smart and sees the guy trying to lie. However, he confesses that he was threatened by a remaining red devil. The old man forces him to speak the truth at once, and it all started 6 years ago, when he tried to set a trap against the Daejung Guild. Hwa-young realizes that it's the same time her father was hurt. The young woman cannot believe in that man's good intentions. He even paid the bandits, but was afraid of the other guild's revenge. And that's why he tried to stay on top, so that revenge would never be possible. Our protagonist realizes that if he hadn't defeated the red devils back then, this wouldn't have happened. However, everyone knows that this is not his fault, especially since other people would have suffered if it weren't for the gang's defeat. Thus, the MC feels more at ease about his actions. Even so, he feels guilty for the young master's sadness. That's when Yumi notices something, even surprising the guild leader. However, that is not enough for Hwa-young. She wants revenge, even trying to take the detective's sword. When she offers money, even the poisonous soldier tries to negotiate. However, fortunately, her father arrives to calm her down. Her daughter's rage finds a very serene calmness in her father, making her cry in his understanding arms. The doctor is interested in her leg case. She decides to take a look herself. Since the limb trembled in a unique way, the suspicion was correct, revealing that the great doctor of the city treated a similar case last year. Of course, the doctor also knows how to do it, but a sacred herb is necessary to perform it. That's why they should go to the larger hospital, since Do-hyun sold one of those herbs to them. Hwa-young cannot control her emotions, crying nonstop. Yumi tries to provoke the MC while he has a new idea. The protagonist is already thinking of going after the next culprit, the surviving red devil. The group then returns to a familiar place, and they find one of the men that our hero beat up to get information. The group catches him in a very suspicious situation for an innocent man. The doctor manages to come up with a new nickname for her master friend, and the nurse decides to use it too. The guild leader, who is now a prisoner, understands that Do-hyun is as smart as the rumors say. The man who got beaten tries to ask the old man for help too, but only knows how to tell lies, which deeply irritates the old man, who already knows everything. When Do-hyun asks if he knows his prisoner, the man lies, and asks if he knows the father of the injured leg, but the guy doesn't tire of trying to lie to escape. However, the old man is not in the mood for idle chatter. The injured man says he was also threatened. He had no choice. However, the officer doesn't buy that story. This time, it's Ahri who understands everything, deducing that he was a weaker member of the old gang. However, the man reveals that he just couldn't handle the threat he faced. Our protagonist understands that this guy is indeed a villain. Father and daughter share an emotional moment when the truth is revealed, and with every shout and action from Do-hyun, Hwa-young falls a little more in love, wanting to do all sorts of things with our hero. But Yumi just needs to cast a glance over her shoulder, and the young master already hears the order not to touch the MC. Now, with everything resolved, the 3 culprits will be locked up in the city jail, and with the elders gathered, they will decide what the punishment will be. Our hero celebrates that finally the price of meat will normalize, thanks to his work. He gets angry when his spear-wielding friend doesn't believe that all of this happened just for that reason. Now that everything has been resolved, Yumi wants to return to open the clinic, which makes Hwa-young sad. However, the group has nothing more to do in that city. The young woman promises to get all the best if the group stays for another 10 days. However, nothing she offers interests our protagonist. The young master wants to know if they can't wait another 10 days to protect her father on the trip they will have to make in the future. She knows that this move will attract many enemies, and she needs the MC to defeat them all. Hwa-young gains hope that her request will be accepted, but Do-hyun's suggestion is that she hire at least 100 warriors for this job. When she reveals she is worried about the cost, Hee-yeon can't stop laughing, calling our hero cheap. This angers the protagonist, who demands to know if that is true. A group of men rests under some trees. One of them starts talking about our hero, and another comments on his great feats in that village. The rumors spread in a messy way, yet everyone continues to fear that powerful crew. Also talking about the brave spear wielder. Even Yumi joins the conversation, due to her medical talent and being very beautiful. Soon after, everyone agrees that she is indeed beautiful. The group is already on the road inside their cart. The MC and his doctor talk about the desire to resolve the issues. Hee-yeon notices that Jungwoo is a calm guy. The two chat about how difficult it is to find a date. The nurse confesses that she still needs to learn how these things work. The spear wielder mentions that he will visit his home before taking everyone away. Yumi insists that they leave right after. Jungwoo's father welcomes everyone with great joy, and he immediately starts chatting with the girls in the group. His son begins to introduce each one, starting with the doctor. The elderly man thinks she resembles his own daughter. However, the MC quickly complains. Then, he introduces Ari, the white jade that his father already knows from the rumors. He pulls his eldest son aside and asks if she is interested in him. However, the spear wielder says she is already committed. Feeling all awkward, she complains that the young detective isn't really her boyfriend. This leaves Jungwoo's father somewhat upset, as the girls' guild is very strong. Now, they just need to introduce the nurse. In a calm and sweet manner, she says her own name, and ends up receiving compliments for being so polite. Of course, the father already knows the name of the daughter of a famous doctor. However, this is also the name of someone very dangerous, according to what they say around. Now, the elderly man doesn't know what his son has been doing with his life. The detective needs to pause the conversation conversation to remind everyone that the survivor of the Red Devil is still on the loose, and the task won't end until they catch the rogue. Wishing to go home, Do-hyun asks if the inspector's father-in-law can resolve this, but the truth is that everyone is busy with things to do. Ahri, who is still scared from the attack by that gang, agrees that they need to catch him before returning. Our hero starts to agree too, but the guard asks for just one day to resolve everything alone. Yumi confirms that they can stay one more day, but complains that she will have to sleep in that dwelling. The next day, the group already has a lead on where to find the culprit. Do-hyun notices the inspector's talent and wants to wrap this up quickly to leave. Hee-yeon is amazed by the number of water mills in that beautiful place. Youngwoo introduces the workshop of the mills, the pride of his village, where they make many things. The inspector suggests they split up to gather information, since the guards are suspicious of outsiders. Our hero is quick and soon teams up with Yumi to form a duo. Their other companions join them, and now the group is together. The poisonous soldier is happy that he will finally be away from the protagonist. Now the four warriors are together with their little dog as well. The doctor asks if anyone knows where to start the search. However, no one can think of anything important. The doctor then has a plan, thinking that it is necessary to work with other people, suggesting they go to the Daejung Guild workshop. However, since she doesn't like the boss there very much, help is still needed. When they arrive at the workshop, one of the workers explains how things work there. He mentions that there was a big mess last night. However, he doesn't know where someone could hide, since there are many mills and warehouses around. There are also corners where people can simply tuck themselves away, and it is in these places that Yumi thinks to look first, showing everyone that she is smart, making her companions admire her mind. When Hee-yeon feels down, Youngwoo makes a point to say that she is also a 10. Now they wonder how they will find the clues they need. However, with the help of their little dog friend, anything is possible. Already at the fourth place they check, they discover that there are also traces of someone hiding that morning. The doctor is puzzled by so many people hiding like this. The spearman agrees that it is indeed strange. The doctor asks her little dog to use his talent again and lead them to where these people are hiding. Sniffing twice and turning his head in every direction, the dog starts to act. The dog has already found where they need to go, with everyone heading to the same spot. Youngwoo also finds it strange that 4 people who were hiding are going to the same place, and the whole group follows the excited dog there. Yumi discovers that it is a very beautiful place full of greenery, a giant dam in the middle of the forest. Jungwoo, who knows the area, explains what that place was like at the beginning, also mentioning that the structure serves to keep the mills running even without rain, being a very important place. Yumi realizes, and the spearman agrees, that it is strange not to have any guards there, even with the door locked. Impatient, our hero forcefully opens the door at once, pushing a door that opens outward, leaving his friend speechless. Inside, the little dog is the first to become alert. The spearman notices that someone is inside, and the MC rushes in thinking of throwing some punches. However, they find unconscious men there. The doctor offers to check their condition. Her nurse helps by handing out cloths for quick aid, since they are not badly injured. When Youngwoo asks, the doctor says that it hasn't been long since those guys were knocked out. The dog shows that something is wrong with one of the doors, and our hero offers to take a look. He breaks down another door to enter smoothly, finding an armed man and already thinking he is the villain. However, the guy tries to explain himself, saying he is not part of the Red Devil gang. He was actually trapped there. That guy is the guard who watches over that giant structure. However, Do-hyun starts to see the lies in his story. He is interrupted by a loud noise that makes the place shake. The stranger warns that if they don't get out of there, everyone will be underwater forever. Feeling pressured, the little guy reveals that the crooks are going to break the dam. The spearman asks for help from the hero to open another closed door. However, his push doesn't work this time. Youngwoo needs to warn him to pull instead of push. When opened, his friend rushes to enter the large hall, only to find chains and broken equipment. All the mills will be finished, along with their village. However, our hero jumps into the fight, getting stuck in one of the gears, making the doctor notice that he wants to hold the gates with his own strength. His companion is also amazed by his power. The nurse tries to give a compliment, but now the protagonist really needs help. However, when he tries, Youngwoo sees that the piece is also broken. The MC throws the pieces and tells his companion to move, and lands his punch on the machinery, breaking it the right way to fix it. And with his single blow, everything is fine. The spearman tries to understand how that happened. However, our hero is sure that everything has been resolved. The girls praise the protagonist's intelligence, while Youngwoo leaves all the hard work to his partner. Outside, everything continues normally. The villagers thank them for being saved and apologize for not helping. The detective arrives at the scene and congratulates the hero's work, also asking if he will help with the case of Yumi's house collapse. However, this scares the MC quite a bit. The inspector says he could help catch the criminal, win a prize, and build a new house. However, the credit needs to go to the dog that found all the traces of the bandits. The little dog now truly shows the culprit for all of this, stumbling through the woods. The spearman, angry, just asks them to get out of the way so he can throw his spear, throwing it with aim and strength, underneath the legs of the crook. Now Youngwoo can show himself through his use of the weapon. The forced conversation begins, and the denial of that guy too. However, with enough threat, the young man starts to spill everything. He left the other guy in that room knowing that the guy could die. Now the criminal blames another person who broke his toe. The criminal tries to stall while the two ask questions. However, the spearman is not calm at all after almost losing his village, making the crook show where the other bandits are. The little dog is sent again to follow the trail of a bad guy, leading everyone in the right direction where the others ran. Everyone wants the power of that creature. However, the venomous soldier tries to be smarter to trick that dog in tight situations. When everyone arrives at the marked place, the bandits are already escaping in a boat. They celebrate and taunt since they are too far to be caught. However, even from afar, they are defeated by our hero, who is still on solid ground. With the bandits back on the sand, our MC starts with his talk. The detective notices that one of them really looks like the person they are searching for. Do-hyun begins his threats to make them open their mouths. The two are already scared enough. However, even so, they need to scream in pain to speak.